Good morning, Clay. I see, and Donald too. Good morning to both of you. Nice to see you. Let me just take a moment and check and make sure I am live. I do see you in the chat, but let's go double check that we made it to YouTube. Yep, there we are. Good morning, Clay. Good morning, Donald. First on Clay. Yeah, it's going to be 3. I got someone else here. Wonderful. Yeah, it's going to be a great day, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your day and your morning. Hope you got your coffee. I hope you got some electrolytes and you got some water because it's going to be a long one. We were warned yesterday it could go till Saturday. This one could reach until Saturday. Donald says no audio yet, but now I see you. But my stream did have some audio. So, Clay, what do you got? Do I sound good? Do I look good? Am I a superstar? What do you got? So today should be quite interesting. It's going to be ex-chief Peter Sloly, the scapegoat. He's got a lot of tire tracks on him, a lot of them. Now you hear me, Donald. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, Peter's got a lot of tire tracks on him. There've been a lot of bus driving for him or over him, and today's his day to stand up. His representative has been doing a pretty good job, Tom Curry, and he's got another one too. Been doing a great job. Good morning, Denise. And it's been wonderful to see how that, from Peter's side, he was doing everything he could, but we've seen without Peter's testimony how lots of people were getting in his way, not cooperating, not sharing information. There was probably about 3 different fractions within the OPS. There was the Sloly group, there was the Bell group, and then there was the I want to say Abrams, but I think that's wrong. Then there was another commander who was kind of taking over his own thing. He was being autonomous and a bit of an island. But yeah, we saw all that. Oh wow, 9 people. Nice to see you all. Thank you for joining us. So what we're going to do today is we're going to have a really special guest. Donald, he's been poking around in the chat, and he's going to be joining on the lunch break. And Donald, if you are free and you want, you can pop on anytime. You can be a little head in the corner with me and listen along. And then we can do stuff during the breaks, whatnot. But we do have him scheduled for the lunch break. And Donald Best, he's an ex-Toronto police officer, and he'll get into his background a bit, and his story is amazing. And some of his personal, private stories are fantastic too. And Donald, you know which one I'm talking about. That's amazing that you had that coffee or that morning with him. But anyways, he will go into his background and his experience and his and bring to the table a bit of expertise from within a police service. He was there for a long time, and I highly respect him. So I'm looking forward to getting deep with Donald. Yesterday, we were speaking with Etienne, and we kind of deep dived into democracy and the Save Democracy program. And then today will be all about the police and the police services work. So thank you very much to Donald for agreeing to be there, and I'm glad to see you in the chat already. And good morning, Mike. Nice to meet you. Winnipeg. It looks like a Winnipeg Jet. Hey, Mike, I'm from Winnipeg. I did my high school years there, Fort Richmond Collegiate. I was there when Timo Solani came and did the rally to keep the team for the year. It was a lot of fun back then. But nice to see you, Mike. So the Canadian Constitution Foundation did release another video yesterday. It's not a summary about the whole event. So for all of you that stuck around last night and listened to my 2-hour recap, I had no idea it ran that long. It was just, we were just going through the list of notes and having fun. So 2-hour recap yesterday. But we do have an in-depth look at their cross-examination of OPP Commissioner Tom Curry. And it's wonderful, of course, because the Canadian Constitution Foundation's main purpose is to defend the Constitution and any constitutional issues. And do you think we have some here? We most definitely have some here. So let me go ahead and play that. It's only 10 minutes this morning, and we'll get back to some of the pre-show. And I hope you enjoy it. So let me go ahead and get that playing for you. Here's my little mug. So Christine, take it away.
We're going to move on to the next, which is now it is the CCF.
Commissioner, good afternoon. It's been a long day, and so I'm going to try to make my questions very brief.
Thank you.
My name is Sujit Chaudhary. I am counsel for the CCF.
Thank you.
And so I'd first like to begin by confirming some testimony you provided this morning while being examined by my friend, Monsieur Brosseau. And I believe you said the following: if the request came under the Police Services Act to take over policing in Ottawa, the OPP would have been absolutely willing to move forward and fulfill our responsibilities. Did you say that, or words to that effect?
Words to that effect. We would have had to assess the request and our capabilities, but the willingness would have been there.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the legal mechanics whereby that would have occurred. And so if I could ask the clerk to please turn up Commissioner Carrick's witness interview summary, which is WTS 6039. And if you could go to page 3, please. And I'd like to, if you could just scroll up a little bit more, that's great. So Commissioner Carrick, I'd like to take you to the paragraph that begins, "There are a limited number of ways."
Yes.
And so would you agree that in that paragraph you state that there are 3 ways in which the OPP could have taken over policing in Ottawa? One is by the Ontario Civilian Police Commission to direct it to do so. The second is on the request of the Crown Attorney, and the third is on a request from the Police Services Board of the Chief of Police.
Yeah, so really there's the 4, because you could get a request from the board, or you could get a request from the Chief of Police. And as it relates to the Crown Attorney, that is normally specific to a very specific investigation or incident.
Good. So I'd like to focus on the first of those mechanisms, if we may. So could we please call up CCF, and I think it's 6011. And I'd like to go to page 15. This is the Police Services Act, sir, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
So if we could go to page 15, please. So this is section 9 that we've spent a bit of time on today. What I'd like to take you to is subsection 2. And would you agree that subsection 2 says that if the commission were to find that the OPS was not providing adequate and effective police services, it would have first communicated this finding to the OPS board and directed the OPS board to take necessary measures?
Yes.
And then after that, subsection 3 provides if the board does not comply with the direction, the commission may request that the commissioner have the OPP give assistance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the word assistance isn't defined in this statute. Would you agree?
I would agree. I don't know anywhere where assistance is defined.
Well, that's an interesting question. But in this statute, it's not. But you are interpreting assistance to include a takeover. Is that right?
It could. So normally OCPC would provide direction in circumstances like this over the administration of a police service. So they can appoint a temporary chief. They can ask the OPP to provide policing services. They can appoint an administrator. There's various forms that this can take place.
But it could include a takeover.
I wouldn't call it a takeover. It's providing the policing services in the municipality. Doesn't mean that the police service becomes defunct, but we would be relied upon to provide the services that the commission felt were not being provided.
So I'd like to talk a bit about the commission because it's a bit of a mysterious body. Could we go to page? Could we go please to section 22? So, Commissioner, on this page and the next page, we have a list of the commission's responsibilities. I'm assuming you're familiar with this provision?
Generally, that's not something that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. So I'm not intimately familiar with it, but somewhat.
And just for the sake of time, I was wondering if we could please call up CCF 6041. And so, Commissioner, this is a printout or a PDF from the pardon me, can you just go up? Regarding the Ontario Civilian Police Commission that's on the Public Appointment Secretariat website. And if you could scroll down, please. There, if you could stop there, just ask you to read to yourself how it describes the function of the agency.
Yes, thank you.
Could you continue to the next page, please? You can stop at the end of this top paragraph.
Yes, thank you.
So would you agree with the following, that the commission's mandate is mainly to conduct investigations and inquiries into the conduct of chiefs of police, police officers, and members of the police service boards, and to hear appeals on police discipline?
That is a general description of their responsibilities. Yes, they're twofold. There's the adjudication piece, and then there's the investigative piece. There's the two mandates.
And would you agree that the Commission's mandate is very different than that of a municipal police board?
Of a municipal police board?
Such as the OPS board. So the OPS board has responsibility for recruiting and appointing and directing a chief of police, but the Commission doesn't have that role in respect to you, does it?
No, it does not.
And the OPS board establishes objectives, priorities, and policies of the OPS, but the Commission doesn't have that role in respect of the OPP, does it?
No, it does not. And the Commission is not exclusive to the OPP. Their responsibilities are overarching over all police services in the province of Ontario.
So it's not a province-wide police board, is it?
It's not a police board, but they have province-wide authorities. There's essentially three independent oversights. There's the OIPRD, the Office of Independent Review Directorate. There's the Special Investigations Unit. And then there is the Ontario Civilian Police Commission that are defined in the Act.
And so it's correct that you wouldn't have had reason to brief the Commission on a daily basis about the Ottawa protests, would you have?
I have no interaction with the Commission on a daily basis or at predetermined intervals.
Okay, well then let me ask you this question. So as a practical matter, under Section 9.2 and 9.3, for the Commission to exercise its power to provide direction to the OPS board and then request you to take over or assume responsibility for policing in Ottawa, if you don't interact with the Commission, and if it's not a police board, how does it make that decision? Would you have to recommend to it that it take that decision, or would the Deputy Solicitor General have to recommend to the Commission that it take that step?
That would be a question to ask of the Commission. And this is one of a number of ways that you have highlighted. So the Police Services Board can also ask for that level of assistance.
So you didn't make that recommendation to the Commission, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
And I don't make recommendations directly to the Commission.
Thank you. Commissioner, can I ask the Commissioner a couple of questions about Ontario's emergency legislation, or are we out of time?
You're not out of time as of yet, but you're working on it.
Okay. So could we quickly turn to CCF 6038, please? And so, Commissioner, I take it you're familiar with the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes, somewhat.
Could we go to pages to the bottom of page 6, please? And so I'd like to direct you to subsection 4 at the bottom of page 6 here of section 7.02. Maybe you could scroll up just a little bit so the Commissioner can see the beginning of this. So these are emergency powers that are vested in the provincial cabinet in the event of a state of emergency. And so we please go down to the bottom of this page, if you could stop there. Would you agree that under a provincial state of emergency, the provincial cabinet can make an order regulating or prohibiting travel or movement to, from, or within any specified area in Ontario?
Sorry, can you point me to where that's articulated?
That's Roman 2 under subsection 4, the very last line on that page.
That's what that reads.
Thank you. Could we go to the next page, please, and stop there? Could you please look at Roman 4? Would you agree that the provincial cabinet could evacuate individuals and remove personal property from any specified area in the province under a state of emergency?
I would agree with you that that's what's written here.
Yes. And so do you agree that pursuant to this statute, the provincial cabinet could have created a red zone around Parliament Hill?
That's a fairly technical question in law, as I would have had to seek legal advice on any such order. The EMCPA that we dealt with identifying critical infrastructure, which was legislation that was enacted on February the 12th, that did provide very specific locations or descriptions of locations where activities were prohibited, and then gave us the tools to deal with those activities.
And would you agree that under these provisions, the the cabinet could have restricted the movement of heavy trucks into downtown Ottawa?
So that's a legal question that as a police officer, I'm not qualified to answer.
Those conclude my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the
Next is the Jason. Wow. Okay, so it's case closed, isn't it? Right? There's a mechanism in place. The police had opportunities to do things. There's no reason for the Emergency Act to assist the OPS. They had plenty of ways to get assistance. They didn't use them all. They didn't even invoke Section 9 of the Police Services Act. So, you know, we've got an entire list of things they could have done and should have done and was available to them, could have been available to them. And by that last one, I mean they had the opportunity to add, you know, compelling tow truck drivers to the Provincial Emergency Act, and they didn't. They also could have declared it unlawful by the minister. Marco himself could have declared it unlawful, which would have also gave some additional tools. So we have nothing in our wake except for a whole bunch of options, and that violates the entire spirit, the entire wording, and it violates the Emergency Act completely. I hear that Twitter's having a lot of fun today with Elon leaving. Holy moly, there's some pretty interesting tweets flying around out there. I'm a little bit nervous about jumping in on that one because I do want to keep bringing this stuff to you. But yeah, it looks like a lot of truth and a lot of statements are coming out today. It's it's amazing. I may just do one about the Emergency Act. It was illegal, so maybe I'll just do that. The Emergency Act was illegal. That'll be my statement today because, oh, wow, you guys are really going and having a lot of fun out there. Okay, so I have confirmed Donald is a go. He's tweeted out. We're trying to get the message out because Donald's going to just break it open. I like the way he thinks. I like the way he talks. He's very candid. He's very straightforward, and he's very honest. So I think you'll all really enjoy that. And hi, Clay. We heard tow trucks were on their way to Ottawa. Oh, for sure. Yep. Clay, you're 100% right. So I think as early as February 8th, there was confirmation that there was tow trucks coming. Yeah, I want to say February 8th is when they started having the numbers of the tow trucks computed and prepared. And then, Clay, what we actually heard was after the EA was dropped, that's when several of the operators of the tow truck drivers that were already selected and participating, they started to have more concerns and drop back because it was now becoming far more aggressive. It was no longer just a protest with some yelling. It was going to be police action and police forces going and pushing people around. So it actually elevated the situation, and the tow truck operators, which we heard testimony from, had even more concerns after the EA was dropped. So they were willing to work. They had a whole group. And another thing, Clay, was yesterday we heard from the Commissioner Thomas that their plans, they always build in minimums. So what's the minimum that we can do with this? So for example, if they want 10,000 or 1,000 officers, well, what's the practical minimum? It might be 200. And in this case, for the tow truck drivers, or the tow trucks, they identified in their plans that the minimum was 2. Their plan would work. They were prepared to move their plan forward with a minimum of 2 tow trucks. And he also testified that if you didn't have cooperation from the drivers, the OPP officers were prepared to drive the tow trucks and operate the tow trucks. So they didn't even need to compel a person. They just needed the asset. And they also spoke about having access to tow trucks from other places within the government. So there was ways to even, without even cooperation from companies, to go ahead and do it. And that was under the OPP plan, which was executed all the way through to the 17th, without the EA part of the planning and without the EA being part of the requirements. So completely didn't need it. We're well past whether or not the EA was required. We're well past that one. Weechi, is that how we say it? Weechi. Interesting. You got on locally heavy fleets activity. Yeah. And look, there's also a lot of cooperation, and also let's remember these weren't violent and these weren't aggressive. They were just angry. There's a big difference. Angry just wants to yell. Aggressive wants to hurt. And none of them are aggressive. Yeah, it's pretty good last night too, Clay. Yeah, my wife, she's just smiling and giggling over there about all the stuff that they're showing up on. Maybe that's a big change. This might be a big change that Twitter is opening up to a lot more fun. Yeah, no, there was checkpoints too. Yep. yeah, and remember, they also had GPS tracking all this entire time for the COVID related stuff. So they knew who was where and all this kind of stuff. If they really had bad actors, they would have, isolated them and got them. Why do you need to? Some of the trucks are, well, yes and no. So Ward, let me just add you to our list here. So Ward, the problem with the trucks was some people left. Okay. Some people left. The trucks were blocked in and they left. Yeah, some of them were out of fuel. Batteries dead. They were there for a while. Cold, frozen, disabled. The ones that were able to and willing to start up and drive, of course, they just did that. But yeah, there would have been some disabled ones, batteries dead, all that kind of stuff. They were there for a while, especially with no fuel, right? The fuel was cut off. You couldn't even bring fuel to keep them going. So they kind of created a problem with the stuck trucks and stuff like that as well. But yeah, of course, there would have been some towing. And then there would have been some that were just unwilling. So they would have been arrested, taken away, and then their truck would have been moved. Because you certainly had, like with every group, you certainly had a segment of the group that was far more determined to have their demands met, which didn't line up with the main convoy. Yes, I heard sudden deaths trending on Twitter. Probably, yeah. And vaccines kill, and women are women and stuff like that. It's kind of awesome. It's a little bit refreshing to see all that happen. I think it's about time, right? Truth is truth. We're all adults. We should be able to handle truth, even if it's uncomfortable. Oh yes, we'll do this Twitter as well. Yeah, yeah. Now but let's also not get ourselves into trouble, right? Like you can go have a lot of fun, say the things that you thought weren't safe before, but let's stay legal. There are some limits, but enjoy yourself. Have a good time. I know that the people that watch this are most likely the ones that know how to have a good time, know about rights, and have no interest in hurting other people. So yeah, glad to have you, and please enjoy Twitter. It's quite funny right now. I'm going to go ahead and set up the stream. We got a good one this one. It looks like we got one of the high quality streams. So knock on wood, we keep it all day long. Public hearing, there we go. And sorry for those interruptions yesterday. We are off grid. We did have the battery give out on us. We've had lots of snow and cloudy last week or so. But thank you very much for sticking around. I really do appreciate that. And just know that anytime it goes down, I will be immediately doing everything on this end to get it up. So if you have patience with me, I'll get back to you. All right, Clay, diesel engines too. So if you're out of fuel, yeah, look, there's a lot. Yep, you know how diesels work. It's not just as simple as just turning a key and it'll run away, and especially if it's sitting for a while, so and out of fuel. So yeah, there would have been some heavy equipment to move around. It's understandable. So certainly that would have been an issue for some, for sure. Yep. So I'm going to say hello to, what I don't know is staggering. You're here again too, that you're awesome. We got a whole bunch of regulars now. But what I don't know is staggering. Prairie's here. We got Weechi. We got Connie. We got the Azerio. Mike, I think you're new, Mike. Nice to meet you. Denise, Donald, Clay. Wonderful. Great to see you all returning each time. I know you're not here for me. You're here for the inquiry, which is great. And that's what I'm happy about. The more information you know, the more truth you know, the more you're able to share that with people, the cocktail parties and dinners with the family and stuff like that. Because the whole point of the inquiry is disclosure, to get all the information we can out. I did not get an answer yet on what's happening with the in-camera, the closed sessions, and whether or not you're streaming anything or not. But what I'm going to try get together for you is maybe some best ofs or some sort of thing going. So I have a few hours of something for you in case we do that. And then if it doesn't happen, it's a stream, I'll just release it as a video for you. But I'll try and get something going because I really don't want to stop the stream. You guys are amazing. You're here for the info. So I'll do what I can to get it to you. Oh, well, for sure. Thank you for being here. It's tough to talk to a screen when the view count says 0, because then I don't know, are you technically insane if you do that? Are you talking to yourself if you do that? So no, thank you for being here. I do really appreciate it. And to all of those that sat through the 2-hour recap last night or the summary last night, kudos to you. That was a long one. I do review them because I do have to make videos and post them. And it was a long one. So I do apologize if some of you had places to be, but I think we needed to look at the different parts of what Brandon was saying about officially induced error, officially induced error, so that we all knew what he was talking about in case it comes back up again. And I really enjoyed spending that time with you. And Denise, did we find out whether or not CBC was a witness in some other fashion, or maybe they made a statement? I'd be curious to see if the CBC has any interest in being involved. All right, so we are now 5 minutes away. Stream looks good. I haven't heard the sound check yet, but it will be coming in a minute now. And thank you also for listening to my Hello, I'm Jason yesterday. If you didn't catch that, the first 30 minutes of yesterday's stream, I kind of just introduced myself, talked about some my passion, what's driving me to be here today in front of you, to be doing this whole running for office stuff, because I do have my own story, and it's important to me that I do succeed at this. I do think that if we can't fix Canada in this next election, if we can't put in some strong leaders and we can't put in people that are determined to put us back on track, this country could take a while to get it back. I think if we let that particular one go by, it could take a while to get it back. So I'm trying super hard to do everything I can. Yellowhead is a large region, and for those that don't know where it is, it's west of Edmonton. So just west of Edmonton, there's a place, it's southwest of Edmonton, there's a place called Leduc. So that would be the east border. It goes all the way to Jasper, which is gorgeous. So if you ever do any skiing, you come to Yellowhead, go to Jasper. And then we go south to Rocky Mountain House, which is a nice little place for hanging out. We take the kids there to do the water slides there because we're in the bush. That's kind of like a little gout way. In the middle of Yellowhead is Drayton Valley. So Drayton Valley is a bustling place, a lot of oil there, a lot of hardworking people there. It's a great town. The mayor is amazing. And they're working really hard at revitalizing, because oil is the driver around here. And, with some of the policies, we don't get it all. You can continue a bit more north to Edson, and Edson's kind of the northern boundary. And then you follow the Yellowhead Highway. That's kind of where our area got its name, got the Yellowhead Highway, all the way to Edmonton. So there's a little area, and that's called Yellowhead. It has several counties in it. Brazeau County is one of them, and that's the one I actually live in. I live near Breton, and I do live in the bush. There's no joke about that. We bought a parcel of land, and there was a mud path, and we couldn't even get the car in. So the first few months was to build a road and a fence and clear some trees. So yeah, we're really in the bush. Thanks to Starlink, we're able to bring this to you. But also, because of Starlink, it's not always super high speed upload. So from time to time, my video will get a little crappy, but the audio stays good. So hopefully you're not missing anything. And yeah, that's basically the story. I'm quite literally off grid in the bush, and nobody can shut me off because I'm on Starlink. But I'm having a good time, and maybe one day I'll get that little hand cam and we'll walk around and we'll show you the stuff. Great, awesome word. Great question, word. There's a question. Yeah, the tow trucks. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because they were disabled. Yep. So I'm looking forward to Peter Sloly. I've got some coffee. I'm going to be topping it up as soon as we get on here. I'm sure he's going to defend himself even more vigorously than his representative has been. I am very keen on the Government of Canada questions. They've been stumbling hard when it comes to doing really anything other than embarrassing themselves up there. They're not bringing in true evidence. They're bringing in silly things. One of the things they tried to bring in was a counter tweet to a counter post to Tamara's post. It's just been silly, but I'd like to see what the government has to say here. I really am looking forward to the Freedom Convoy with Peter Sloly. I don't know if it'll be Brendan or Bashata, but it will be very good because, yeah, I think Peter Sloly was kind of sort of willing to work with them. And I think Peter Sloly was an ally. And when Peter Sloly left, that's when things got really, really bad for everybody. So I think we're going to hear a lot about that. And I definitely want to hear from the OPP, because the OPP lawyer should also be establishing that, oh, we got some video, should be establishing that there was lots of resources available. Peter Sloly had it all available to him, and maybe find out what was going on. And I wonder if the Police Services Board, I don't see them have standing. So I'm not sure if they're going to do any questions, but the City of Ottawa should be good as well. Because they kind of, they didn't say anything bad about him. They seem to be upset that he left. So we'll find out exactly where they stand on that one. CBC needs to be at the inquiry, self-implodes. I'm not sure, Weechi, what the value of the CBC would be for the inquiry, because this particular inquiry is about the use of the Emergencies Act, the Invocation of the Emergencies Act. I can see how maybe the argument is made that they were creating such fear amongst people and misinformation amongst people that they were driving some hate and fear, but I don't think that's appropriate on this one. Then. All right, here you guys go. Enjoy.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour.
Good morning.
Okay. I gather we have a new witness. Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead then. Go ahead.
We are.
How?
The commission calls the former chief, Peter Sloly.
Sir, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Religious document, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
I'll take the Bible, please. Thank you. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Peter John Michael Sloly, S-L-O-L-Y.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Frank Au, Senior Counsel for the Commission.
Morning, Frank.
Good morning, Mr. Sloly. You were the chief of the Ottawa Police Service between 2019 until mid-February 2022.
That's correct, sir.
You served also at the Toronto Police Service for 28 years.
That's correct. Well, just 27 and change, but thank you.
You rose through the ranks from being a constable in 1988 to deputy chief in 2009.
That's correct.
You left the service in 2016.
Yes, I did.
And then you spent some time in private sector.
That's correct.
Now, I understand that when you first joined the Toronto Police Service, there were relatively few members who had a university degree who were new recruits.
Yeah, that's correct.
But you had a BA in sociology from McMaster University,
That's correct.
and later you got an MBA from York University.
Yes, I did.
Now, you were trained in the incident command system,
Yes, I was.
and tell us more about your training.
I received incident command system training from 100 to 400 levels. I received additional training here in Ottawa. I consider it 500 level. Essentially, it's a district operations commander, which allows you to command a multi-site major incident over a protracted period of time. So I had designations up to, I don't know if it's the right terminology, but a 500 level. And I had practical experience at every one of those levels in terms of being part of incident command. So either being an incident commander, what is now known as an event commander, major event commander, or major incident commander, through to a district operations commander, mostly in my time in the Toronto Police Service and also during my 2 tours of duty in the United Nations Peacekeeping and Mission.
Now, you also had training and experience with the public order units.
That's correct, sir.
Tell us about that.
Again, I received public order unit training both through the Toronto Police Service It's a little bit fuzzy now because this is going back to the early 2000s, but there was also a provincial standard training course that took place out in a rural community that I can't remember. And then there was national training sessions that we did from British Columbia across the country.
You also mentioned just earlier that you spent some time on a United Nations peacekeeping mission.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was fortunate enough to have been selected by then Chief Fantino to represent the Toronto Police Service. I think at that time I was the first senior officer from a municipal police service to be part of a UN peacekeeping mission that had been organized through the RCMP. I was deployed to Pristina in August of 2001 and completed 2 tours coming back home in 2002. I was the Canadian contingent commander. This was a mission with where the police of jurisdiction actually had full powers of policing, including use of force detention, while building up a local Kosovo police service. It was also during 9/11 and a very significant and complicated and volatile zone.
When you attended an interview with us and my commission colleagues, you described that experience as the best professional and personal experience you've ever had. Why was that?
I just tested and stressed and challenged and grew me in literally every single way possible, physically, mentally, emotionally. I'm a very spiritual person. It allowed me to see parts of the world I don't think I'll ever get back to see again, and to be involved in a unique, challenging, and often tragic set of circumstances, but one that opened my eyes to the conditions globally. I had a chance to work with 53 different police services from around the world, and so that was also an opportunity to learn the good, the bad, and the indifferent of progressive policing at the turn of the century.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just interrupt briefly, this is being translated and there's sign language, and you're a little bit fast on the output. If you could try and.
Thank you, sir. Probably a
Slow it
little bit of nervous energy in there, but thank you. I will try to slow down.
That's quite understandable.
Now, speaking of interviews, you attended 4 interviews with me and my commission colleagues between August and early October. You're very generous with us with your time. And after those interviews, we summarize the contents of those interviews, and you've had an opportunity to review the summary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you a copy on the screen. The final version of the summary is WTS 6040. Now, is this the version that you approved?
I trust it is, sir.
Okay. Is there any correction that you'd like to make to this summary?
No, thank you.
So this will be adopted and be an exhibit. Now, the reason that we're here today are the events in January and February of this year leading to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. As the Chief of Police in Ottawa at that time, you're uniquely positioned to give us a perspective and to help us understand. But to really understand, I think we need to go back further to when you started with the Ottawa Police Service. Mm-hmm. Tell us about the circumstances of the Ottawa Police Service in which you found yourself.
Well, when I was being recruited for the position, it was very clear to me through the recruiter on behalf of the board that through their consultative process with service members and community members, that the Ottawa Police Service needed to be significantly changed. Operationally, administratively, from an HR standpoint, the usual sort of change processes that large organizations require on a regular basis, but very specifically culturally. Internally, there was a culture that was less welcoming, less inclusive, less diverse, less equitable, and that had impacts on things like workplace harassment, member morale. Externally, that translated into a real or perceived level of trust in the broader community, but specifically in racialized and marginalized communities, that the service wasn't, in some cases, appropriate enough, and that there was a declining level of trust and confidence. Any one of those things would have been a major change agenda for any external chief coming in. All of those combined required a significant effort of change management and change leadership that I was asked on behalf of the board as the incoming chief to deliver over the course of my 5-year contract.
Mm-hmm. If I could call up your CV, the document ID number is COM 50759. We can go to page 2. Scroll down. So you see under Ottawa Police Service 2019 to 2022, you talked about how you were given a major culture organization change mandate, and that's something you just outlined for us.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about some of the challenges you faced once you took the post.
I'm not sure the commission has all the time in the world for that list, but I mean, I think that the most simple thing to say is any effort of change is going to be difficult, particularly in a large organization. In this case, I believe the Ottawa Police Service is over a century old. And these were long-standing structural deficit issues. Needed investment in recruiting through staff development training. Leadership development in particular was something that repeatedly our membership identified and external auditors identified. And those things just that's not a light switch you can turn on and off. It's something that you have to build and grow and almost organically move through the organization. Operationally, while they were excellent in some ways, I just want to be clear, Commissioner, the Ottawa Police Service, and one of the reasons why I came here, had a reputation, deservedly so, of being one of the best operational police services. We've heard about their expertise in planning. Their ability through missing persons investigations was second to none. They had really advanced, in some cases, advanced HR systems that were to be seen as a best practice. So this is not a deficit across the board, but there were significant deficits in very specific areas that was contributing to some of the cultural and morale issues. My attempt in the first 3 months was really to go around on a listening process in small groups, large groups, internally and externally, to identify those areas. Bring a command team that was, even in the early days, a struggle. There were significant challenges at the command team level, but people were leaning in and doing their best. I would say, though, that the challenges really came in March of 2020. 3 significant events: the suspension of one of my 2 deputy chiefs, the culmination of a significant internal criminal corruption investigation where 3 of my officers were arrested after an extensive joint RCMP Ottawa Police Service investigation, and of course, the declaration of the global pandemic. 2 months later, the death and murder of George Floyd, the Black Lives Movement, and the defund movement. I think that signaled the start, not just here in Ottawa, but across police services in North America, I suggest around the world, as a significant change in the level of public trust and confidence in policing and the broader justice system. It certainly had material impacts in police services here in Ottawa. The defund movement put significant pressure on our board and our council to adjust the policing budget in regards to size and to change police service delivery in terms of integration. And these were real challenges on top of the significant challenge of a change mandate that the board had explicitly and expressly given to me as the incoming chief.
Now, you identified a few challenges that are not unique to the Ottawa Police Service, such as the pandemic, such as the defund movement, and so on. What about within the organization? You talked about earlier challenges involving the command team. Tell us more about that.
Well, the command structure, I believe to this day, but I might be wrong, is the chief of police, 2 deputy chiefs, and a chief administration officer. Within my first 3 months in the position, I lost one of those deputy chiefs to a suspension. That then required me to accelerate a succession plan that truly wasn't ready for acceleration, and bring in a series of 3-month assignments to the rank of the superintendent. I had 2 very experienced senior officers at that time. Both superintendents had a lot of experience, and so I rotated them for the first year. But within that year, both of them retired. And after that, the rotation went further into the superintendent ranks. Some were really good fits, some struggled. But it was a very suboptimal situation. In 2021, in the early part of the year, the board made a decision to end the contract of my chief administration officer. That then required me to look at my command level, and the only person that I could put into that position was Deputy Chief Bell. So essentially for almost the full year leading up to the events of the convoy, I had one full-time deputy chief who was in a civilian position as a chief administration officer, and I was rotating for the most part, two uniform superintendents through the deputy chief process. Again, full respect to those individuals. They stepped up, in some cases volunteered. When I asked, they stepped up, and they did their very best in very, very difficult circumstances during probably the most difficult time in Ottawa police history and in policing across Canada. And so I have nothing but praise and thanks for them, but it was a suboptimal situation that everyone was struggling to make the best of.
Now, did that happen in 2021, you said?
Well, the suspension of Deputy Chief Jaswal was in 2020. Mm-hmm. The subsequent retirements of my two most senior superintendents happened over the course of 2020 into 2021. The separation of the chief administration officer was in early 2021. So for the majority of 2021, that circumstance of Deputy Chief Bell being in an administrative function and two superintendents operating in the uniform functions was the situation that I was managing with.
So at the most senior executive level, you were having rotating staff, so to speak. What impact did that have on the rest of the organization at that time?
As a cascading impact on down the way, as you move any officer from one level to the next on a temporary position, not a permanent promotion, you then affect the next level and the next level. I remember once in Toronto, someone said every time we promote a new chief, we have to change out 7 positions below. I don't know if it's the exact calculation, but that's the ripple effect. So it not only destabilizes the executive level, it destabilizes to a degree the other parts. There are always benefits. I mean, people are given stretch opportunities or given leadership opportunities earlier than they maybe normally would have. And again, some rise amazingly to that. Others do an excellent, good job, and others struggle. But it does create churn in the organization that was already in churn based on all the changes that were mandated by the board and the massive external churn by the factors such as the death of George Floyd and the global pandemic. There's another factor that for me, as a newcomer to the city, as an outsider chief, I think we can all remember in the early days of the pandemic, the lockdown and the requirement not to meet in public was significant. One of the most important ways that any leader can get to know their own members and the community or the clients that they serve is to meet in person. So much is lost on Zoom. Emails and text messages never cover it, as we've seen in testimony here. But I lost that opportunity 3 months into my mandate to actually sit down with my members in the cafeteria and have a cup of coffee with them, to have small group focus group meetings, which I did extensively in my first 3 months. And even when we could get together, we were masked up so we couldn't see facial expressions. And we were spaced out across a big gymnasium, so we couldn't really communicate. We had to literally shout at each other. I think all of that, unfortunately, meant that we couldn't build the level of cohesion internally or externally during a very critical, contentious period of time, a sustained critical and contentious period of time. But we did our best.
We've heard from other witnesses that notwithstanding the OPS excellent reputation in the past for planning for and responding to large-scale events, the pandemic itself has caused a lot of changeover and depletion of expertise. Tell us more about that situation.
I think it's actually been well articulated. I will only add in Mark Ford, who his father was a former chief of police here, an excellent chief of police. Mark was an excellent leader. He was one of those first 2 superintendents I brought in on rotation, along with Joan McKenna. Mark actually was the most experienced incident commander and one of the most experienced critical incident commanders. Unfortunately, he retired some 6 or 7 months before the events that we're going to be substantially focusing on. So that would be one example of many where we had people who had, gone past their pensionable time, had given their life blood literally to the organization and to the profession of policing, and had made a decision, as many executives in many different parts of civil society did, to take their well-earned retirement and go on with their life with their health intact. We celebrated his departure but he was missing from our team when we really needed our best people to be in the best places possible.
Mm-hmm. Now, you told us earlier that you came in to the Ottawa Police Service and you were given a change mandate. How was that mandate perceived when you're about 2 years into your job?
Well, there's probably a not polite saying about police officers. I suspect it applies to everybody. There's two things that every cop hates: the way things are and change. So it was going to be difficult no matter what. Nobody wanted things to remain the way they were, and everyone was fearful of change, to varying degrees across the full human spectrum, of course. And this wasn't just a tinker around the edge change mandate. It was to go right to the heart of the culture and to the most difficult parts of that culture, the darker part of that culture, things like systemic racism, systemic misogyny, the trust factor between police and the broader community, but very specifically the racialized and marginalized and Indigenous communities here in Ottawa. And those were the most contentious topics in policing for my entire career, going back to 1988 in Toronto. Any chief of police or any command team that took on any one of those issues was going to be taking on a major, major challenge. Taking them on in the middle of a global pandemic, in the middle of the Black Lives Matter movement and the defund, abolish police movements, just made it that much more complicated. But it was still necessary. It still had to get done, not because it was my mandate. It was just the right thing to do for policing. It's what our members actually wanted, and it certainly is what the community wanted.
So if I take your mind back to January, early January of 2022, before the Freedom Convoy event arise in mid-January, how would you summarize the state that the Ottawa Police Service was in?
Committed to the direction, worried and tired from the effort to have traveled as far as they did.
And what was the level of trust among the different members within the service and their trust for the leadership?
I don't think I could answer that in any great specificity. Clearly, there was a range. I don't know which one of the witnesses presented. I think it was Inspector Baudin from the OPP that talked about the range of crowd dynamics. Human nature is human nature, sir. No matter what organization you're in, you're going to get some 5% that will adopt everything that's said without questioning, 5% that will resist mightily anything that is said with all sorts of questioning, and then some range in between of people that will move if they're incentivized or if they feel there's a sufficient altruistic value around it. I think those crowd dynamics play out in any crowd group, including the group in this room here today.
Now, with that context, let's talk about the beginning of the Freedom Convoy events. When did you first learn about the Freedom Convoy?
My recollection, sir, was a February 13th Hendon report.
February?
Sorry, January 13th. You may need to check me on dates a little bit. I believe that was a report that came into my inbox for whatever reason that day, and it was an extremely busy period. We were still dealing with a multiple death explosion in our city that killed some 4 or 5 people. But I did have a chance to glance through the report. Certainly there was enough information for me to know that this could be a significant event in the near term. My recollection is that I forwarded that email to Deputy Chief Bell and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. I understand that there hasn't been an email to show that, but that was my recollection. But irregardless, somewhere on or around February 13th, there was a direction to Deputy Chief Bell to commence an intelligence review of all the circumstances around what was being purported to be a convoy coming to our city, and to lead to oversee the work of developing an intelligence threat risk assessment that would then inform Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's assignment to develop the operational plan for the event, informed by the intelligence threat risk assessment.
Now, we've heard from the evidence of your deputies that after you became the chief of the Ottawa Police Service, one of your priorities was to ensure that operations were intelligence-led. Can you tell us more about why that was important to you?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to take a little step back, all operations, not just emergency preparedness and incident command or critical incident, but all of our operations, from traffic management, order management, crime management, that we should be intelligence-led. Information, best practices, evidence-based best practices should inform, for the most part, our systems, our policies, our procedures, our practices, and the evaluation of the outputs and outcomes that came from that. So that was an overarching theme. How it applied within incident command systems, emergency preparedness was, again, a weather report that says there's going to be rain tomorrow. Well, let's try to validate that to a greater degree. Is it going to be raining in a city this large? Is it going to be raining and flooding in one part, or is it across the entire city? Because that will then assess the amount of resources we need and the sequence of events we need to apply. That's an analogy that's not meant as an actual example. So intelligence-led as much as possible, understand the nature of the context of the situation, the factors involved, the nature of the threat, the risk of the threat, the likelihood of it actually taking place, and the resources necessary to mitigate in the first instance and respond to at the back end. And then to recover from the recovery period, which I suggested this is still a recovery period, Commissioner, for the City of Ottawa and the country of Canada. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, and my next question is, to what extent were you satisfied that that was in fact the case at the OPS on or around January?
Thank you. I believe in evidence in chief, Interim Chief Bell did reference his own views on the advancements that we had made, particularly in the previous year, and he's absolutely correct that we made significant advancements around our intelligence-led approach to our broader operations, crime, traffic, order management. Order management as a subset includes critical incident command and incident command system. We made significant strides in making sure our information section and our intelligence section were lined up with our operational sections, and that we had sufficient crime analysis, administrative analysis to execute and continuously improve on those processes. We did not specifically take on intelligence-led threat risk assessments as a very specific product. Our priorities at that time were crime, traffic, order management was not at the same level. I think in 2021, we had a very high level of gun and gang related shootings. And so crime, traffic was the #1 issue in the community, always is, no matter what jurisdiction. So those were really our 1 and 2 priorities, and order management was probably at the 3rd level. Because we actually had, up until that point, a very good record of planning and implementing plans and successfully ending a range of demonstrations. But we had made progress. I did make it very explicit, particularly, this one I'm not 100% sure on, but particularly around the events in mid-2020, when we started to see large events coming into the city, Wet'suwet'en, Black Lives Matter in June, Justice for Abdi in the fall. These are complex, volatile, political, trust factor events that were contentious and could have gone 1,000 different directions. I was very, very strong at that point on the intelligence threat risk assessment, driving the operational plan. And in that period, I think we did make some significant moves forward around how the Intel TRA threat assessment supported, enabled, enlightened the operational planning.
Right. Now, you mentioned that the first hand-in report you read about the Freedom Convoy was on January 13th.
That's my recollection, sir.
And so I take it that you read it?
Yes, I can't say I read every single line. It was probably more of a skim-through read, but I did read it. Yes, sir.
And what was your reaction upon reading it?
This is potentially going to be a significant event, and we probably need to get some people working on the intel side and starting at least to put the framework of a plan in place.
Was that why you forwarded it to the deputies?
That was my recollection of forwarding it, but that's certainly why I assigned Deputy Chief Bell to lead the overseeing of the intelligence threat risk assessment and assigned Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson for the operational plan. By the way, those were their functional areas of responsibility. Deputy Chief Bell, again, I think has testified that intelligence was one of his directorates and that the planning section was one of the directorates that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson had just inherited. She had just started as the Acting Deputy Chief in January 2022.
And you expected the two of them to coordinate the information or intelligence that the intelligence unit received and incorporate that intelligence in the planning process.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive regular updates from your deputies?
Yes, I did, sir.
How often?
After that first week, that February 13th week, we may have raised it in discussion I had a regular 9 o'clock command meeting, and whatever the deputies would lead their respective areas of command and talk about major projects, things that should come to my level. I have a general recollection that we would have discussed it at least once or twice during that first week period. Coming into the second week, the week leading up to the weekend of January, I just remind myself to slow down a little bit, coming up to the weekend of January 28th, 29th, and 30th. I recall that being almost on a daily basis. And I think towards the end of that week, or middle to the end of that week, we had my 9 o'clock meeting and then a separate command briefing on the intelligence and planning of around the convoy events.
When you refer to that week, were you referring to the week before the weekend arrival of the convoy?
Yes. Going into that first weekend before the weekend of the arrival, and then through that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Right. And what did you learn as a result of these regular briefings about the nature of the convoy that was about to arrive?
My early impressions was there was, to some degree, some doubt as to whether or not this was actually going to materialize.
Sorry, whether it was going to
materialize, whether this series of convoys, it was focused, I think, mainly in the British Columbia area, but whether or not it was actually going to materialize. Clearly, as the days went on and Hendon reports came in, mainstream media, social media started to follow it more. There was certainly a sense that no, there's going to be something that comes from as far away as St. John's, Newfoundland, and from Vancouver, British Columbia, and other parts in Ontario itself. The briefings that I was getting was that those two areas were working together. Our intelligence group were connected in with all of our policing partners, municipally, provincially, and federally. The Ottawa Police Service Intersect program had been engaged early around information sharing, intelligence gathering, operational planning, deconfliction, and coordination. All of those things were sort of standard for any major event that had occurred under my tenure as a chief of police and had been well established going back some 15 years under previous chiefs of police. So there was nothing out of the ordinary. Certainly things from a process standpoint, I saw what I expected to be the level of communication, coordination internally, communication, coordination with our key partners in the National Capital Region, and even more broadly, given the national scope of what was unfolding, that we were engaged with a range of other police services across the country.
Now, in that week leading up to the arrival of the convoy, what was your understanding as to the duration of the event?
Again, all of the reports, the briefings that I was receiving through my chain of command was that this was going to be a weekend event, some arriving the Thursday, more arriving the Friday, the bulk arriving for planned or at least scheduled events on the Saturday and the Sunday, that there might be some remnant that would stay behind, but that remnant would be similar to other demonstrations that had come through where people stayed in the National Capital Region for a variety of reasons, but in some cases setting up small tent cities that would at some point over the subsequent days, weeks, and in some cases months, would be gradually through a measured approach with multi-agency involvement from NCR and the city. They would be eventually moved either to a better location or moved back to wherever they had originally come from.
Now, during that period, did you continue to receive regular Hendon reports?
I was on the mailing distribution, so it came into my inbox. I could also see there were other Ottawa Police Service members on the distribution, and by that point, I had explicitly asked and had been told that members within Deputy Chief Bell's command and Intelligence Directorate were receiving Hendon reports, were involved in Hendon-related briefings, and that those reports were informing the intersect discussions, the threat risk assessment.
Did you continue to read the handwritten reports when they landed in your inbox?
Not every day, sir. I would, if I had the ability, I would, again, usually skim through a document. I do recall sort of in the middle to the back end of that week on a daily basis doing a deeper, more full read. But at that point, I was anything that was coming in, including emails from private citizens about this, I would try to skim read. And if there was something relevant, I would usually just forward the email over into Deputy Chief Bell's command and copy in his intelligence directorate commanders to make sure that they had the information and they could collate that into their larger threat risk assessment.
Now, you spoke about your understanding during that period that it was going to be a 2-day or weekend event. Was that understanding based on the executive briefings that you got, or a combination of that, as well as other sources, including the handwritten reports that you did receive or read?
Yeah, the latter, the sum total of everything that I was reading or being briefed on, that was the, on balance, the assessment.
And the totality of information or intelligence that you got did not change your view at the time that it was going to be a 2-day or weekend event?
That's correct, sir.
And what was the nature of your role as the chief at that time as compared to the 2 deputies who were assisting you?
Maybe not sure.
So let me be more specific. In terms of the collection of, or the analysis, or the dissemination of the intelligence within the OPS for the purpose of planning a response, what were the respective roles of you as the chief as compared to the 2 deputy chiefs who were assisting you?
Every chief of police or commissioner is accountable and responsible for everything in the organization. But I had specifically delegated those responsibilities to the 2 individuals, Deputy Chief Bell and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, to oversee and ensure that there was an appropriate level of threat risk assessment, informing an appropriate level operational plan.
Would it be appropriate for you to ask questions, for instance, when you received additional information?
Absolutely. On any issue, whether it was an HR matter or a professional standards investigation, if at any point there was a data point or a context issue, something that didn't seem to make sense, I would always ask a question just to make sure that I understood the circumstances that they were dealing with. And if appropriate, I could provide advice or direction as required.
And did you direct Deputy Chief Bell to conduct or have someone conduct a threat risk assessment?
That's entirely the direction that he had. That was his responsibility.
Was that something ordinarily done in response to this kind of event, or was that something particular to this situation?
Yeah. I want to be clear about something. Deputy Chief Bell himself wasn't to sit down at his desk and conduct a threat risk assessment, but through the resources and the directorates that he oversaw, to oversee that there was an appropriate threat risk assessment. Yes, that was his direction, sir.
But was it an ordinary process for a threat risk assessment to be conducted in response to any major event?
Yes, that was a best practice that I had learned and developed over the course of my tenure in Toronto and other areas. It was something that was to some degree already, significant degree already in place here in Ottawa, but I wanted it at the highest level possible. And I think Deputy Chief Ferguson, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, gave that in her testimony, that was a clear expectation that I had made coming in.
Now, we've heard from Deputy Chief Bell that in this case, a threat risk assessment was in fact conducted. So if I could take you to the document. OPS 403073. Actually, this is not the threat assessment, but this is an email you wrote after reading the threat assessment. Do you recall having read the threat assessment that was prepared?
I've seen a document in disclosure that is titled a threat assessment. I don't recall receiving and reading that document. I did read the threat assessment that was embedded in the pre-arrival operational plan that I received on January 28th.
Right. So now this one, this email chain, the part that was sent by you was dated January 26th. So, and if we go, so you see that, Actually, if we go down further to see the origin of the chain. So, not so, not so far. Do you remember receiving an email from a concerned citizen about the potential violence of the upcoming event? And if we scroll up, you forwarded this email to your deputies, and you outlined the concern. If we scroll down to the next page, you describe what the concern was, and then you said, yes, yet our briefing note as of last night says that there is no intelligence to indicate that this demo straying will be violent. And you issue this guidance. Please review all available information, intel, incidents, and ensure we have the most accurate threat assessment and the most appropriate operations plan for the event. Now, it's not entirely clear from this email whether or not you've read a threat assessment, but you were certainly aware that there was one.
Yeah, what I'm referring, sorry, thank you, sir. What I'm referring to, I believe, is just a briefing note. I don't know what that would have been in the form of. It could have been an email that was sent around before last night that had that said there was no intelligence to indicate this was going to be violent, but it wasn't the threat risk assessment document in any of its versions that I was referring to.
I see.
And I laid out a series of, I guess it's 4 points here, of data that had come into my awareness over the course of the night into the morning, including the email that I forwarded, that would suggest opposite. So it was, again, just a reminder, there's contradictory information. Just make sure that that is incorporated into the overall threat risk assessment, and that is as optimal as it can be, so that the plan can be as optimal as it can be.
Now, so this is dated January 26th. I want to show you an intelligence assessment conducted by Sergeant Chris Keys on January 25th, and perhaps you can take a look and let us know if you had reviewed that document. The document number is OPS 403086. In the production we received, we've seen a couple of different versions. I assume that the assessment was updated as the week unfolded, but this is version 1. Does this ring any bell? It's
the first time I'm seeing the document, sir.
Okay. If I could take you to page 5. So the third bullet, the author says that in 6 years of working large demonstration events from the intelligence point of view, the writer has never seen such widespread community action, which means 3 things for planners. First, in the event is likely going to be bigger in crowd size than any demo in recent history, possibly on par with Canada Day events, but more disruptive. Second, there is significant popular support for this event on a scale not seen in recent years. This means the protest groups have access to larger protester pools than they have ever had access to, which means there will be likely widespread disorganization and confusion. Third, local area bandwidth for cellular mobile devices will be impacted significantly, causing communications issues for both the police and the event organizers. Planners should be ready to have police radios on hand to avoid clogged cellular networks. This is an example of the intelligence unit providing relevant intelligence to guide the planning of the events, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's an example of how it's supposed to be done. But there are suggestions here that this event is unlike some of the other recent events. There are signals here. Do you agree that it may be unprecedented?
At this point, I wouldn't say unprecedented. I think he's actually, Sergeant Chris Keeves is one of our best intelligence operators. I had a chance to interact with him quite a bit when I was at the police service. I think he actually uses some very important language here that caveats his comments. He talks about recent years, not ever, and he does that several times in here. What he's describing is very accurate. We are seeing generally in protests, I'd suggest over the last 15 years in the age of social media, a greater level of mobilization, and increasingly in the last decade, a greater level of a variety of funding and logistical support. This email took me back to Idle No More, oh my gosh, my memory's failing a little bit, Commissioner, sorry, but the Occupy movement, where these sort of sentiments, crowd size, crowd dynamics, logistics, mobilization, larger disaffected populations, polarized populations that would give direct or indirect support, would directly protest or indirectly protest. I'm slowing myself down a little bit here. These were elements that we had seen. What Sergeant Chris Keyes is saying in here, my interpretation of it, is that the planners need to be aware this is likely going to be bigger than recent events. He didn't give a time frame. Is that 2 years? Is that 10 years? And so we need to be cognizant of it. So it's a good alarm bell, but it's not a 5 alarm that he's ringing right now.
It's a warning for
A very
potential
healthy,
trouble to
very
come.
healthy warning.
And the last line that was quoted in the last paragraph, as a result, law enforcement is being met with numbers of people beyond the norm. That's what you're saying, a larger crowd size. What would you expect your deputies to do with this kind of warning?
Well, first of all, the deputies would ensure that this information is being shared amongst the planners, as was directed from an intelligence operator over to the planners. I would want to know that they had sufficient systems in place, that when a briefing note like this was produced, that it would go from the intelligence directorate to the planning team, and that it would be, again, used in real time as they were developing the plan in real time. And these are real-time systems. It's not one first and then the other. In real time, information is coming in, very fluid, very fast-moving, very complex situation. My sense from the briefings that I was getting was that that process was in place and it was functioning sufficiently.
Would you expect your deputies to brief up and give you the warning?
On a specific level like this, no.
Okay, let's go to another document. Now, first of all, let me ask you, since you were reading the Hendon report, do you recall if there's any Hendon report that you could identify that would suggest that it was a weekend event as opposed to prolonged events involving week or month?
I saw Hendon reports that had elements of both, sir. Again, elements of both. In the totality of all of the Hendon reports that were specifically prepared on the topic of the convoy events prior to the arrival of the events themselves, I would literally have to go back through them all. And I think you and I have talked about this in previous interviews. A line in one report, unless you've read the entire report, can be misleading. One report, unless you've read all the reports, could be misleading. So it's the totality of the information. And even then, the Hendon reports, as excellent as they were, and Commissioner, I want to be clear, I've expressed my gratitude to Commissioner Creek on multiple occasions, even after my resignation, about the quality of the intelligence support that we received from the OPP, and specifically around the quality of the Hendon reports. But in the totality, sir, I do not recall, and to this day, even with the benefit of hindsight, I do not have any clear impression or saw any clear conclusions that we were going to have anything more than what I was being briefed on by my team. This was going to be a Thursday, Friday, mainly Saturday, Sunday event with the potential for a smaller group to remain behind, but in numbers that we had managed previously.
Let me show you one example from the January 25th Hendon report and see how you may interpret this report. OPP 401108. We go to page 3, please. Go down. So do you see the section that starts with intelligence gaps? First of all, what do you understand intelligence gaps to mean?
Known unknowns. They know they need some information, but they do not have the information and therefore can't validate the other parts of the assessment, and that there needs to be some effort to acquire that information and converted into intelligence sufficient to close one or all of the gaps.
So if we look at the first few bullets, first of all, participant numbers, online indicators are unreliable. So this is a known unknown. They knew that they needed the number, but they knew that they didn't have the number. Is that right?
That's how I interpret it, sir.
And then the next two bullets have references to specific dates. Nature of activities in Ottawa by advanced convoy participants, January 28th, January 29th. So when these dates are referenced in these reports, what do you take them to mean?
That we're going to have 2 days of activities. That they don't know what those activities will be on those 2 days.
That's right. They don't know what may happen on those days. Could we infer from this bullet that things were only going to happen on these 2 days?
No.
What about the third bullet? Events possibly scheduled at Parliament Hill on the 30th of January. The same, right?
Yes, sir.
So we know from this that the police didn't really know what would happen on that date, but we cannot infer from this bullet that these are the only dates when things would happen.
You're absolutely right. In the larger context of all the intelligence information, sorry, what was the date of this report again?
25th of January.
I'm certain that by the 25th of January, we were into the cycle of briefings where this is a 3-4 day event, mainly the Saturday, Sunday. So even at the point where these known unknowns were being listed, while we couldn't tell you what the agenda of the activities were going to be, there would be some activities. There would be people demonstrating in the city. It would involve some level of vehicular traffic, likely involving large trucks. But you're right. None of the information in these known unknowns fills in hour by hour or block by block of time as to what exactly will be taking place.
Right. So this is January 25th. And then on the 27th, as we get closer to the first weekend arrival, you attended a meeting with your command team as well as the legal services. If I could take you to document number OPS 3014559 at page 1, please. So if we scroll down slightly, do you see the last bullet? So first of all, the bullet that says chief questions, it sounds like at this meeting, you asked some questions. In the fourth sub-bullet, interdict tow truck equipment prior to it being used against us, heavy equipment within convoy to take down barriers, a level of pre-planning we don't normally see. Concern, they have this for something that is supposed to be lawful. Is it fair to say that by this date, you had some concern given the presence or anticipated presence of the heavy equipment when it was supposed to be something lawful, you were questioning, why are these equipments there?
Yeah, that actually almost reflects, I want to say word by word, but certainly the sentiment of some of the intelligence that was in the Hendon reports. I can't remember the date of that. I do believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, Commissioner, evidence in chief was led by Interim Chief Bell that talked about the heavy equipment. There were efforts made to interdict, to prevent that from coming in or at least mitigate it. And I believe he said that this is not information I had as a time of chief, so I'm relying on Interim Chief Bell's testimony, that in fact, much of that heavy equipment did not make it into the downtown core. And he described differently some of the equipment that did make it down there than what has been reported on previously in media.
So as the chief, you had the strategic oversight, so to speak, and you were asking appropriate questions to ensure that those deputies who were reporting to you were doing their job when this kind of concerns arise. Am I correct?
Absolutely. I mean, it could be as simple as, I think, a term that other people have given testimony on. You just need to kick the tires on different parts. Just make sure you ask questions at different levels, strategic, operational, and yes, sometimes tactical. to make sure that they're aware of it and they have put some effort into it and there's a reasonable approach to how they're going to address it.
Now, we also understand from the testimony of Inspector Lucas that there was a potential that the OPS would be overwhelmed during the weekend of January 29th and 30th. I can take you to the transcript, but it was in evidence. So I guess my question to you is this. If there are these warning signs, and as we progress towards the weekend, these warning signals get stronger and stronger, shouldn't the OPS have known what was coming?
To answer your question, no. If you're asking, and I don't want to interpret wrongly your question, so if I go in the wrong direction, please pull me back. As the signals became stronger and stronger, what I would expect is, first, I would know the signals were getting stronger, and clearly we did. Secondly, that whether I asked about it or someone offered it, that we would have a constructive discussion around mitigation for those signals. I can tell you, I think it was the Wednesday that I received my first formal request through Acting Deputy Ferguson to reach out to fellow chiefs of police and request additional resources. If I'm wrong on the date, Commissioner, I'll stand corrected, but middle of the week, I reached out to London Police Service, York, I believe, Toronto, asking for general resource officers, but particularly public order officers. It's my recollection, again, I stand to be corrected, that around this date or on this date, I had another request to reach out for more public order. I believe in Commissioner Creek's testimony that he was aware of that request. He had 2 public order units that were sent to Ottawa. I don't believe they were under our ICS control, but they were in the Ottawa area and available. So that is what I would call Inspector Lucas signaling we might be overwhelmed by the numbers. We'll need to bolster our abilities to not be overwhelmed, particularly that would be public order assets. And I had a specific request to get more public order assets, and I made that request in this case to Commissioner Creek. And thankfully, as he did, provided those resources as quickly as he could.
Now, we heard from Superintendent Bernier when he testified at the commission that after he read the January 27th Hendon report, excuse me, he told Superintendent Drummond about this bizarre disconnect between the Hendon intelligence and the OPS preparation. Do you think that there was a bizarre disconnect?
First of all, while I have the greatest respect for Inspector Bernier, he was not involved directly in the planning or the intelligence threat risk assessment. Police services and organizations are wonderful places. Everyone has an opinion. The briefings that I was getting from the commanders that had been assigned to the task, the people that they had assigned through their responsibilities to produce the information, some of which is displayed on the screen here, did not indicate that there was a bizarre disconnection.
And do you think your deputies were doing the best they could?
I think they were, yes, sir.
And knowing what we know now and reflecting back on the way that the OPS handled or applied the intelligence they got, what lessons, if any, should we learn from that?
Thank you. An important question, Commissioner. Frank, if I'm deviating too far, please pull me back. But probably one of my top recommendations for you to consider, sir, while we had excellent intelligence and particularly excellent support from the Ontario Provincial Police, this was from the very onset a national issue. It was a national event. It started in British Columbia. It was joined on the East Coast, and it brought convoys from the southernmost point in Windsor. Probably the greatest number of participants and vehicles came from our border with Quebec across the 5 interprovincial bridges. The vast majority of the formal intelligence threat risk assessment reports that we relied on came from the Ontario Provincial Police. To this day, I have a question. Why wasn't I getting intelligence threat risk assessments on a regular basis of the quality that I got from the OPP from our federal partners? Again, I want to be clear, Commissioner, they contributed meaningfully, and I'm grateful for their contributions. But I've said this in the parliamentary committees, and I'll say it again to the commissioner. There's a structural deficit in our national intelligence threat risk assessment process. I'm grateful for the Ontario Provincial Police for filling that gap and doing so to the very best of their ability. But it was not optimal for us or any other jurisdiction that faced any element of these events. And one of my recommendations, sir, with great respect, is that there needs to be an investment in our national intelligence threat risk assessment structure, organizationally, institutionally, through integrated organizations and institutions. Some of that will be a financial investment, but it doesn't all have to be a financial investment. It needs to be an investment to bring this country forward truly into the 21st century, where we are 2.5 decades into it.
Now, in your view, was there anything that the OPS could have done differently to better handle the intelligence they did have?
There is no doubt, sir. And I'm sure you will ask me multiple times over the course of my testimony, could we have done better? Absolutely. I never had a chance to do a debrief. I understand that Interim Chief Bell has conducted some or completed one, I'm not sure of the status, and I'm sure within that document there will be many, many, many examples of how we could have done better and need to do better going forward. I believe in his testimony, lessons were already learned and applied to subsequent demonstrations. So if you're long way of answering, there's no doubt that we could have done some things better.
But specifically about how it handled intelligence, anything you can teach us from your experience?
Low-hanging fruit, and I believe it's already been rectified to some degree. A substantive element of our intelligence and information directorates. I would suggest even in other functional units and directorates, the ability for us to conduct open source social media and other online information gathering. With the caveats of charter rights, privacy rights, absolutely, that would have to be a very transparent process. I stand to be corrected, but when I became chief of police, we actually had a unit that would have, by description and definition, fulfilled much of that function, not all of it. It was either 0% staffed or staffed by one person because we did not have the financial resources to put human beings into those budgeted positions. We didn't have the internal skill sets, even if we could find a human being to sit in there. I believe that's been rectified to some significant degree based on testimony from Interim Chief Bell, but that is something it took me almost a full year, 2 years to convince the Toronto Police Service to do, and this is going back 2010, 2011, after the events of the G20, actually before and after, when we finally got our first, it was called a cyber group, but really it was for pre-intelligence and post-investigative online capabilities. There are very few police services anywhere in Canada, municipal, provincial. OPP is an exception. I don't know about Sûreté de Québec. RCMP and the OPP and the Toronto Police Service are the only ones that I would comfortably describe as a reasonable, trending to optimal level of capability in that area. The Ottawa Police Service did not have that capability.
Okay, now a moment ago in answering my question, you referenced the need to respect charter rights. That brings me to my next topic. You recall that one of the topics we discussed during our interviews was your understanding of how the charter might have limited police options in responding to the arrival of the convoy. Do you remember those discussions?
Yes, sir.
So if I could take you now to the interview summary at page 15. We go to the second paragraph. Sorry, scroll down, please. That's right. The paragraph that starts with Chief Sloly. Chief Sloly was advised that based on the known intelligence reports, OPS did not have the legal authority to deny the Freedom Convoy access to downtown Ottawa simply because some people disagreed with the views of some participants. He understood that OPS did have authority to close roads and restrict traffic if there were public safety concerns, but closures and restrictions had to be commensurate to actual threats or reasonably predictable threats. Highway Traffic Act or bylaw violations alone would not be sufficient to justify restricting access to the city for all protesters. So that was the view you expressed at the time. Is that the view you still hold now?
Yes, sir. With this caveat, I'm a police officer, not a lawyer.
Right. And some of us regret to be lawyers. Now, since our interview, we've received a legal opinion provided to the OPS on this issue. So if I may take you to that opinion. Let me find the document number. It is OPS 403692. Okay, scroll down, please. Now, you see there's the paragraph that starts with, while the convoy has not yet reached the city of Ottawa. By the way, this memo, I believe, is dated January the 28th. Deputy Chief Bell requested the opinion on the 27th and got it the next day. So this paragraph says, while the convoy has not yet reached the city of Ottawa, various considerations will need to be assessed and reassessed to determine the appropriate response, including the balancing of competing charter rights, impacts to public enjoyment and the right to mobility, impacts to health and safety, impact on obstructing emergency vehicles, and impact to public safety generally. Do you remember if you had access to this legal opinion at the time?
Yes, sir, I did.
So in terms of these bullet points, they mention the impacts to public enjoyment and the right to mobility. Do you understand that to apply to the right of the residents to move around freely in the downtown core and not be impeded unduly by the trucks and commercial vehicles? Your answer is
sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay, and then impacts on obstructing emergency vehicles. That's obviously important for reasons we'll understand, and the impacts to public safety generally. So in assessing the options available to the OPS to respond, including closing roads and setting up barriers to the downtown core, these considerations were applied at the time?
Well, first of all, just an observation. Deputy Chief Bell made the request on the 27th. Again, if you recall my earlier testimony, this was a 4-day event starting on the 27th, continuing to the 28th, which is the Friday, with the main events on the 29th and the 30th, the Saturday and Sunday. This legal opinion, while helpful to a degree, arrived technically in the middle of what we were already dealing with. There were already vehicles in the city, protest vehicles. There were already protesters and demonstrators in the city as we were receiving, reading, and considering this. This did not arrive a week before or even a day before. This was already in the middle of the events. With that caveat, this is helpful. It certainly articulates to a greater degree what I think most of the police officers and even my general counsel, Christiane, would have known and could have articulated differently. It's not definitive. It's advice, not direction. I understand that's counsel's job. But there isn't a definitive line that says, because there might be any level of any one of these 5 points, you therefore must go to some substantive interdiction, prevention, blocking of the events that are going to happen. Again, language is important, and I think you and I have talked about this before. The reference of the lawyer who drafted this says the convoy, I believe. There wasn't one convoy ever. There were multiple convoys, and there were multiple other individuals and small groups, and I think Superintendent Morris used better language than I will, but affiliated groups that joined or left on a daily basis. I'm always mindful when I read particularly advice documents that use a pejorative term, when what we were dealing with in reality was a massive group of fluid, interacting individuals and groups where there was no one leader, no one spokesperson, and no one thing to deal with. This was helpful, but not particularly instructive.
Mhm. Now, by the 27th of January, am I correct? And I believe this evidence came from Superintendent Abrams, that the OPS was expecting somewhere in the range of 3,000 trucks to come to Ottawa downtown.
I recall seeing that number presented by Inspector Lucas.
Right. So with that in mind, if we go to page 4 of the same opinion, we scroll down to page 4, please.
Sorry, with
Yes.
with your indulgence, Commissioner, with your indulgence, I do want to be clear though. What was listed in those 5 points materially happened on the Saturday, the 29th.
Mm-hmm.
Those, I think Deputy Bell gave excellent evidence on his own. I won't repeat his testimony. But what we saw in terms of a violation of our community's rights, our business community's rights, the level of unlawfulness and assaultiveness in the broadest sense of that term, including the literal sense of that term, was not what we expected and was overwhelming, not just for the Ottawa Police Service, most importantly, it was overwhelming for those communities that were most directly impacted by those events that weekend and every other day after that. So this was helpful because it to some degree anticipated that there would be competing charter rights, there would be significant mobility challenges, there would be an impact on our emergency services in the ways that they were described theoretically on the page.
Mm-hmm.
So there was usefulness in this exercise. It was just a little too little and already in the middle of the events that were still unfolding around us.
I guess my next question, after I take you to the passage I want you to have a chance to consider, is what it would be reasonable to anticipate in light of this guidance from the lawyer. So this paragraph, starting with therefore, while the case law indicates that those who wish to protest have a charter-protected right in doing so, it is not without limits. These limits, as the courts have recognized, prevent threats of violence, acts of violence, and unlawful conduct. Moreover, these limits also prevent demonstrators from obstructing travel on roadways. It is worth noting, however, that there has been at least one decision where it was found that a blockade for a very brief period only constituted a minor inconvenience and was therefore permissible. So this paragraph referenced the need to preserve travel on roadways as a way to limit whatever other competing rights the protesters may have for free assembly and free expression and so on. So having this in mind, can you help me understand why, when upward of 3,000 commercial vehicles and trucks are expected to arrive in downtown Ottawa, that this wouldn't put some limits on where those trucks could access in downtown Ottawa?
Thank you. And as I'm reviewing this document and we're having this dialogue, all of these things were actually within the operational plan. I believe Inspector Lucas has given evidence to you, sir, that he considered that number. He considered it that through the combination of the PLT negotiations engaged by OPP and OPS officers, that there was agreements made with as many of the convoys as possible that would significantly reduce the impact of such events by parking trucks and arranging bus or rideshare into the downtown core that would alleviate much of this, that they recognize that emergency lanes need to be kept open, and significant amounts of planning detailed out in the traffic plan and other plans. Again, evidence led by many others in that regard. The Ottawa Police Service were neither ignorant of this, and more importantly, they had taken steps to reasonably mitigate this, based significantly on the intelligence and information available, and as we've heard by other OPS members, including Inspector Lucas, Deputy Chief Bell, based on the previous experience that they had with similar types of events in a reasonable, similar time frame. So I think, again, this was an informative document. It validated much of what we were thinking. It provided a more clearly articulated legal basis for what we were thinking. And we put in place the mitigation pieces that I felt were reasonably presented to me in advance of this. And we had the support of an excellent group from the OPP and their PLT as well. We've heard that unfortunately the majority of those agreements were broken. Let me be careful about my language. and I believe, sir, it was Inspector Lucas that gave an insight that I was only aware of in his testimony. I believe it was the Windsor convoy that arrived first and largest into the city and occupied the majority of the red zone area along the parliamentary district. Once that happened, the convoys, again, I'm relying on Inspector Lucas's testimony. If I get any of this wrong, I will walk that back. But once that happened, Inspector Lucas described something, I think he called it like a chaotic scramble of convoys breaking off and going anywhere. The traffic plan collapsed. The extra resources held in reserve had to be immediately actioned to try to get the agreements that were in place to get the trucks to the designated parking zones. None of that was accomplished in the morning of, and I guess the early afternoon of the Saturday, the 29th. The Windsor group had claimed, for the most part, Wellington Street in the parliamentary district, and everybody else wanted to get as close to that as possible. I shouldn't say everybody else. A lot of other participants, for almost the full duration of that event, tried to get to that most prized and prolific public place. And that was another complicating factor on our operations, our traffic plans, our PLT operations, even our POU operations. So I think we had an informative legal opinion sought at a reasonably early opportunity, received literally in the middle of the event, certainly within less than 24 hours. Stop me if I'm going on too much, sir, but my last point in this, and it's a what if, and I don't want to engage in too much conjecture, but other witnesses have provided this what if. I believe Deputy Chief Bell talked about this. Assuming that even on the 28th, Commissioner, that we decided to lock down the city, close off all the interprovincial bridges and the off-ramps from the 416 and 417 highways, we would have needed, in Deputy Chief Bell's estimation, 2,000 officers. I think it would have actually been more. Even if that was our wish, even if that was the clearest conclusion that came from any of the Hendon reports or any other combination of intelligence or legal opinions, on the 28th of January, we were not going to get 2,000 extra officers into the city and deployed on a plan that could execute and implement anything that relates to this.
Now, you pointed out that this became the reality as of the 28th. It materialized, in your word.
On the 29th, sir, sorry.
Oh, the 29th. But isn't it fair to ask that by the 27th, when OPS knew that 3,000 vehicles were coming to Ottawa, and much of the online messaging suggests that the protesters had an intent to stay for as long as the mandates were not lifted, why isn't it predictable? And why shouldn't the OPS be acting on this advice to take active steps to mitigate access to the downtown core?
Two things. First of all, we did take active steps. Roads were closed. We've heard repeated testimony from OPS and OPP senior officers that there were efforts to manage the convoys en route in on the King's highways, a new term. I'm so used to the Queen's highways, but the King's highways. And so there were mitigation efforts. Second thing, and it does relate to the first, the biggest mitigation effort was the work of the excellent PLT teams from the OPP, which is the best-in-class PLT program in the country. I hope I haven't disrespected my RCMP colleagues, but that's a humble opinion. Take it for what it's worth. They have an excellent PLT program, but our PLT was engaged. I believe from Commissioner Carrique's evidence, or it might have been Commissioner Abrams' evidence, engaged as the Western convoys crossed Manitoba, and they were engaged with all the other convoys. So PLT had negotiated in good faith and received good faith agreements, small a agreements, because I don't think it's a contract, that the 3,000 trucks would be mitigated substantially by their willingness to move those trucks into pre-designated areas and carpool, for lack of a better term, into the core. They had agreed not to block the emergency lanes. We had no indication, even on this date, that we were going to have the type of public display of unlawfulness, terrible term, and my English teacher will turn over the grave, assaultiveness in the broadest sense, sensory as well as physical, hate-related incidents that we saw materialize and metastasize on the 29th into the 30th and beyond.
Let me ask you now, from your perspective, how did that weekend unfolded? Tell us about the events.
Fast and furious.
Right.
In preparing for today, I read through some of my notes, and I think I shared with my counsel. I was reading the 9 o'clock briefing on the Saturday morning. Whether you find this as validation or not, Commissioner, but the 9 o'clock briefing that I received on the Saturday morning, the 29th, was still talking about a weekend event. It described we might have a tent city at the end of this. Tent city in the vernacular, meaning that we would have some 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 20 tents somewhere in an NCR park, Confederation Park, and that we would need to remove it as we had in previous ways. And I'd seen that done during my tenure. There's a bit of a back and forth that I'm quoted in as saying, well, can we make sure that we have our ESU, which is our emergency services unit, down on the ground, and when anybody brings out a tent, can we, in a very smiling and polite way, ask them not to put their tent up so we have less work to do after the weekend? That is literally the substantive assessment. Traffic plan is working, PLT agreements are in place, convoys are arriving, officers are ready to go, Intersect has stood up, NCRCC has stood up, and we might have a bit of a tent city to deal with. That is consistent with all of the briefings, intelligence and operational, on balance, in summary, that I had been receiving up until that point. That wasn't the case probably by 11 o'clock in the morning. It happened that quick.
Mm-hmm. What happened by 11?
My understanding and my observation was by 11 o'clock, we had a significantly embedded, clearly beginning to occupy, and in some cases fortify, elements of Wellington Street, the Parliamentary District, and other parts of our downtown core. That we were not able to maintain the agreed level of cooperation with the various convoys, and that the traffic plan and the staffing and reserve staffing was significantly, if not already fully exhausted. I did not have the detailed descriptions that have been provided in testimony here around what was taking place in the NCRCC, and I can't validate or invalidate the level of chaos and potentially the occasional F-bomb that might have been thrown around in that room of dedicated professionals who were having been, excuse my term, punched right in the nose and engaged in a standing 8 count, trying to get the city back to a level of safety as quickly as they can, and also trying to keep our Ottawa Police Service members and our partner agency members, our city workers, residents, business owners, as safe as they possibly could in a set of circumstances that at this point, sir, clearly was unprecedented. Clearly was unprecedented.
So are you describing the event of the 29th?
The morning, early afternoon of the 29th, which essentially stayed on a steady state with varying degrees of crowd dynamic and other injects like alcohol and drugs into the evening. But that was pretty well the next 72 hours.
So at some point on the 29th, you realize that you're confronting something unprecedented.
Yes, sir.
I believe Inspector Lucas described it as drinking from the fire hose.
That's a very polite description.
How would you describe it?
However many convoys there were, that's as many fire hoses were coming. Add 10 more fire hoses for all the other odds and sods that showed up. Put 3 more fire hoses in for the minus 35-degree temperature. 4 or 5 more for the level of fatigue that our officers already had going into those events. 43 more fire hoses for the level of public trust in policing based on all the events that I outlined earlier on. And I think that's a more accurate assessment of the amount of water that we were taking on at that point.
At the height of the day's events, how many trucks would you estimate were there?
I received an estimate. I never made the estimate. As high as 5,000 trucks and 15,000 participants is the upper end number that I recall receiving on the Saturday. I say 5,000 trucks. I want to be careful. 5,000 vehicles, predominantly trucks, but that might have included a range of other vehicles that I can't detail for you.
And that's just in the downtown core?
Yes, sir.
What about the emergency lanes? Were they kept open?
My understanding through testimony is that they managed to keep the Wellington lane, I always get this confused, the south lane open for much of that day. I don't know if they lost it for portions or at some point between the Saturday and the Sunday, they lost it or made a decision to close off Wellington and then create an emergency lane access egress through other street combinations. I'm not clear on the details, sir.
As the members of the Ottawa Police Service began to focus on responding to these events downtown, what was the impact on the rest of the city?
It's a very important question, and that was, I think, touched on at some point in testimony. The downtown core was clearly was the epicenter, and a hyper volatile, hyper complex. I won't be able to provide adjectives, so I'll just leave it at that. But you could drive south of the 416, is that right? 417? Into literally still downtown neighborhoods. And you would hear honking and you'd see, unfortunately, Canada flags stuck on vehicles and behavior that was clearly antisocial, but it dropped off significantly once you got south of the 417. Further out into the Canadas and the other parts, there were probably micro things happening. I'm never really sure of it. So the city would be aware of it. It would be obviously on TV, social media is exploding at this point, and people are dialed in to what's going on. But from a physical standpoint, physical location, 98% of it was in a micro concentration, hyper concentration of activity and trauma, unfolding trauma to our community in the heart of our city, in the heart of the parliamentary district. And I don't want to in any way forget, I know there are federal representatives here, but the trauma impacted on federal employees, elected officials, public officials, the entire infrastructure and ecosystem that represents our nation's capital, the parliamentary district. And I believe Mr. Champ quoted 18 or 15,000 residents in that area. I don't know how many businesses. I know the Rideau Center was closed. All of that happened literally within hours. And the relief did not come, I believe, until February 17th, 18th, or 19th.
And we've heard evidence from some of the residents and business owners affected during the first week of hearing that from that time on, they started feeling abandoned by the police, by other leaders, and they felt hopeless. That was one of the adjectives they used. And they started seeing a kind of general chaos and lawlessness. How would you describe what was happening? Were those adjectives accurate?
First of all, I'll never challenge the feelings of a member of our community. They're their feelings. They're as righteous and as accurate as they need to be for the human being that expressed them. So I'm in no way challenging wherever that sentiment came from. I can tell you that I met with, spoke with, walked around and talked with many of the residents, the business owners. I was at a Business Improvement Association meeting that was referenced by one of the witnesses, and I heard a range of sentiments. I saw a range of responses from incredibly resilient and understanding and patient people, an elderly couple, both of them infirm in wheelchairs, traveling through that minus 35-degree temperature, stopped me as I was getting out of my SUV while doing a live call on a board meeting on February 1st, I believe, and talked to me. I think Chair Deans was talking, and I was literally talking to this couple. Chief, we know you guys are doing the best you can. Please, it's hard for us to get around the sidewalks. We're trying to do our shopping. We know this is really tough on you and your team. Please do your best for us. So yes, I heard expressions of hopelessness. I heard accusations of abandonment. But I would have to say the vast majority that I received directly to me was around resilience, impatience. Get this thing resolved as quickly as you can, as completely as you can, but resilience and a level of understanding as to what the officers on the ground, and I don't say just officers, the members of our organization, the partners that were deployed already from OPP, RCMP, London, God bless them. I think people understood how difficult it was, but they didn't see the situation resolving in a day, in 2 days. And I think it's reasonable for people to feel really aggrieved that there isn't a clear solution or a timeline to a clear solution that they could tangibly see and anticipate. And we were simply not in a position to provide that to them
And
at that time.
In addition to the perspectives of the residents and business owners, etc., since you're the chief of the Ottawa Police Service, can you tell us how were the members of the Ottawa Police Service holding up? Because this was only the beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
This is always a little tricky part for me, sorry.
You want us to take a break and
Thank you, sir. It's okay. They were doing their very best under inhuman circumstances, like the city was, like the community was. It was too cold and it was too much. But they did their very best. And I'm grateful to them. And they should be celebrated. Not celebrated, that's the wrong word. They should be understood.
Do you feel that they were misunderstood?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
I think I've given this testimony in parliamentary standing committees. The level of disinformation and misinformation was off the charts. It was crushing to the members' morale. It was crushing to the incident command team's morale. It was crushing to my executive team's morale. I suspect it was crushing to the board. It was crushing to everybody. It was unrelenting. It was 24 hours a day. And I think by the end of the weekend, it had become a global story that mainstream media was following. And none of it was portraying in any way accurate the hard work of the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service and the partner agencies that stood with us. None of it. To this day, it hasn't. And that is very unfortunate because public trust and confidence in any police service, I believe, is the #1 public safety factor. When any police service loses significantly public trust and confidence, that in of itself is a massive public safety threat and risk. It materializes in so many ways. I don't know if the commissioner wants me to expand on that, but I'm happy to do so. And unfortunately, as quickly as the events unfolded on the morning and the afternoon of the Saturday, public opinion against the Ottawa Police Service and its members turned just as quickly and to the same unprecedented levels that were unrelenting, at least from my entire experience up until February 15th.
Well, you spoke of how the officers were misunderstood. Let's hope that this inquiry will be the beginning of that understanding. Commissioner, would this be a good time to take a recess?
if you would like, sure, we can take the morning break for 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Wow. I'm not wearing socks and not for the right reasons on this one. Wow. Am I seeing it the wrong way? Is he trying to dance both? Is he trying to appeal to both? He's trying to show some passion for the protesters that were legit, bringing up charter concerns, bringing up his experience in other big protests. But is he trying to appeal to everybody here? That never works, Chief, ex-chief. That never works, Sloly. You end up with everybody disliking you. It would just be great if it was more of the truth. We got used to hearing the truth with the OPP, straight down the middle, no dramatic sips with water, no long pauses, no tearing. I can understand that might be, maybe he's reminiscing about a whole bunch of things, but I'm disappointed. But to be honest, I'm not super surprised, because if we really did look at what we were receiving about Sloly up to now, we were kind of saying they're throwing him under the bus. He seems to be the scapegoat, but maybe some of that is justified. Maybe what we're seeing here is some justification around Sloly's ability to handle this. I'm not saying he's unprofessional. I'm not saying he did anything bad. I'm just saying he seems to be very different kind of caliber of person and police officer than we've seen in other testimonies so far. Let me jump to our chat, because if you haven't been in the live chat and checking it out, it's active and it's been great. Yeah, it does seem to be some victimhooding going on. And Denise, I think, yeah, this will come. This always comes. This will come. So just wait. It'll come. Hey, Donald. Yeah, look at that. And what is this? Is this for dramatic effect? Because he doesn't actually feel that way. I don't think he actually feels that way. Because he can compose himself before. He knows where he's going. And he should be very comfortable with telling the truth. His one little comment about this part is always tricky for me, or something like that. Sloly, what part are you talking about? The recalling of the story is difficult for you, or trying to navigate using the right words so that you can get both sides? Like, what? We haven't even heard a single witness talk like that before. We haven't seen a witness do these kind of pauses yet. We've seen some witnesses who very questionable on what they said. We've had some contradictory testimony, so clearly somebody wasn't fully truthful, but not like this. This is very dramatic. Now, we'll see a little bit more testimony, and especially on crosses, where we'll go with it. Now I'm interested in everybody. I'm interested in everybody crossing him, from the residents to Tom Curry himself to OPP, to the OPS, everybody. Right now, it seems like everybody had some gripes and some valid complaints possibly with Chief Sloly. I'd like to still see how this matters to the elevation to the EA, but the collapse of the police station may be part of the narrative on that. I think so, Donald. Yeah, and it's weird. I really was expecting more. I do have some notes around the testimony so far. So what I may try and do is just keep that all to the end, so that we can have the break with Donald and really just react to what's going on at the time it's happening. Clay. Yeah, look, I feel exact same way, Clay. So maybe I'm not out in left field on this one. I've been listening to it, and pretty quickly I was disappointed, and then disappointed again, and then surprised. Flags on trucks is antisocial behavior in his opinion. Oh my. He didn't even say certain flags. He just says flags, and we all know there were a lot of Canadian flags, and wow, I wasn't expecting that, and that one bothered me. But the chief of police at the capital station. I agree, Denise. Look, we're all humans. We're all emotional. We can get into various situations for various reasons, especially if mental strain and mental, you're still working through a lot of emotional things about even the situation itself. We're still in the first year. Some of that stuff takes a long time to work through. But I do agree with you. I do agree that the caliber of the people who need to be the leaders, especially on policing, especially for emergencies, need to be able to know how to control their emotions, check their emotions, compose themselves, especially in situations. So that's why I don't believe that this was genuine, because I do believe he's fully capable of that. I think he's completely capable of being composed in all situations. He's just choosing not to here. That's what I think. But no, I don't even think it was worth breaking down for, because he was talking about other people, not even himself or his staff and stuff. So we'll wait. Did he actually say Canadian flags, Donald? Yeah, okay, well, if that's the case, then even worse. If he just said flags, then he could have alluded to the F. Trudeau. He could have alluded to, well, we didn't see the other one often at all. Just at one time with that CBC picture. But he could have just been referring to the F. Trudeau as well. I don't recall. But I know he said at least flag or flags or Canadian flag was in a truck was enough for antisocial behavior. I don't like that kind of talk. I am so damn nice. Oh, sorry, Denise. Well, there's a lot of people out there who are far more aggressive and far more angry than I am. So there's a lot of choice for that. But I do have a different take on a lot of this because I do have a lot of faith that we can repair this, and there are a lot of good people still in government. We just need to kind of find out where those bad apples are and get them out. Denise, you make me laugh. I like it. Denise, I can't quite remember, whereabouts are you? Are you in Ontario? Somewhere else? Transcript would tell, but I think it was Canadian flag. Yep, and the transcripts are released. So just as a little public service, what I'm going to be doing is downloading everything as it comes out, as they produce it and release it, put it onto my storage and stuff like that. So I think it'll be like a big wiki dump where we are going to be going through this stuff for quite some time. We're doing the live testimony. We're seeing the evidence scroll on the screen, but all of those documents, the redacted versions, will be available. And yeah, we'll see how technical these people were when it comes to redaction, because if they're technically silly, then we can unredact. Barry, that's right. Okay, so Barry, so you're familiar with the Barry Colts, and you probably maybe at some point attended one of their games. We did their ticketing. The ticket break was me and John Durlis and a couple other people. It was cool. Yeah. And it was shocking. Like, he shouldn't be talking like that. I was optimistic and hopeful at the beginning because he was really painting a picture of somebody with vast experiences all over the place, with vast types of people and protests and large. City of Toronto has had various types of things go on there. He might have even been around for SARS stock and stuff like that, like large groups of people. And then what I'm getting at is even in large groups of people going to a concert, there were arrests and there were assaults and there was things going on, because that's just what happens. Human nature. But I thought at the beginning, when we're getting into his experience and where he was coming from, I was feeling kind of good at the beginning. But then it started to turn quick because seems like he was appealing to everybody, not picking a lane and just sticking to the truth. I'm not saying he's flat out lying, but he's certainly dancing like crazy, and he's trying to appeal to everybody, I think. You heard Canadian too. Okay, Clay. So that's confirmation, Donald. So Canadian flags, that should be clipped then. So whoever's got that quick ability, that should be up there. Because if he's saying Canadian flags is antisocial, then yeah, we know where he's at. You've been to a few Colts game. Well, congratulations. Your seat was reserved using software I wrote. I'm glad you had a good time, Denise. All right, that's the end of the comments, but we might be getting the stream back soon. So yeah, I don't know if there's a turnaround for him. I don't know if every single counselor that's going to come up now, every single lawyer that comes up now, if he's going to try to appeal to them completely, or is he going to, just have his butt handed to him? I'm sure the convoy is going to tackle him hard. They probably have, I don't know anything about what the convoy has, I'm assuming, but they probably have something about specific actions that Sloly did or didn't do that they need him to admit to, that's going to show how there was either a lack of cooperation from the rest of the OPS, maybe with Sloly but not the rest, or no cooperation from Sloly or any, but they're going to be targeting in on specifically things that Sloly would have been responsible for, and he should have done or didn't do. We'll see that also from Paul Champ. He's going to be all over Sloly because he wants to make sure that everybody's responsible for all the damages that happen to all the residents. So I don't think Paul Champ's going to be gentle at all with Sloly. That actually might be the part of the testimony that might be the most fireworks, because he's proven to himself and to all of us that he's willing to go and just get in there on everybody. I think the government of Canada is going to be soft with him, but they're going to be trying to show how they were overloaded, because I think that's their narrative. Clay. Wow, Starstock. Yeah, you haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, look, we're all getting there. That was a while ago, but that was a large crowd. And if you remember, too, that was around vaccinating people for SARS. Was that a pre-run? It was only Toronto that had that. I think one other place, Asia or something like that, had a bit of an outbreak. Starstock, it was a good concert. Don, he'll get some advice from his lawyer about badly timed tears. Look, he pulled it too soon. I think it was the wrong time. I don't think this was placed well. If it was strategy, because people do think that way. Of course they do. But what I definitely didn't like was, well, for what? He was just talking about other people doing the best they could or something like that. And that broke him down. Justin Trudeau was a part-time drama teacher. Drama is a thing people can learn. Not saying he did, but he certainly was good at it. Okay, so end of the comments for now. Wonderful to see everybody again, though. Wow, there's a big list of you now. So I am going to try and wrap up all the comments quickly at the end of the day today. I will do my best, but there's a lot here. I will do my best to really just focus in on the things that are important to the question around the EA. So a lot of the stuff where he's talking about, not sure how big it was, and then the Windsor convoy coming up was a bit of a surprise to their traffic plans. I'm not sure why it would be a surprise. It's over 8 hours away, you should know. But anyways, some of that finger pointing, butt covering, and blaming, we won't have to cover it all. But yeah, and I bet he is getting some advice right now to just, chill, relax, slow down, because he's not coming off very good right now. He's not coming off as a liar. I don't know if you guys caught a lie. Like, did you catch anything that you think would be impeachable yet? Or is it just a lot of dancing on the line on both sides right now? I didn't think I saw a lie. What else we got here? So Stunt Dummy, thank you for joining us. I don't know if you hear us in the shop yet, if you're on your way, but yeah, thanks for joining us. You had a lot to say. And what I want to do with you is work something out where you can come on and speak more about that. Being in Ottawa, being part of the trucker convoy, your firsthand experience with counter-protesters and protesters, all of that, everything that you were listing there. I didn't put it all on the screen because, it's all very important, and we can kind of put it into a segment with you joining us. So it's a little bit more organized and people can follow. But yeah, thanks for coming along. It's great to meet you. And looking forward to hearing more from you. So thank you for that. And then thank you for the chat for welcoming him in. And yeah, he had a lot to say. It was pretty cool. Not a liar. Yeah. Okay, Don. So yeah, I think we're on the same page there. I didn't hear anything that made me say, oh my gosh, he's lying. But I did hear a lot of not taking accountability. I'm a cop, not a lawyer type of speak. I don't like when people do that. I got really used to hearing the OPP be accountable, say they would absolutely do what they did. They had receipts for things. They were ready to go. We were all preparing for this. So yeah, I think drama. Yeah, Denise, yeah, no surprises. They monitor everything, sure. And drama, some trigger words sprinkled in it for sure. And yeah, and I think Denise's comment earlier that we're going to be getting into other territory that's always uncomfortable for all listeners, that we have to navigate through while we're trying to get just to the legal material stuff. So yeah, I think we're going to be getting some of that additional drama. I really hope he can compose himself, but we all know what the CBC title would be. Well, actually, let's do this in the chat. Let's have a bit of a competition. You're all listening. Come up with what you think the CBC title is going to be, and the picture is likely going to be a crying chief. Is it going to be along the lines of how passionate and all that kind of stuff, like close to what he was saying, or are they going to twist completely different? Go ahead and take your best guess in the chat, and we'll put up some of the comments of what you think CBC's title will
Order
be.
allowed.
Cheers.
Not exactly, so there's no.
Just respect for your profession.
All right, so we'll wait a bit more. And we haven't had a hot mic again. Maybe they learned their lesson there. All right, bye.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Okay. Go ahead.
So before the break, Chief Sloly, you were telling us about the events of that first weekend and how it hit everyone really hard. I'd like to take you now to January the 31st, which I believe is the Monday after.
Yes, sir.
We've heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson that was when the executive team realized that a lawful protest has now turned into an illegal occupation. That was her evidence, And I'm interested in your view on that.
My view is it was unlawful the moment a law was broken in or relation to the events. And so for me, that was clearly the Saturday morning. I don't want to in any way interpret Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's impression. I think I would position the 31st as we now know this is going to be a longer term occupation. There are fortifications and there is an alarming level of public safety issues writ large, and we're going to have to pivot our plan to now address the current context and near future context that we're going to be dealing with. So it's in that context that perhaps, again, I don't want to misinterpret, but perhaps the full command is fully on the same page and the incident command team is pivoting the plan now into the next phase of this occupying period.
Tell us about that pivot. What did the executive team decide to do?
I don't know if there's any significant decision. I mean, we needed a significant update on the intelligence threat risk. Much of that was in place in the buildup and iterations, but we now needed to escalate to another level. And again, that cycle of intelligence threat risk assessment to then feed the pivoting operational plan. To what extent are we going to need different resources, greater levels of resources in one area versus another area? And to what extent do we need to build out sub-plans and other things? For me at the chief of police level is what resources are we going to need? What do I now need to do to inform and or engage other levels, including the oversight body of the Ottawa Police Services Board, the City of Ottawa, and other factors? And I was still trying to understand really what had just arrived in our city. What really was it? And even just level set my own understanding, never mind the work that was being done on behalf of me through Deputies Bell and Acting Deputy Ferguson.
Deputy Bell described that first week as a period of orientation or reorientation. Do you agree with that description?
I understand. I think I understand the theme behind it. I would probably use different language, but I think it's definitely what just happened. How do we now need to reorient, to reassess, and then start to address the situation going forward?
So before the convoy arrived, we've seen an initial plan dated January the 28th.
Yes, sir.
What was the understanding now in terms of going forward, in terms of the need for a new plan?
Well, there was no need for a new plan. There was a need for an evolution of the plan that we had, an evolution of the threat risk assessment that was in that plan. Again, I want to make it clear there was only ever one plan. There were many iterations of it. There was only ever one threat risk assessment. There were many iterations of it.
So what was the understanding then about the need for this new evolved plan?
On the Monday, the 31st?
Yes.
Probably the number one thing at that point was staffing.
And how did you go about achieving that?
Again, without the absence of my notes, but as simple as how many more officers can we redeploy from our overall complement of policing a city of 1 million people in the nation's largest municipal geography to that micro core of the red zones and the immediate neighborhoods around it. I think by that point, again, I'd stand to be corrected if the records say otherwise, but at that point, we had already started to look at changing our shift hours to create a greater volume of officers available, officers and civilian members. I don't know if we had at that point reached out to the association, the Ottawa Police Association, to start to negotiate a whole different shift schedule. That might have come later on in the week, but that was the focus. And then external resource requests, requests that went to OPP and other police services to send additional resources on top of what they had provided us already.
So around that period, January 31st and the next few days, did the OPS start reaching out to other external agencies for help?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us what steps you or the other members of the executive team did.
Predominantly, it sort of happens at two levels. The agency to agency relationships would already be, phone calls and text messages to people that they knew in other agencies. You'll get something formal from the chief, but we need X, Y, and Z. And then the formal request would come up through Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, and then I would make a reach out to the respective agencies. So probably my approach for the main, I may have deviated every now and then, would be a text message to the chief of police or commissioner saying that you'll be getting a formal request, but I'm looking for X or Y or Z. And then my executive assistant would produce the document and I would forward that formally. But once I got a positive response, the positive response I would then forward to our legal services department, and they would go through the process of enabling a memorandum of understanding, an MOU.
And now I want to get a better understanding of the options that were opened while the OPS were reaching out for external help. So I want to take you to a document, OPS 405631. So just looking at the top, it says Public Order Truck Convoy De-escalation Planning Meeting, February 1st, 2022. Do you have, perhaps we can scroll down a little so you can familiarize yourself. It says there's a meeting with the chief. Can we go down further? There are a number of discussion points. So for example, the third bullet, there's a notation that every single option to be explored and is open to discussion. He is happy to come back and further discuss anything if we need him to. He, I take it, refers to you.
Yes, sir.
So if we go down further, PLT would like one more attempt to speak with every convoy to get them on the same page. We scroll down further. Every POU we ask for will not be released to come to Ottawa as protests happening now everywhere. We might not get the staffing numbers we asked for. So there are a couple of things I wanted to ask you to comment on. First of all, there's a reference to things happening elsewhere. What can you tell us about that?
I believe by the 31st, I'm certain, unless I'm really off base, but Coots, Alberta was already in play at that point. On the Monday, I don't recall any other Ontario sites. I don't even think the announcement of the, on the Monday, on the Tuesday, by then there might have been some sort of indication that there would be an event in Toronto around Queen's Park, but I don't think there was any other active sites in Ontario. There were, I believe, some demonstrations at other provincial capitals across the country, but for sure Coots was active and clearly being televised, and we were seeing, I was getting briefings from Commissioner Lucky on the events out there.
So by this time, which I believe was February the 2nd or the 1st, February the 1st, I believe, things are happening elsewhere. And if we go back to the top, one of the discussion points, do you see the third bullet from the bottom? It says POU unit across the province needed. What does that refer to?
So maybe I could just give some context to the meeting.
Please.
So this is a Tuesday. We are significantly into the pivot at this point. I had received varying levels of input, some of them just random emails, some of them very specific conversations with people with a lot of experience in unprecedented, unusual public safety events. And the validation that I was getting from small I information to large I information based on expertise was this was unprecedented. This was larger than your police service is going to be able to handle. It was national and in some cases international in scope. It was fueled by significant funding, significant misinformation, disinformation, and polarization, just to name a few. This meeting was my first attempt to sit down with Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson as a major incident commander. I had asked for Inspector Lucas to be at the meeting. He could not attend, and I respect his reason, although I don't know it specifically. I think Inspector Morin was sent as his designate, I think, but he was a senior officer from the ICS team that was there. Staff Sergeant Mike Stoll, who was the ESU commander, our POU commander. And
What does ESU stand for?
Emergency Safety Unit, I think, or Emergency Services Unit. Sorry, it's been a little bit of time.
It's synonymous with POU, Public Order Unit?
Essentially, but broader, I think actually a broader use of trained officers that are actually more effectively deployed. A really good practice here that Ottawa should be recognized for, Ottawa Police Service should be recognized for. And I had brought with me the 2 PLT supervisors because I had information, feedback internally that our PLT members weren't being optimally used and were feeling out of the loop of substantive discussions like this. And I had requested that the 2 supervisors be there, and they were there, and you see their contributions later on in the notes. But this is the substantive first time that I'm sitting down with the incident command thread, strategic, operational, and tactical, asking, what are you folks seeing? How are you assessing this? No decisions being made here. I need situational awareness. I need your assessment. We had been blessed with commanders of some expertise and experience from other jurisdictions that were in that room. I think London was there. I can't remember if Durham, I believe there was an OPP commander. I can't recall, but there were at least three other agencies in the room. So it wasn't just us talking to us. There was a healthy amount of external expertise. And we went through what I would call, I won't say it's a whiteboarding session, but a consultation discussion session that I wanted to get to at some point to, okay, well, this is good now. What's the move forward coming out from this? So that's the context of this meeting. Mm-hmm. I'll pause there if you want to come back to the question that you wanted me to answer.
Yes, because I'm interested in this notation that POU units across the province needed.
So I'd say around the midpoint of that meeting, I would have almost turned to Michelle Morin and Mike Stoll, who were sitting to my right, and said, what's the level of POU that you would think we would need to start to dismantle the red zone and end the occupation? And then there was like a real-time discussion between my folks and the other POU commanders in the room. There were others that were chiming in. It was mainly a POU discussion. And I've been in them many other times before, so I know how this feels. I just sort of sat back and watched this new generation of experts do their thing, and it was kind of cool to watch. And within a really short period of time, it was almost unanimous. This may not be the exact language, but it's close to it. We're going to need everything in Ontario and a bunch more from across Canada. That was one of the moments where I truly understood the scale of what we were facing. Everything in Ontario and a bunch more from across Canada for me was state visits, an Olympic event, G8, G20. Nothing else requires that. Mm-hmm. That's when I truly understand from people with amazing expertise from different jurisdictions. Add on to that, whatever other resources we're going to request, that's somewhere already in the range of 600, 700, 800 officers, plus investigators, plus boots on the ground officers, plus dispatchers, analysts, special constables to handle mass arrests. The number is going to be well north of 1,000, and it's way more than we will ever be able to supply within the Ottawa Police Service, within the eastern region of Ontario, within the province.
So that recognition came as early as February 1st.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we go down a little, in the first box under discussion point, I read a bit from it earlier. PLT would like one more attempt to speak with every convoy to get them on the same page. Truckers need to clear all the roads and stop honking in exchange for fuel and a place to park. Have zero room to negotiate. If they don't deal with it in this way, they will be removed. Why is it that there was zero room to negotiate?
I don't know. I'm assuming this is the PLT contribution to the discussion. So I don't, these aren't my notes, and it doesn't seem to be attributed to one or both of the supervisors. I don't know if this is their briefing contribution in totality. So I'm not sure
Right.
what that means.
I was just curious because it appears that the PLT would like more time, more opportunity to speak to the convoy. And then perhaps there was another view expressed, no room to negotiate. I was just wondering if you could enlighten us on what this discussion was about.
So again, there were some 20 people in the room, and it was really an open forum discussion with people just contributing ideas in a very fluid way.
Right. If I could take you now to the next document, the next day, OPS 30-14484. So if we go to page 22. Now, Chief Sloly, do you have a practice of making notes to yourself, sending yourself emails as reminders or things like that?
Yes, I do, sir.
And would this be one of those examples?
Yes, sir.
So here we read, advise that all options on the table needs to consider the...
Sorry, can you, I'm just not sure the context or date or time of this. Sorry.
Yes.
Call with mayor, and it's the timestamp, at least on the entry, is 1:30. Okay, thank you.
And we see a name on the top left, Maria
Fortunato.
Who's that?
That's my executive assistant, or was my executive assistant.
So the content of the email, which is, I guess, note to yourself, says, advise that all options on the table needs to consider the political option. What roles can Premier and PM play in diffusing the demonstration? It is not my legal responsibility to end a demonstration. It is my legal responsibility to provide adequate and effective policing to serve and protect the city/citizens. What was the purpose of this note to yourself?
At this point, I actually didn't have an assigned scribe, so I was trying in real time to capture information around conversations that I thought were important or a point that I was trying to remember. So it's not a consistent practice with every single meeting that I would go back and do this. That's the context of the note. I don't know if that answers your question, sir.
And since the subject at the top says call with mayor,
Yes.
with re-demonstration, does that capture some of the contents of the call
Some of it, yes, sir.
on the 2nd of February?
Yes.
Now, on that same day, you made a public announcement that turned out to be somewhat controversial. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I can guess what's coming, sir.
Okay, give me your guess.
There may not be a policing solution to this
Why did you say that?
for all the reasons that we've talked about. The size and scale of the events were not going to be able to be handled by any one police jurisdiction, certainly not mine. That this was a national scope event. It started from corners of all parts of Canada and arrived in our city. It was already by the 2nd in several other locations, Coots specifically. I think by the 2nd, there would have been some indication that Queen's Park in Toronto would have been a location. This was borne out by a wide variety of polarizing issues, not the least of which was the vaccine mandates, but there were many other anti-government sentiment expressed at all 3 levels of government. And some of this was just people looking to come into our city and participate in an event to have an unruly and in many cases unlawful party. This was the underpinnings that created this event and brought it substantially into our city. We're well beyond the Police Services Act mandate of me as a police chief and the Ottawa Police Service in the police jurisdiction. And we were going to have to engage other elements of civil society and likely all 3 levels of government to make in some way a meaningful contribution to a sustainable solution to the end of it.
What was the context in which you made this statement?
I believe there was I can't remember if it was a board meeting or if it was a council meeting that the board was in attendance at. There was a range of questions for hours, and at some point, one of the questions elicited that response.
And how was your comment received?
If there are 35 million people in Canada, probably 35 million different ways.
Do you feel that you were understood?
No. largely misunderstood, but by a lot of people, very understood.
And have you had a chance to reflect on the statement you made since the time you made it?
A lot.
And what conclusions have you come to?
It needed to be more clear
Okay. What did you need to be more clear on?
that the Ottawa Police Service is doing and will continue to do everything we possibly can do. Just to be clear, that was literally the substantive answer I was giving during that meeting. All options are on the table. We're doing everything we can. We're calling all the staffing we can. We are rearranging our plan. We're calling out to our partners. So before that statement was made, it wasn't made in a vacuum. We were hours into a long meeting with multiple questions from multiple stakeholders. I believe my board were present. I stand to be corrected. City councillors, the mayor, what are you doing? How are you going to end this? When is it going to end? Please understand, we're doing everything we can and we'll continue to do everything we can on a repeat loop. But at some point, this isn't going to end just by the Ottawa Police Service. Even if we could find a way to get all the resources we need, it's going to come back again next week, the month after, Canada Day. This is a larger movement or series of movements. This is a trend that's happening across the country and around the world. And so there needs to be more than just a policing solution to it. That's the context. Now, I did reflect on it. And in the days and weeks and now months after that, I've, in opportunities like this, expanded on that short phrase. I think there's ample documentation in my notes, scribe notes, that talk about me explaining this further to the chair at board meetings and other conversations and meetings. So I didn't just leave it till now to provide a more fulsome explanation. Within hours and days of it, I was trying to provide that more fulsome explanation to my board oversight and to other public bodies and civil actors.
Now, there are those who may say that your statement fostered a perception among the public and the protesters that the OPS was vulnerable and unable to police the convoy. What do you say to that?
Again, like my earlier comment, sir, everyone is entitled to their opinion and they're certainly entitled to their feelings. And I can understand that if that was the only thing they heard from me and they were not available to hear all the other efforts I made to clarify that could leave them with a sense that we'd just given up. So I'm not challenging that. But let me be clear. I don't know if that is different from any other statement I've made around the role of policing in society. If you recall my earlier comments when I introduced my approach to policing and how I did it, the police are not going to solve guns and gangs and drugs on their own without education, healthcare, social services, the volunteer sector, communities themselves. The police are not going to be able to solve sexual assaults on their own without advocacy groups and legislative change. So there isn't any major aspect of policing, crime management, order management, traffic management, even traffic management. We can't patrol the amount of highways unless we have bylaw changes, signage changes, engineering changes that are well beyond the remit of the police service to demand and deliver. So for me, this is a consistent theme that I have spoken on and acted in accordance throughout my entire policing career. It wasn't for me an unusual statement, but it was heard in unusual and unprecedented circumstances and misinterpreted broadly, badly.
Do you think that the lack of clarity of the statement might have risked contributing to a loss of public trust in the ability of the police to respond?
I can't rule that out, sir. But I think I made enough efforts after that to clarify that, and demonstrably the Ottawa Police Service kept, with its partners, kept putting out everything we possibly could for as long as we could. I would very strongly suggest well past where we should have been. Our actions should have spoken louder than words, but unfortunately, by Saturday afternoon, there had been a cemented narrative, and I don't think it ever changed. My statement probably didn't help it, but I don't think it was really changeable from that first weekend.
Now, we've also heard from other police leaders who disagreed with the statement from their perspective in the way that they interpreted the statement. And they felt that there was, in fact, a policing solution. And the way that the occupation was ultimately dismantled proved that there was a policing solution. What do you say to that?
Again, if their comment was based on what was said without the benefit of hearing all the other explanations, I certainly attempted through the larger calls to establish the things I just talked about. We are still looking, we're still doing everything we can. We're seeking all the help we can. And if we can get 1,800 resources or whatever number the final amount was to come in, then we could take care of the unlawful aspects of this. But there are broader implications and underpinnings that could bring it back to my city or any other city or jurisdiction. And so sustainably to resolve the situation, we were still going to need larger civil society, all three levels of government. I don't know if this is the time to interject around any of the levels of declarations of emergency, municipal, provincial, or federal. But clearly we have indications, and I believe that there were assistances from those various levels, the injunction, the private injunction. And so there are clearly examples where some additional efforts were needed beyond the efforts of the police to resolve it. Local community mobilized themselves in mostly constructive ways, in some ways less constructive. But there were efforts across the board from private citizens to public institutions that contributed ultimately to that success. While I respect the comments of my peers, I want to be careful with my language here. I don't know any major operation, including that one, that did not benefit material from the supports outside of police organizations themselves. And I think that's unfair to the contributions made by broader civil society, including all three levels of government. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's what they intended in their comments, so I want to be clear about that. But no police organization of any size, operation of any size that I've ever been involved with, that had the clear level of success, no deaths, no serious injuries, no significant damage to infrastructure, no rioting, no burning police cars. I don't know of any size operation that didn't materially benefit from the consent and cooperation of citizenry, the injections of material resources or advice, expertise from other experts outside of policing, legislative change, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this was on the 2nd, right, that you made the statement.
Yes, sir.
Let's move forward by a few days.
I did recall it was the 1st, but I'm not going to quibble.
Right. So let's move forward by a few days. And we've heard from other witnesses that the weekends are always the worst. Is that right? In terms of the surge of numbers?
Yes, in terms of the surge of numbers and then the extra dynamics of convoys coming in or not coming in, and definitely larger in scale and more complex.
Right. So I want to show you an email dated February the 5th at 6:33 a.m. The document number is OPS 307355. I expect it will show an email from you to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. And by this point, on around the 5th, what was the state of any evolving plan that the OPS had?
I think on that date, I received a briefing on the three options I'd asked for from the meeting on February 1st, the POU options. So that's a substantive sub-plan development. By then, we'd had major changes around our internal staffing capabilities, decisions around how to redeploy resources around both the events for the convoy as well as policing the rest of the city, which still had to happen on a 24-hour basis, obviously. We had made announcements around our efforts to try to address the disorderly, unlawful, and assaultive behavior, the hate type behavior that was happening directly in the communities most affected around the red zone, variously described as surge and enforce and contain. So those are some of the examples of overarching. We were now planning for a week's cycle as opposed to a weekend cycle. Requests had gone out to partner agencies, not just for police officers, but for planners, people with expertise in PLT, POU, recognizing we didn't have the expertise or the number of people necessary to do the type of planning and sub-planning that we needed to do. And I know I'm going fast, Commissioner, so if you need me to slow down, I will. So there's a range of activities that are engaged in evolving the pre-arrival plan into an in-event plan.
Well, that context is helpful as we take a look at this document. Can we scroll down a bit? So in this email, you said you have directed Inspector Dayu to convene a full incident command briefing at 8 a.m. If we go down further, there's a recap, situational awareness, and then below that, we see two sets of priorities. First of all, the general priorities has a couple of points: search, contain, and enforce. That's the first point. Second, demonstration, fully implement plan, but close everything, in brackets, roads, bridges, highway off-ramps, etc., as early and as long as possible. Third, shut down secure enablers for unlawful and unsafe protest, funds, fuel, fun. I won't read the contents in brackets. Is there a fourth point? Can we go down? Okay, so that's it. The first priority, general priorities. Explain to us what this is all about.
So this is the second Saturday. You'll recall what happened on the first Saturday. Point number 2, around close everything. At the meeting that was held, that was qualified. I want to be clear about that. Clearly, access and egress, access into the city and access into the downtown core was one of the major reasons why that situation on the first Saturday so quickly escalated and metastasized into the events that we're feeling right now. It was reasonably predictable at this point that we were going to have another large influx of convoys, 1s and 2s vehicles, and walk across bridges demonstrators that would again likely overwhelm the amount of resources even at that time that we had in the city. And so that was a major public safety risk that on the second Saturday was now even more likely to happen. And so that's the point there. The surge, contain, and enforce was announced on the Friday morning at a media conference. And this was specifically to address the level of ongoing disorderly, assaultive, hate-related behavior that our downtown communities and businesses were experiencing, particularly in Councillor Fleury's ward and Councillor McKinney, although I'm not sure she's in office now, but former Councillor McKinney, her ward. And the overwhelming amount of community complaints, business complaints were coming from the unlawful, assaultive type behavior in that area. And we needed to, that surge, contain, and enforce is not for the red zone, that is for the areas outside of the red zone. And the reference around stacking the day shift and the night shift is to hold back the night shift officers and then deploy the day shift officers. So we have a large at that time to be visibly present in the mid-morning to mid-afternoon when the bulk of those arriving and activities, unlawful, assaultive type of activities would be taking place. The third point is around probably less of a public safety piece, but still unlawful, unsafe, funds that were enabling to some significant degree the ongoing activities here and other locations, but certainly here in Ottawa. Fuel, the trucks needed fuel, and we were already trying to deal with the jerry cans and the open flames, propane in residential areas that I think has already been spoken about. And the fun, probably not the best word to use, but these were, I think, significant emotional and psychological impacts on those that felt captured, abandoned, that elements of the demonstration and the convoy events were fun, where they were suffering. And I think there was a reasonable need for us to take whatever lawful and ethical actions we could to stop it or discourage it and negotiate it in some way. Again, those were largely the actions that PLT, I believe, were involved with.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me focus for the moment on the second and third point, the directive to close roads and so on, as well as shutting things down like fuel seizure and so on. In earlier testimony from Deputy Chief Ferguson, and I believe Deputy Bell as well, they expressed the view that this is an example of a strategic level executive going down, crossing the boundary into the operational or even possibly tactical level of command. And there was some question about the propriety of a strategic level commander doing that. What's your view on this?
This is me crossing that boundary, and for a very specific reason. It's the first full week. The entire service is fully deployed and fully exhausted. We are getting massive complaints from our community, and they are suffering. By this time, they're suffering. The resilience I talked about is still there in a lot of people, but it's waning. We are now reasonably able to predict the cycles of increases on Friday, Saturday, into Sunday and down. We know what's coming, and we knew what hit us the week before. And this is the chief of police calling a special incident command meeting to say, are we ready? Do we have the capacity? Are we able to significantly alter what took place last Saturday to what is going to take place this Saturday? And I need to look around the room and eyeball everybody and get a nod or a head shake, and then figure out what we need, you need for resources. So I framed out something that people could come prepared to discuss and invited them to that meeting.
So just so I understand, you're acknowledging that you were in fact stepping into the operational tactical levels, but you're saying this is justified under the circumstances.
I was stepping into the operational levels to make sure that strategic intent was really clear to the operational commanders.
Now, at this time on the 5th, who was the event commander in charge?
Well, I thought it was Superintendent Chris Riom. I found out at the meeting that transpired later that in fact it was Superintendent Jamie Dunlop.
So when you made these directives, you weren't aware yet that it was Dunlop, Superintendent Dunlop.
That's correct.
Now, some may say that the proper way to do this is not for the strategic commander to step into the operational level, but to have a discussion with the operational commander and provide strategic direction. Or if the strategic commander did not have enough confidence in the operational commander, to replace that person rather than to start directing operations him or herself. What do you say to that?
If you scroll up to the top of this, please. So this is, what's the timestamp on this email? Sorry, I just can't see it.
I believe it's 11:33 on Saturday, February the 5th.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I'm told that this may be Greenwich Mean Time, and so is it 6 hours difference?
So I think this is around
5 hours.
It's around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. So to give you context, Confederation Park had become a significant site that we were conducting PLT negotiations. The issue of fuel coming into the downtown from Coventry Road was escalating. The level of complaints, legitimate, desperate complaints coming in from businesses and residents are escalating. We had spent most of the Thursday and Friday trying to build towards the announcement on the Friday of the surge and force contain. The statements, all options are on the table. We are putting all of our resources on the ground. You will see a visible, different amount, greater visibility of police officers engaged in a wider array of activities, including enforcement, to address the substantive complaints and concerns affecting our community. And I know I went way too fast there, so I'm going to take a breath and let people catch up. Coming into the Saturday night, I woke up because I wasn't getting a whole lot of sleep those days. I woke up somewhere around 3 o'clock in the morning, could not get back to sleep. I checked the situation report that came in from Duty Inspector Frank Daou, and he laid out information that is contained in this email. The Confederation Park, I'm not reading exactly, but the Confederation Park negotiations ended badly. The Indigenous elders that had come in were treated badly. There was an attack on one of our sergeants at one of the sites. Other city workers were being attacked. This for me was an alarming situational report in the middle of the night that no one else was likely reading. And I wouldn't have been reading until I'd woken up with my alarm at 5 o'clock in the morning. But I read it. So I got in a shower and I got into my car and I got down to the station and I changed into my gear and I looked around. We were thinly staffed. I understand why. There was not much to staff with, but we were thinly staffed. And when I went down onto we call the 0 level of our headquarters and asked the watch commanders there and the sergeants, what's our staffing levels look like for 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, when the bulk of the convoys are coming in, the numbers I got were really concerning. The level of threat from the situational report from Inspector Dow at 3 o'clock in the morning was alarming. So overnight, we had an escalated level of threat at multiple different sites. And in the morning, I wasn't getting a sense that we had the staffing commensurate to what we had announced and what we actually needed. And so I needed to make sure that I could pull together an incident command team and ask these operational level questions to be assured that we were in a better state of affairs than what I was getting at that point in the morning. And I think that is a reasonable level of situational awareness for a chief of police in an unprecedented crisis to ask of their operational commanders.
Would you agree then that these priorities set out in this email were conceived by you and directed by you?
They were conceived by me. They weren't directed by me. These were the areas that we were going to explore at the commanders meeting.
But then we also heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson, we confirm through her testimony, the notes that she wrote, that you expressed the sentiment that that this plan was not to be changed, not changing the operational plan, need to implement the hell out of that plan for the next 72 hours. The plan we have is excellent. So I believe we asked Deputy Chief Ferguson whether that was what you said, and she confirmed it. Do you remember?
At what point was that? Is that the subsequent meeting that we had when I called for the incident command meeting?
Perhaps it would help if we go back to OPS 000-14479. Those are Deputy Chief Ferguson's notes. If necessary, we can also go to a transcript from last Thursday's testimony. So if we go to page 43, can we go down? Sorry? Oh, sorry, we need to go back up a little. Sorry, go up. Further up.
Oh, sorry, just further down. There we go.
Need to turn the corner on this today. Not changing the op plan. Need to implement the hell out of the plan for the next 72 hours.
Yep.
So does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So you said that.
Yes.
And you consider this an excellent plan? And it was not to be changed?
I'm a little confused. Sorry, sir.
Yes.
The three-pointer that I put in my email inviting is not the ops plan I'm referring to here.
Could you clarify that?
Yes. I sent a meeting request. I'm concerned about these 3 areas. We're going to discuss them. We have this meeting, and I'm saying our ops plan is the right plan. What I want us to do is implement the hell out of it. So surge, enforce, contain was part of our ops plan. Implement the hell out of it. That means you're going to have enough resources to do that. To surge into the neighborhood, I think the number we said was, I might get the numbers wrong, but I think it was 30 per shift over 3 shifts. in 2 neighborhoods where you would see 15 extra uniform officers in those neighborhoods. But if we can't staff to that level, we can't implement the heck out of it or even implement it. So the staffing request is around make sure that what we've announced as part of our excellent ops plan, which is not changing, has the staffing to implement it. That's the reference. The reference around the traffic plan, we're supposed to be reducing the amount of convoys coming into the city. Make sure the traffic plan is staffed adequately and implemented effectively so we don't have the same level of surge of trucks and vehicles coming into the downtown. But we're not changing the plan. There was a clarification, and there was a misunderstanding from Inspector Frank Daou when I first contacted him at probably 4 o'clock in the morning, where he interpreted close everything as literally get the OPP to close every highway off-ramp of the King's highways across the entire municipality of Ottawa. He would need probably 1,000 police officers to do that. And I would never intend that to happen. I would never need that to happen. I never needed it to happen. That misinterpretation has stayed alive to this day. I clarified in this meeting, down to off ramps that give direct access to the downtown core where our red zones are area, that's what I need. I wanted all the interprovincial bridges closed because all of them give direct access to the downtown core. And I wanted to know that we had more roads closed internally than we had the weekend before. But I never publicly in the media, and I never in these meetings said, get the OPP to close everything everywhere and keep it closed.
Right, that's helpful introduction to my next question, because there was a public announcement the day before on the 4th, right? What's your best recollection as to what was said at that press event in terms of what was contemplated?
My best recollection was around the concept of all options are on the table. We are looking at greater levels of road closures, including highway off-ramps and interprovincial bridges.
But would you agree that the purpose of the meeting on the 5th was to establish the resources required in order to carry out these priorities?
Not at all, sir. I wanted to ensure that the resources that had been said that would be in place were actually going to be in place.
Right. So we could have misunderstood, but let's see if we could clarify this. If I could take you to your interview summary, WTS 6040 at page 27. If we go down further.
Actually, if you scroll up a little bit, sorry, right there. On February 4th, Chief Sloly announced at a press conference that the OPS would be making greater use of road closures, including closures of off-ramps for Highway 417. There's no statements there saying that we're going to close everything.
No. That I agree with you on that, but that's the announcement. But I'm asking you about the purpose of the meeting on the 5th, the morning meetings. So if we go to this paragraph that says, Chief Sloly saw the situation report early on the morning of February 5th. In response, he held several early morning meetings to ensure that OPS's search and enforcement strategy and efforts to harden the downtown core were proceeding properly. He wanted to ensure that OPS had the staffing to implement what it had announced on February 4th. Specifically, he sent Inspector Daou an email with a list of meeting topics and asked him to organize a meeting with the members of the IC, I believe that's Incident Command, and the command team. So, and so it goes. So am I correct that on the 5th, this meeting was arranged in part to ensure that the OPS had the staffing to implement what he had already announced the day before?
Yes, but the plan was already to have those staff in place. I wanted to make sure they were actually available. A lot can happen in 24 hours. Potentially, without me knowing, the incident commander could have developed a plan that was going to take resources away from those commitments. If they had said, we can't staff your surge and enforcement because we've got all those neighborhood officers doing something else, or we had a shooting in the West End last night and it's an extensive scene and we can't redeploy our traffic to that, then I would have understood. We couldn't staff what we planned, but we weren't trying to figure out just then if we had the staffing for what we had announced. That is not correct.
As a best practice, would it not be preferable to first ensure that OPS had the resources before announcing these plans publicly?
I was told we had the resources, sir.
All right, but you agree with me that it might be problematic to make announcements when it turns out that the resources are not there, or for other reasons, the actions cannot be carried out, because it might contribute to a loss of public confidence.
If that was the case, and clearly there was no understanding that the resources were available and reasonably predictably going to be available, that would be problematic. That was not the case in this situation.
Okay. So we've covered the events on the 4th and on the 5th. Now, the general priorities, and if we go back to the email on the 5th, we've looked at the general priorities. Mr. Clerk, do you need the document number? OPS 307355. So I've already asked you, Chief Sloly, about the general priorities. I want to ask you now about the location priorities, which is further down. There we go. So there are 4 locations listed: Confederation Park, Rideau. I take it that this refers to the intersection, Rideau and Sussex.
I believe so, sir, yes.
3rd is Wellington, and then 4th is SJAM. Who set these priorities, the general and the location priorities?
So those were the locations where our red zone, Rideau, Wellington, and SJAM are the 3 basic footprints of the red zone. Those were established, I believe, through the incident commander up through Trish Ferguson. She was the first that I recall hearing about the red zone, and the footprints were described to me in subsequent meetings from probably the Sunday through till now. Confederation Park, as I had advised, I think that started up somewhere around the Thursday. I might be mistaken, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but certainly had escalated to a significant event for us to be managing on the Thursday night, Friday into the weekend. So those weren't my priorities. Those were already priorities established by virtue of the briefings I was getting, the situational reports that were coming into me.
Are you speaking now of just the location priorities, or does that apply as well to the general priorities?
I'm sorry, what general priorities? I may be missing.
The previous list, if we scroll up, the 3 points.
Well, we were dealing with a demonstration, so that's literally the entire theater of operations. Number 2, surge, contain, and enforce was to address the trauma impacting our communities and shutting down the ability for this thing to sustain itself. Again, those are just priorities that we've been working on literally since the previous weekend. Those aren't new priorities. That's essentially what we have been working on.
Well, perhaps I'm not clear, but my question is, who set these priorities? Or is your position that shutting down fuel funds and fund, these are priorities known to everyone?
Sorry, in terms of shutting down enabling factors at a broad level, that was already well underway. We had already had established, I think through Deputy Bell and Christiane, contacts with the city to try to shut down the GoFundMe. I may not be using the right terminology, but not allow those funds to continue to enable the ongoing occupation of the city. Diesel and propane and wood had already been established through briefing cycles coming up to me as priorities that the incident commander and the team were working on. And there's lots of communication around that and questions in public forums. So that was already well established. I would probably agree the fund piece was something that I had inserted in there, but clearly had become a significant problem and a public trust problem And so if that's probably the only newer element, but already a well-established part of our briefing cycles that we had been discussing.
What about close everything?
I've explained, again, I've explained that
With the
context, that was misinterpreted and then clarified in the meeting that happened subsequently.
But who set that priority? The direction to close roads, interprovincial bridges, and so on.
The pre-planning document.
Then what I don't understand is, I thought a moment earlier you said you did cross from strategic level to operational level, but for a good reason.
Yes, well, then let me further explain. I'm not introducing new priorities. I am asking, these are the priorities that we've set. Are we able to implement them? We have a plan. Are we able to implement them? Do we have the resources? Are we ready to go this morning? Because we weren't ready to go the last morning. We did not have the ability to have the resources to address the level of surge coming into the city. And now we have additional priorities that we've identified over the week. I wanted to make sure I'm not setting new priorities. I'm ensuring that we have the resources to actually fully implement the vernacular, the heck out of the plan that we have in place. It's an excellent plan. Do we have the resources? Can we fully and effectively implement it? That's my mindset going into the meeting. That's why I've called that meeting.
Okay, so just so I understand, your position is that whoever developed the plan that kept evolving, they decided the priorities. You didn't set anything new except for the third point, the fun part.
Even that, sir, I would suggest, clearly we were already aware of the issue of the bouncy castles and the DJs and the dancing and the fireworks. That's a very short list of all the things that were afflicting the neighborhoods in and around the red zones. Open barbecues, people blocking lanes, tearing masks off people's face. I could go down the list and detail the incredible range of assaultive type behavior. But the broad thing is shut down these enablers and let's not allow our city to look like it's a theme park in the middle of a public safety crisis. I hadn't introduced anything more than articulate the obvious. And these were briefings that I was being given for days in advance of me calling this meeting.
All right, and another point to clarify, because you told us earlier that this is not the plan, that this email, these priorities are not the plan that you thought was excellent. There was another plan, the one that has evolved.
There's only one plan, sir.
The one plan that kept evolving. I want to take you to a document and see if you can confirm that was the plan as of this time. Could we go to OPS 406941? So it says Freedom Convoy, Canada Unity, Phase 2 Operational Plan. There's a date that's partially cut off, February 4th, it looks like. If we scroll down to the table of contents, perhaps. Does this look familiar?
It's the basic template of our operational planning.
If we go down further, maybe we can just scroll through so the former chief can familiarize himself with this document. Let us know if you're ready to scroll down.
Yes, please do. Okay, thank you.
So would those priorities be reflected? Well, assuming that this is the plan, because the cover says February the 4th, and we had the email saying February the 5th. It should be proximate in time.
Sir.
So when you said we had an excellent plan, were you referring to this plan?
I don't know if I was referring to this plan. I don't know if
or another iteration.
I don't know if I ever received it, but at whatever point I was last briefed on our plan, that's the point of reference that I'm making on the Saturday the 5th.
Right. And should those priorities, general or location-wise, be reflected in this plan?
Again, unless there's sub-plans that have those priorities identified in there, I can't recall ever receiving or reading through this version of the plan.
But you have read a version of the plan that you called excellent.
I had been briefed on versions of plan. You'll recall I only got the pre-operational plan on the 28th, 2 days technically into what the event was. So I wasn't required to sign off on these plans. There's no signature block for me. I'm not approving plans. They're happening on a real-time basis. So I don't have a timestamp in my head that I saw a document at point 0 and said, that's the excellent plan. The briefing cycles that I've been getting, I have an understanding of what the priorities are, how they're being resourced, how they're going to be actioned, what request for resourcing is coming to me. But that's based on a briefing cycle, not me sitting and flipping through pages of a plan and saying, wow, this is excellent. This is the one we have to implement.
So just to be clear, the initial plan, the one dated January 28th, that one you did read.
Yes, it was delivered to me the morning of the 28th.
And any subsequent evolvement of that plan, you learn about those developments through briefings, but not through your reading them.
With the exception of the February 9th version.
Right. So as of the 5th, when you describe an excellent plan, is an excellent plan that you haven't read.
It's an excellent plan based on the briefings. I can't recall whether or not this was sent to me.
Okay. So if we move on to the next topic, which is something that you've alluded to, the event commanders, there was some switching of commanders, and at the beginning of the event, you weren't always apprised of those changes in a timely manner. So I'd like to ask you about that. Let me find the page reference. OPS 404771. So you see that this is dated January the 30th. Is an email from you to Deputy Chief Ferguson, Deputy Chief Bell. Who's John Steinbachs?
He's the executive, was at that point the executive director of communications and strategy.
And then it was also sent to Russ Lucas and Chris Rayom. So I assume that that was because Superintendent Rayom was the event commander at the time?
That's my understanding, sir.
Now, according to Superintendent Rayom's notes, he was removed as the event commander on or around February the 1st because Trish Ferguson, the Deputy Chief Ferguson, received direction from you to remove him. Is that correct?
No, it's absolutely false.
Right. So that's what I wanted to clarify, because we actually heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson that he was removed for other reasons. But we do have these notations in Superintendent Rayom's notes. That's why I want to bring those to your attention. If we could go to document.
I was told by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that the switch for Dunlop was because, my recollection was because Inspector Lucas needed some time off. He was tired. I may have misinterpreted that. Maybe it was Chris Rayom, but that's my understanding, that there was a temporary switch to give somebody days off to go and sleep, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I gave no direction whatsoever at any time for Superintendent Rayom to be removed from his role as event commander.
Okay, but we do have notes from Superintendent Rayom. So first, I want to take you to two sets of notes.
Can I see those notes, sir?
Yes, that's what I'm taking you to. So OPS 3014537. I believe it's page 5. So 1930.
Which day would that be? Is it the first or the
It
second?
would be the first, I believe, because the next the date after the line is February the 2nd. We can go back and check. The date might have been on the first page, actually. So can we go back to the first page to establish the date? Or the second page, I guess? Oh, no. Okay, so keep going down. All right, so this is page 2 of 7 is February 1st. Now we scroll down. That's right. That's the next page. I was informed by Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson to report to duty tomorrow at Greenbank and to take care of my teams. No reason why I was removed from NCRCC and that I am no longer the event commander. So the notation on this date suggests that he was removed and he didn't understand why. Now, if we go to page 6, go down a bit. Okay, so now we have his notes on February the 10th, and the notation says, advised by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that Chief Sloly had me removed by her on February the 1st. So it appears from these notes that he was removed on the 1st, not told why, and then there's a notation on the 10th that giving him the reason that he was in fact removed by her, well, through her by you. So I just wanted to get your position on what happened.
Absolutely false.
Okay.
Never gave that direction.
So in fact, you were not aware that he was removed?
I understood from my recollection, and I don't know if there's notes to support, my recollection is hearing that Inspector Lucas was very tired. He'd been gone through the entire planning cycle and had survived through that first weekend, and he had requested time off, and it was for him that Superintendent Dunlop was replacing. I don't recall a reference to Superintendent Riom. I have no recollection whatsoever of any conversation in which it was suggested to me or I directed that Superintendent Riom be removed as the event commander.
Right.
Zero.
Okay. Now, if we could go back
And it's very concerning that it's articulated in that way.
well, that's why I want to bring these to your attention so you have a chance to respond. OPS 3014484. And if we can go to page 10, please. So these are notes to yourself again. Yes?
Yes, sir.
It's dated February the 5th. Title is Meet with Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson and DC Bell. I advised that I had only just officially heard that Superintendent Dunlop had replaced Inspector Lucas as the incident commander at the previous briefing. So you just learned on the 5th that Dunlop is now the commander. And
sorry, again, here's the confusion for me, because either in that meeting or before, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson said, Lucas needed time off. We brought Dunlop in. So that's why I'm referring to Lucas, not Riom here. In my mind, my notes, contemporaneous notes are, Lucas got replaced. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I had no idea about the Riom piece. I had no idea about why he was removed. I had no idea he was removed. My only context was Lucas was removed, and that was surprising for me.
yes, I'm not challenging your version. I'm just trying to understand from your perspective just what happened, because it was pretty confusing when we're trying to go through the record, as you can imagine. The next paragraph, DC Bell advised that he was the new incident commander installed this week, referring to Dunlop, and was leading the implementation of the preferred POU option. I asked why I was not advised of the change in the incident commander from Inspector Lucas to Superintendent Dunlop. Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson took ownership of that failure to communicate, and DC Bell admitted it was based on his recommendation. I counseled Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that she was accountable for all incident command decisions, so I hold responsible for this change and for not advising me of the change. I counsel that DC Bell, that he's to stop interfering in Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's role as Major Incident Commander. I counsel both that such major changes in the leadership of the Incident Command was to come to me for final approval outside of operational exigencies. I advised both that I did not have confidence in Superintendent Dunlop as the Incident Commander based on his performance at the Panda game and so on. So I just want to clarify a number of things. First, when Superintendent Realm, as the event commander, was replaced by Jamie Dunlop on or around the 1st of February, you had no knowledge of that until on or around the 5th.
Even on the 5th, I don't think I realized what had happened to Rio.
Right, but you did not understand that the event commander is now Dunlop. You did not know that until the 5th.
Yes, sir.
And that was concerning for you.
Extremely.
You addressed the situation with both Ferguson and Bell, and that is because as the chief executive, you needed to know.
I needed to know who was running our operations.
So what effect, if any, did that incident have on your trust of your team, your command team?
It was a massive trust hit.
Tell us about that.
I think it's pretty clear. Honestly, we're in the middle of what is now, I consider, a national security crisis. My opinion, doesn't have to be held by others. Certainly a local public safety crisis. And one of, if not the most important functions, is the incident commander. The major incident commander, event commander, incident commander, that is my entire understanding of the leadership capability and capacity to orchestrate all of what needs to be done across the incident command system, just so that we can continue to provide adequate, effective policing. That is a major level change, and one that was made without any consultation, any communication to me, and one that appeared to have been kept secret from me until literally it came up in the briefing meeting that I had called. I don't even know if to this day that I didn't call that briefing meeting, that I wouldn't have known about it until the Sunday, the Monday, or the Tuesday. What's also materially important here, if you scroll back up, please. Right there. I asked why I was not advised, sorry. He was the new incident commander installed this week and was leading the implementation, this is Dunlop, was leading the implementation of the preferred POU plan. Superintendent Dunlop was not at the February 1st meeting in Canada, that 2-hour-plus meeting where we had that discussion around where are we now and how can we get out of this. He was not a part of the discussion of the public order unit commanders who were expert in that area. How could he have been replaced to lead this if he wasn't part of that essential meeting? I left explicit instructions, and it was in the notes that you showed earlier. If you need anything more from me, if you need to clarify, I'm available to you. This is clearly one of the most important things that I've asked Trish Ferguson and her incident command team, who were there represented as fully as they could be. Lucas couldn't attend, you recall, for whatever reason. This is critical. I need a set of options in 3 days before the weekend events come. And somehow in that time frame, without me understanding or even knowing, a switch of that magnitude was made and then put in charge of the planning for that I was expecting a briefing on. I finally got a briefing later in the afternoon on the 5th of those 3 options. Could it have meant I could have had a briefing on the Wednesday or the Thursday? Possibly. And could that have meant that we could have started 2 days, 3 days, 4 days earlier to actualize that scale of operations, including making the request for the public order commanders on scale that I was told on the February 1st meeting? We lost time, and clearly there was a lot of confusion. Even this note demonstrates I'm still not quite sure who's running what. And for a chief of police, with the citizens in the trauma and victimization that they were under, our own members as struggling as they were, at best, I can call this a significant lack of judgment on behalf of my 2 operational deputies. At worst, probably this would have been a review that I would have done after the events had concluded and looked at it even more closely.
Did your level of trust in your 2 deputies change from that point on?
Yes,
Did they regain your trust afterwards?
significantly. But at that point, it was low.
And to support some of the other things that you've said, can we go to OPS 3014479?
While that document's being pulled up, Commissioner, I would just note, it's Paul Chant for the record. Just taking a look at the testimony of Deputy Chief Ferguson, it wasn't put to her by any witness about whether she had been directed by former Chief Sloly to remove Superintendent Rayom from that position. So I'm just noting for the record that we don't have any other evidence on that in the background. Thank you.
I believe my friend is correct. I think she simply said the reason she believed he was removed, but she wasn't given this document.
Yeah, we'll just look at the transcripts and confirm that. Thank you.
So if we can go to page 67. Do you see the notation? The chief began by saying, "We floundered last week, and because we switched riders partway," can read the next word?
Through, I believe.
Right. Through, perhaps you're better at reading this. Can you help us?
I don't know if I'm better, sir, but what I can read here, the chief began by saying, "We floundered last week, and because we had switched riders partway through, the switch between Rayom and Dunlop to..." indicating the switch between Rayom to Dunlop to Patterson. "The chief and the team will not change any of the players until the operation is over, unless Bill gets hit with a truck." I don't know what that means.
Well, that comment was supposedly attributed to you.
I have never used that term in my life, so I don't know what that means. Bill gets hit. Who's Bill?
But apart from that phrase on the last line, do you agree that this was the message communicated on this day, which I believe is February the 9th?
These are her interpretations of what was communicated, so I don't agree with.
No, but I'm asking for your recollection, if anything was said of that nature on February the 9th.
So of that nature, we will not be changing out any of the major incident command positions unless there's exigent circumstances. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning and someone got hit by a truck and you got to switch, tell me in the morning at the first early opportunity, or call me, because I had a standing position that any major issue, I could be woken up out of bed for a phone call, operational, officer safety issue, or a major issue like this, you can call me, and they all knew that. So, but other than that, the team we have, the plan we have, implement the heck out of it.
Right. You expressed the view that things were delayed because of this unfortunate miscommunication, or for whatever reason, the lack of communication of the change to you, or to seek your approval first.
No, to be clear, things were delayed, things were confused. There was a churn of 3 incident commanders within a way too short period of time. Yes, some of that might have resulted in delays. I can't tell you specifically. It felt to me that the POU plan was delayed because of Dunlop's insertion and his need to get up to speed and his then reinterpretation of things. That's about the only thing I can point to that was materially delayed. I don't know if there's any other material delays, but the confusion was clear. This is also around the same time, I believe, that we're starting to get some concerns that are articulated from the OPP that there's confusion with the incident command team. I recall a phone call from Commissioner Creek in this period where he was saying, my folks are saying there seems to be some confusion with your incident command team. I took that to mean what was happening in this circumstance. And that's why on February 9th, when the integrated planning team was coming in for their briefing, that we weren't going to do this to ourselves again.
So do you remember saying something about floundering the week before because of the switch in commanders?
I might have used a term like that, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And you talked also about the discussions around...
Not across the board. That's not a pejorative term. We were floundering around the incident command switch.
Right, precisely. And you mentioned PLT was discussed around this time too. Well, okay, let me take you to where I want to go. I want to talk to you about the use of PLT. In fact, I think we may be going back in time because these notes were made on the 8th or 9th, and this is a discussion about the week before, whether things were delayed the week before. So I'm going back to the week before. We've all heard about the Coventry incident. I believe you know what I'm referring to.
I believe I do, but I'll let you carry on.
Right, so specifically, the PLT was involved with some successes and challenges during that first week. Do you agree? So for example, we've heard about Coventry, we've also heard about Confederation Park. And would you consider the PLT's involvement at the Confederation Park, the clearing of the Confederation Park, to be a success?
One they significantly contributed to, yes.
So I want to get your perspective on the role of the PLT within the operational system, because we've heard from different witnesses about these diverging approaches, emphasis being put on enforcement as opposed to engagement, so to speak. And we've heard evidence that you and perhaps Mark Pedersen, Superintendent Pedersen, at the time, during that week of what one witness has described as ad hoc enforcement periods, that the two of you were favoring more enforcement, in contrast to Deputies Ferguson and Bell, who were more in favor of PLT. I'm sorry, that's a long preamble, but do you get what I was trying to
I understand that there's been a theme around that. I
Perhaps you can
completely disagree with it. From my earliest days in training as a public order unit commander, and in all of my times as a public order incident commander, major incident commander, duty operations commander, the use of engagement, community engagement, pre, during, all the way through, even in the restoration phase, has been something I was trained to and did in both police services that I had the honor to be part of, Toronto Police Service and the Ottawa Police Service. While the PLT program expanded from an RCMP, OPP kind of technique to broader, to other police services, for that most part, I was out of policing at that time. I had left the Toronto Police Service and was a partner at Deloitte. I came back into the Ottawa Police Service, and the term police liaison team was a new term to me, but their function was not new at all to me. I had deployed such tactics, seen them work effectively and less effectively and fail, but always had that approach. Come back out of incident command, and I know I'm going too fast. Come back out of incident command, the concept of community engagement is something that I had been championing for and had done at multiple levels for multiple decades. There isn't anyone on God's green earth that would have to convince me of the necessity and the value of community engagement, trust building, negotiation, mediation, de-escalation in any aspect of policing, not the least of which in incident command, critical incident command. I have never in my entire life as a police officer, certainly as I became a senior officer and an executive and chief of police, have advocated for more enforcement over anything else. My record in the public is exhaustive on that. The operational plans I led in the Toronto Police Service when I had 4,000 officers under my control, responsible for anti-gang activities, always had a significant element of mediation, negotiation, and engagement. I built the Toronto Police neighborhood policing strategy and brought that here to Ottawa. So this concept of Peter Sloly as being some sort of ultra enforcement driven focused leader is a narrative that someone has constructed to attack my character, but bears no resemblance whatsoever to my actual record in policing, including my time as chief of police here in Ottawa, including the 3 weeks that I was in charge of the Ottawa Police Service during these events.
Is it fair to say then that the view attributed to you as less inclined to allow the PLT team to do its work and to prefer quick win, as one witness has described it, by enforcement methods, that is inaccurate?
I did talk about quick wins, as I do literally in every major operation or administrative project. You need quick wins. I think that's just basically standard around. To do something different, you need to prove you can do it different, and it builds morale and confidence. In that concept, quick wins was my contribution to that, and I didn't get any sense that there was a wrong or a misunderstood contribution. What unfortunately has happened is that has been tied by someone or some people for some reason unknown to me to mean that PLT could not or should not be used, or could not and should not be used properly, or worse, that somehow I had to approve every single PLT action, otherwise it could not occur. And that is a complete fabrication and a lie.
And just to clarify your attitude on the role of the PLT, so let's go to the next document and see if you can enlighten us. OPS 304568. Now, just to give you the context, I believe these are the notes of Staff Sergeant Ferguson, not Deputy Chief Ferguson, Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who was the lead of the PLT team at the OPS.
Sorry, just for correction, John was brought in partway through the events to provide additional supports and leadership to the PLT, but that wasn't a function he had beforehand.
Right.
That's a decision that I was aware of and fully supported.
Yes.
For council, does that OPS 30144568?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if we can go to page 15, please. Can we enlarge? So I believe the date is February 5th, but we can confirm if we need to. So do you see, Chief Sloly, here the notation that says continue to negotiate, PLT doing a great job, need more of them trained? So maybe we should scroll up just to give the witness some context.
This is February 5th?
We can go scroll further up.
Okay.
So it's February 5th. So it's a conference call, critical incident command. We go further down. Go down. I thought there was a reference to the chief briefing.
A reference to what?
That it was the chief who was.
Well, it's further up. There's a reference.
Oh, okay.
to
So
the
I
chief.
just missed it.
I saw.
So Chief Sloly, do you remember congratulating or encouraging the team?
I don't
because
have
they were doing a good job?
Sorry to interrupt. I don't have a specific recollection, but I on literally a daily basis, that would have been a comment that came from me. So I'm glad it was captured by John Ferguson. I'm glad I said that because they probably deserved it based on the success of Confederation Park. I don't have an explicit recollection.
But there are other occasions when we see notations in other people's notes, not with regard to this incident, but PLT or negotiation more generally when the comments are a little more ambiguous. So I want to get your help in illuminating that. I want to take you to another document, OPS 30-14454. If we go to page 55. So we're now on February 5th. If we go down. Can we go back up, please? It appears I may have the wrong reference. A moment's indulgence. Okay, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Let's move on to another document. Can we go to page 32, same document? So here, there's a notation, what is our trajectory? And then there are two branches, enforced end, or negotiated occupation end. Need to take a decision today. February the 3rd.
Sorry, whose notes would these be? And
I believe these are notes taken by the legal services.
okay. February
So
3rd. And sorry, what time or what's?
I'm not sure we have the time. We just have the date, which is February 3rd. If you want to scroll up, we can see if we can find out more, but that's redacted, so that's not helpful. So we're left with these notes. It may be that you cannot help us with more information, but I thought I'd try. Do you recall anything discussed along these lines on the 3rd?
Again, I don't know how many meetings I would have had on the 3rd. Do you have a sense of what, this is a morning meeting? Is this an afternoon meeting?
Unfortunately, the context, we don't have much to guide us on these pages. So I'll just leave this and move on to the Coventry incident. Okay, so I have a new note. Let's try page 59. Same document, page 59. If we go to the bottom, please. Right, here. So here, there's a notation. This is again on February the 5th. The notation that says, negotiation gives us legitimacy to use force if negotiation fails. I take NEG to refer to negotiation. You can.
It's not my handwriting, so.
No, these are the
I would assume
notes
so,
from
yes.
the legal
Yes,
services. But PS, I take it refers to your initials.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any discussions around the use of negotiation as a way to give the police legitimacy to use force should it fail?
Well, somebody's interpretation. In every aspect of policing, a measured approach is the preferred approach. From our use of force continuum through to incident command, communication, negotiation, de-escalation, risk mitigation is the preferred route. And if you can't demonstrate you did it, even for a second, even if you had a second of opportunity, if you can't demonstrate that you attempted to do that, then you have less legitimacy around your decision to use force. That would be the context in which I'm talking about it. What I am not saying here, to be clear, is let's just pretend to negotiate while we put on the armor and go in there and hurt people. I would never say that.
And if anyone suggests otherwise, they would have misunderstood your view on the matter.
It would be really hard to understand how they could misunderstand that, but that would be the most charitable thing I could say.
Right. Now, we spoke earlier about the success at the Confederation Park, the involvement of the PLT. Now I want to take you to the event involving Coventry. That didn't go so well, did it, for the PLT?
Well, thank you for that clarification. From my limited understanding of it, there was a lot of moving parts there.
Mm-hmm.
In the net, I'm still not sure whether as a whole it advanced our operations. It certainly caused, again, confusion and contention among key elements of it and demonstrated that we were not at the level of maturity and optimal alignment around these things, but some good things did occur as well.
What good thing occurred in your view?
This was part of the change to the transition from the pre-plan into a new phase of involving more attempts to stop fuel coming into the location. We had just, I think that week, had the success of at least temporarily ending the GoFundMe piece. We were starting to see some effect from the efforts of addressing unlawful and unruly behavior in our neighborhoods. We were starting to get a sense of what the priorities are. We had the Confederation Park win. I would call that a full win, largely through PLT, which I've talked about. So we were starting to show that we could aim at a priority, at a problem and an objective, and get a material result out of it, not just be paralyzed into complete reactive, immobilized periods of time, which we had suffered in the first 72 hours. So for me, this was a sign that we were starting to get somewhere towards the front foot rather than being completely on the back foot. So while I would completely agree, it was a challenge for the PLT and a substantive one, and I won't in any way change the commentary that others have brought to it. But to suggest that it was a complete failure, I can't agree to that.
As I understand it, the issue was not so much whether it was legitimate to seize fuel or to prevent people from taking fuel downtown. As Superintendent Bowden explained, that wasn't the issue. The issue was for the PLT team to tell the protesters that something is okay, but then to turn around and arrest people when they take the fuel away. That's the problem. That's leading to mistrust between the PLT and the protesters. Do you agree?
And I don't want to be obtuse on this. That level of detail, I was never aware of. After the fact, why didn't that happen? The morning I'm briefed on it didn't happen. I have no idea if it happened or didn't happen. I think one of my complaints is I actually didn't get a call the night before to say it wasn't going to happen. So I don't know what was said by what PLT member to who, what promise was made. I have no level of understanding, even to this day, what the PLT log notes say that they told them and versus what happened. I've heard repeated descriptions of what took place, and even to this day, I'm still not quite sure what the sequence of events was. Clearly, though, I am aware that there was a significant departure from the optimal way that PLT should be utilized, and it had a major impact on the PLT's abilities to move forward. That I am aware of, and I'm confident enough in that evaluation, and that's why you will see even more after this point. I'm requesting additional PLT expertise from Commissioner Creek. I'm reinforcing PLT and the need for it to be properly utilized literally at every meeting that happens after this.
Just so we're on the same page, it may be helpful if I take you to the interview summary of Staff Sergeant Ferguson. If we can go to WTS 6027, please, at page 8. So he provided a description of what happened that day. I'd like to read that to you and then get your thoughts on it. So at 4:40 p.m. on February the 6th, Superintendent Patterson advised Staff Sergeant Ferguson that POU was going to Coventry Road and would be seizing fuel for evidentiary purposes. At that time, PLT had been at Coventry Road for at least 2 hours engaging with protesters. Staff Sergeant Ferguson informed Superintendent Pedersen that PLT was negotiating with the protesters and that they were compliant. But Superintendent Pedersen indicated that he intended to proceed with the public order operation. Staff Sergeant Ferguson attempted unsuccessfully to convince others in OPS not to proceed with the public order operation at Coventry Road. At 5 p.m., Inspector Marin reiterated Superintendent Pedersen's direction to Staff Sergeant Ferguson that they did not want the fuel from Coventry Road to be displaced and that they were proceeding without warrant. At 5:10 p.m., Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacted Deputy Chief Bell and advised him that the enforcement operation would undermine PLT's negotiations, which had been proceeding for at least 2 hours. Staff Sergeant Ferguson informed Deputy Chief Bell that protesters were compliant. Shortly after the call ended at 5:18 p.m., Deputy Chief Bell contacted Staff Sergeant Ferguson and informed him that he agreed with Superintendent Pedersen's decision. Later that evening, Staff Sergeant Ferguson learned that Deputy Chief Bell supported Superintendent Pedersen's decision because 3 convoy vehicles had left the Coventry Road site and were transporting fuel to supply protesters downtown. In a nutshell, that's what happened. Do you have any view on what transpired there? And any thoughts on how these kind of problems or troubles could have been avoided?
Well, if that is accurate, and again, it's one person's account, but for the purpose of, there's so many problems in this paragraph beyond the PLT.
Mm-hmm.
Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacting Deputy Chief Bell.
Sorry?
Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacting Deputy Chief Bell makes no sense to me.
Why is that?
Deputy Chief Bell is not in charge of operations in any way on February 6th. That is an internal incident command contact out of the incident command system to another deputy chief that doesn't have a functional role in the incident command system. So that alone is very confusing and concerning for me.
So problem number 1, keep going.
Problem number 2, I'm going to assume that at any given time across the theater that we were dealing with here, even in the micro red zone and Coventry Road being a 10, 15-minute drive from that, there's a lot of moving parts. If Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who probably at that point was a couple of days into his assignment, is not trained on PLT and has not up until that point been materially involved in the intelligence threat risk assessment, all of the various iterations of the operational plans and the sub-plans, is all of a sudden in the middle of PLT world, he's likely not aware of the larger intelligence and the larger frame of operations that Superintendent Pedersen is. Even Superintendent Pedersen is probably 24 hours into his job. So there's a lot of people who've been all of a sudden moved into different positions after a period of Rheaume, Dunlop, Patterson. There's a lot of confusion happening at this point. This is clearly an evidence of a suboptimal system trying to right itself. People trying to do the right things, but not really coordinating, in some places conflicting. And people trying to get help, but going up the wrong chains of command, and the wrong chains of command getting involved in areas that they shouldn't be getting involved in. If this is accurate, Deputy Bell should have contacted Deputy Ferguson. There's a concern from PLT. I'm making you aware of it. Can you manage that back down? That would have been more appropriate. So there's a lot of things happening in here. It's on the basis of one individual's concept, and that's an individual who's probably relatively new into their position and has never been trained on PLT.
So which one you're talking about now?
That big long paragraph that I'm...
No, which one? Who wasn't trained on PLT?
My understanding is that John Ferguson was a trained and excellent crisis negotiator,
right,
but was never trained on PLT as a police liaison officer. That's my understanding. I stand to be corrected.
Right. So to summarize, we have confusion regarding the command structure. Who should be reporting to whom about what? You were giving us the example of Staff Sergeant John Ferguson seeking direction from Bell.
I suspect John's substantive position is under Deputy Bell's command. And so in his brain, if I have a problem, I escalate it to my deputy. I'm assuming that.
Right.
That's the only reason, logical reason why he would go to Deputy Chief Bell and not go through Patterson, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, to get a resolution to the problem that he's facing.
And there were a lot of movement from one unit to another for a lot of people during those periods,
Absolutely.
right? That the fact that the event commanders has changed a few times, Pedersen being the third commander, also didn't help. What about the fact that the PLT and the enforcement arm, which we learn were the two sides of the command triangle? What about the fact that they didn't seem to be coordinating their actions in carrying out their respective responsibilities? Is that a big concern?
It's a big concern, sir. And again, I reiterate, this is an Ottawa Police Service that its PLT program was a part-time program. PLT officers, I had approved them to get training, I think in the late summer, early fall of 2021. So they're a part-time group of people who within 6 months get some training. We're still in COVID. I don't know how many times they've been able to utilize that training in any substantive way before the arrival of this massive unprecedented event. And then they're literally asked to do the impossible from the beginning to the end and do the best job they possibly can. But no, there isn't an optimal optimization within this incredible unprecedented event between that command triangle. There isn't. And even with the extra help that we got from the OPP and the arrival of experts like Inspector Baudouin, we weren't going to be able to flick a switch and all of a sudden go from OPS immaturity to OPP excellence within the dynamics of what's taking place in real time in the city of Ottawa.
So without any unrealistic expectation of flicking a switch, what are your thoughts on what we can do better in terms of avoiding this kind of troubles? What can we learn from all of this?
Thank you. Well, first of all, again, Commissioner, the incident command system, I had the honor and pleasure in, I think, 2008, 2009, along with Mike McDonnell, then of the RCMP, and Sue O'Sullivan, who was then a deputy chief here in the Ottawa Police Service. All of us had been trained up on the incident command system. We believe that that was the appropriate incident command system for the types of demonstrations we were seeing in the new century. Hate to make myself sound old, but that's what we were back then. And we had made presentations to the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police that to avoid integration challenges, we should have a standard incident command approach across the province. We were able to get the OACP executive to adopt that, and that became, through that process, I don't want to say the standard because I can't say for sure it's written into the current Police Service Act standards, but that became the default standard for incident command across the province. We attempted to do that at the CACP level. I got promoted and I don't know where that ended up. I now know there's a national framework. Long way of saying, we're going to increasingly have to bring large organizations together across potentially multiple sites. We need to be working off the same understanding, nomenclature, processes. We need to narrow that gap of a gray zone between strategic, operational, and tactical. I would suggest we also need to narrow the gray zone around a working incident command structure as it sits into the regular business of policing in any jurisdiction or multiple jurisdictions. Training needs to be standardized, nomenclature needs to be standardized, equipment needs to be standardized, joint training needs to happen, and all of that has to happen a long time before a major unprecedented paradigm shifting event like what we just saw arrives in any jurisdiction. This is one of those structural deficits, sir, that have existed for decades in policing. It doesn't all require money, but it's going to require a little bit of investment on that end. But it requires an investment of time and resources and focus. And what this event did to Ottawa, to Ontario and Canada was exposed that type of structural deficit. It's the same concept of structural deficit around intelligence gathering. We can't afford to duct tape our way through these incidents anymore. And unfortunately, this reads like a duct tape effort to get through a really complicated, dynamic situation. I need to be clear. Every name here did their best in the circumstances they found themselves in. I don't read into anything here a deliberate attempt to undermine or frustrate or cause risk to the public. it just didn't go off very well.
Thank you. Commissioner, I note the time. We're past 1 o'clock. Would this be an appropriate time to break?
Okay, so we'll take the lunch break for an hour and come back to continue the evidence. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, guests. All right.
Hello,
All right.
Jason.
Hello. Wow, what a morning. Just give me a moment.
Yes.
It might be you, Chris. Yeah, okay, cool. Just give me a moment. Who's still wearing socks? I actually did change my pair because it was warm in here. That was incredible. Holy moly. He's throwing everybody, calling people liars, doesn't know who's talking to who. People are being fired under his order, but he doesn't know about it. You know, where are we going to start on this? Holy moly. That was incredible. Prairie, you nailed it. That's all we have to say at this point. Wow. What dysfunction. What a complete mess. And this was the chief. And Donald, like, you've been watching this all morning with a bunch of comments. Is there a way to backpedal out of this for him? Is there a way to save face in this? Is there a chance that he could do that?
Well, I'm going to be kind. You were accused of being kind this morning, Jason.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, you were.
It's an accusation I'll wear. No problem.
So I'm going to be kind too. What an unmitigated disaster of a train wreck. I can't remember the last time I've seen such testimony, such a disaster from someone with so much experience at such a high rank in anywhere. I just can't get over it. I've got a lot to say, but I'll let everyone talk. But I mean, to me, it's obvious. Okay.
Did you ever work with him when he was in Toronto?
No, I didn't. Okay.
So you were before his time or after his time?
I was before his time.
Okay.
I was gone. But it's obvious that despite his experience, his training, his CV, and his wonderful use of police management lingo, I mean, he's just wonderful at the terminology and the concepts and the charts and the arrows. He was unable to meet the challenges of being the chief of a major policing organization. That's what it all boils down to. I am being kind. The deck was stacked against him, as it would be for any outsider. But I think that what we've seen here, in my initial opening summary here, compare him to the professionalism and the leadership qualities of the other witnesses that we have seen, all other police witnesses so far. And he just falls short, let alone being the chief of police of our nation's capital.
Yeah, to be frank, I was really rooting for him. I was really hoping that he was going to be this underdog, this scapegoat. He was going to come out and kind of set the record straight, clarify a few issues. But boy, he's muddied it even worse than before. Now, where I started today to where I am, or this morning to now, I have a complete different opinion on him. And I'm starting to have a little bit of empathy for some of the harshness that we were kind of attributing to the other people like Bell and Ferguson and others. Because now I'm starting to see a much different picture for sure. And Chris, when we were watching this, I'm not sure how much you caught this morning, but you can almost see the emotion in my chat go from excited, looking forward to it, and then slowly going down to, oh my gosh, I can't believe what I'm watching. Did you catch some of that too? And by the way, let me just check your audio. It seems a little loud. I might be able to do something here. Okay, go ahead and speak. Yep, let's try that.
Perfect. Yeah, I did catch some of it, and I even caught your coffee break comments with regards to him trying to ride that line, and in the end, he's going to be, I don't want to use the term hated, but people are going to be looking at him with the stink eye from both sides. One thing I noted though is that it seems to be consistent with him in the last segment there, pointing out that why was Bell contacted? He wasn't part of the chain of command when we're looking at notes, and it just seems to me, I would love to know how much communication we don't know about behind the scenes from political operatives, staffers, and other things, where we have so many multiple agendas here, so it's impossible for really anyone to have stepped up and grabbed control. I don't feel bad for Sloly. I look at him, you know, I watched him from the beginning, and you know, same thing with Bell when he came in, the tone that came, the framing of which the police were looking at the protests was pretty clear, you know, that they were taking the feed from the media, and it was just, it seemed like a communication loop amongst a few that was not being communicated to the rest of the crew. And so now we're in a situation like we've been talking about before, where it all seems to be pointing back to a new centralized command, new centralized power, and what his recommendations are. I just think it's a shame. I think it's when you have someone like that who's supposed to be a leader, the stain that it puts onto the other officers, good officers, and that we're, you know, literally trying to do their jobs but looking for direction, and it just seems like so much chaos and so many agendas in the room that you could never really get to the heart of what needed to happen, and that all comes back to dialogue and to keep, you know, to work on de-escalation. I just think I don't buy, you know, if there's this much disorganization and this much Keystone Cop, who's driving that? Where is it coming from? Just as much as where the narrative came from the media, you need to be looking at who was that? Was there a lot of contacts outside of the chain of command? Were people breaching that? Because the most important thing there is for everyone to be on the same page so you don't have escalations occur out of nowhere and lack of information. Like you said, he didn't even know until the next morning on you know, going over the PLT's heads and the distrust that can come from that. That's what you have PLT people for, is to keep things like the Emergencies Act and you know, the stormtroopers from having to come out. It's that line of dialogue that will always de-escalate. So I don't buy it. There's some people that need to be held accountable here from the top down. And I just don't know how many politicians were involved. But let's see the private messages. And we saw with Lucky recently saying, there's a couple of messages from her saying, requesting that the person she's talking to use an app for messaging that doesn't store deleted messages. And so I'm thinking there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that we're never going to know about.
Oh, that's okay. But
in the end, it's all coming out. So he doesn't help in any way. Like you said, he muddies the waters even more.
Right. Well, we're not going to get much more out of the OPS because he is the last witness on the OPS. So if people are bringing out evidence through the cross, maybe we can find some more of that. But I wouldn't get our hopes up that we're going to see a lot more of the dysfunction after today. After today, it's going to be switching to Convoy and Windsor and other things. But the purpose of today was to spend some time with Donald. So Donald is an advocate, a whistleblower, anti-corruption. There's a bit of his bio down there. If we had to put the whole thing in there, it would scroll once for the because he's accomplished so much. And I wanted to actually give Donald a bit of time to talk to us a bit about him, where he's from, his background, and also to let everybody know that Chris is going to be a regular. Chris is planning to be joining frequently. So you'll be seeing him often. You'll hear his point of view quite frequently. But today we're going to be chatting with Donald. And Donald, go ahead. Let us know who you are and what kind of stories you have, and let's hear them.
Sure. Well, I'll call myself a part-time independent journalist and documentary film producer. I've got a couple of minor credits in the mainstream print and broadcasting media. And I've got a background in public and private sector investigations, law enforcement, over 40 years. When you combine my Toronto Police Service with private investigations, case management. And at Toronto Police, my rank was sergeant detective, and my specialties were undercover, organized crime, fraud. I received a few awards, and one of the major investigations I was involved in was working out of downtown 52 Division, plainclothes. And, well, we spent about a year and a half pretending to be corrupt. And that was an organized, we were placed into a squad. There were 4 of us, and we knew there were problems with the squad. And by a few months that we were in there, and it was all properly handled, and all the money we received was all videotaped and all the rest of that. But after a year and a half, we knew that serious numbers of not only police, but there were also Crown and politicians involved. And it was all about their relationship with organized crime. So we took that down, and I'm very proud of what we did But that was my first taste of being a whistleblower. And after that, nobody could park their vehicle at the station. It was destroyed. We ended up having to move our office to a secret police facility and all the rest of that until it was all, taken care of through court and everything. But that was my first taste of being a whistleblower. And so then for 14 years, I ran a private investigation agency. I had up to 20 investigators, and I continued doing what I did, which was investigating crimes, but it took me all around the world: Asia, Europe, Central America, USA, and it was a very interesting time. And so one of the cases that we just concluded last year was a civil RICO case in Florida. And based on the evidence that we gathered, it got the largest civil RICO judgment in history, so I'm told, $270 million US. Oh,
wow.
So that's the size of the case that I'm used to handling. And I also did 63 days in prison, every day in solitary confinement, because it was the only way they could keep me alive as an ex-copper.
Right. Can you talk about how you got there?
Sure. In 2010, I was found guilty of contempt of court in a civil case, cost hearing. I was sentenced to 3 months in prison in absentia during a hearing that I had not been told of, not been notified. I had been in Asia at the time of the hearing, and 3 Ontario lawyers faked service, lied to the court, created false documents to say that I had been served in Ontario with a court order to appear. They didn't know I was in Asia. So I phoned them from Asia. I was supposed to appear in Toronto, civil case, actually to do with that large $270 million case that just settled. And so instead of appearing, I phoned from Asia. They didn't know I was phoning from Asia. After they wouldn't let me testify, they asked me if I had received a certain court order. I told them no, 12 times, no. They hung up, but it was one of those old spider phones. They didn't hang it up correctly. So I got to listen to them planning to give false evidence and create a false document and put that before the court. I recorded everything.
Good man.
Yeah. With 2 different devices, because of course, with my forensic background, I know that means can't be faked. And as a matter of fact, a report from the Centre for Forensic Science of Ontario said the recordings too were pure.
Great.
So they had that secret trial I was unaware of immediately over the Christmas season. And I thought, oh, no problem. I'll come back to Ontario with my recordings. The judge will lift the stay on the warrant for my arrest. He'll see that the lawyers lied and everything will be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Sure. That sounds logical.
Sure. Well, that's fine. So I got back. And by the way, there was also evidence that a Ontario Provincial Police Staff Sergeant had taken a bribe from the lawyers to put in a false affidavit against me also. And so all of this was put before the court, and the court said that I could not have a new trial or an appeal unless I paid the almost $500,000 in costs that had been levied against me during the secret trial. And so
That's in writing. And like
Not
you have all
having
this?
a half a million dollars to put into court, I went to jail. And the payment of costs was an impossibility. Everybody knew that. That's why they did that. So I surrendered and I went to prison. Did a total of 63 days, every day in solitary confinement. And that's something else. I could talk about that all day. But I was subsequently vindicated by various authorities, including the former commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, Julian Fantino, who
Oh, I know that name.
investigated the circumstances of my conviction, swore an affidavit that I had been falsely convicted. He testified under oath that 3 Toronto lawyers fabricated and filed false written affidavits evidence against me, lied to the courts orally, on the record, with a false document, 3 different ways. And these lawyers illegally bribed an Ontario Provincial Police Detective Sergeant to swear a 3rd false affidavit. And that was all after I'd gotten out of jail and such. And that's the story of how I came to be in prison.
So were you released because your time was up, or were you released because you were vindicated while you were in prison?
I was released because my time was up.
Okay.
My vindication came after I'd been released because, well, here's another thing. I was forced to defend myself at my hearing when I returned to Canada because 138 lawyers refused to take my case.
Wow.
This is all well documented on my website. Why? Well, some of them were afraid. Some of them received business from the 3 large Bay Street law firms that were involved. Others said they would be destroyed. Others said, well, I went to school with one of the guys or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was interesting. So I was alone. So in 2013, May 13th, Justice J. Brian Shaughnessy had ruled that they wouldn't take my evidence, and he lifted the stay on my arrest warrant and my warrant of committal, sentencing me to 3 months in prison. And court ended. The reporter went away. The judge went away. The officers that were there put shackles on me, handcuffs, took me down to the prison cells in the basement of the court, Oshawa Court. And while I was doing that, Justice Shaughnessy went to a secret back room. And there, without telling anyone, without putting it on the record, without making a notation in the judge's file, he created a new warrant of committal that extended my sentence by 50% so that by the time I was out of jail, the appeal period would be over.
Wow.
Nobody was given a copy of that. I was not given a copy of it. He didn't place a copy of it in the record. The only copy of that Star Chamber warrant for my committal was given to the prison authorities. And when I arrived there, the white shirts, the supervisors and the warden called me over and they looked at it and said, "We've never seen anything like this. What did you do to the judge?"
Mm.
Well, the answer is I threatened the judges. I threatened to put away the 3 lawyers. I had evidence. And so the club took care of me.
Right.
And so there's a short version. I can assure you and everyone that all the exhibits, all the evidence, the recordings, Commissioner Fantino's affidavit, the invoice that the foolish and corrupt staff sergeant from the OPP sent to the lawyers. He sent them an invoice for a bribe he took. Can you believe that?
Wow. Probably put on his taxes as a deduction too.
Okay, it's all there. He had a company going on the side. In his affidavit, Commissioner Fantino said that had he known about it at the time, he would have arrested them, charged them, along with the lawyers. So there you go. That's how I got where I am. And one of the major things that I'd like to see across Canada now is that it's time that we move the law societies into into 2020. They should not be self-investigating the same people that they went to school with, the same people that they worked with, the same people they party with and go to church and synagogue with, same people they see in the court every day. Just like the police, there should be independent investigative
Civil.
bodies, yes, to investigate major complaints and crimes by lawyers. We don't have that. It's time we did.
Donald, and to everybody listening, he's not lying. I have been a paralegal. I have been dealing with things. So one thing that Donald mentioned was falsifying service. 100% happens. It 100% happens. I've witnessed it myself. 100% happens. Do police officers lie? 100% happens. I've witnessed that myself, even on traffic stuff. Petty lies, irrelevant lies. It certainly happens. We're not painting all brushes here. I just want people to understand that the most certainly this stuff does happen. And
one thing that I sort of like to slide in, when I was talking to the lawyers and recording the conversation, I told them 12 times that I did not get the court order. They told the judge and put in writing and gave orally that I confirmed I had gotten the court order.
Lovely.
And that I refused to testify.
No, you had the tapes.
I did. Didn't matter. Court never heard the evidence. They made sure of that.
And I agree.
But you can listen to them.
Yeah, I think maybe at some point we'll do an entire episode about that. You can take us through some of it, play some of the recordings for us. If you want to, do that with me, I'll be happy. I'd be honored to do that with you. And we'll get the story out again, because I know you have some videos, but this is compelling and it's very interesting to hear this. And I do agree that a civil committee, kind of like the police one that we heard about yesterday during testimony, there's a police commission civil committee. I believe wholeheartedly that the L Club, the L Lounge, because at every court there's a room for the lawyers and it's called the L Lounge, and they definitely hang out in there and spend time in there, and they all know each other. I've witnessed it, and definitely I believe independent civil oversight on the law society is necessary. We'll leave it at that, but Donald's not wrong, and I've witnessed this myself. So Donald, thank you. So once you were vindicated, actually I have one question first. How did you get the attention of OPP Commissioner Julian Fantino? How did you get his attention?
All right. I used to work with Julian Fantino. He was the staff sergeant on that squad that went undercover with me.
Okay.
So I knew him, but I did not approach him during the trial, during the part where I was before the court. I didn't want to do that. At that time, he was a minister of government, and so he had no idea this was happening. But it would be unethical for me to approach him and expect him to do anything, interfere with the judicial process. I would not do that. Even when those lawyers, the crooked lawyers and the judges, offered me a deal if I would just apologize and forget about these tapes of the lawyers lying, I wouldn't have to go to jail. I refused to do that.
Thank you, Donald. And then what ended up coming after it? So once you're vindicated, you're being cleared. What does that mean? Do you have a process you go through? Does the government make apologies and admissions? What does that mean to start fixing things after they've done that?
When I say that I was publicly vindicated, well, first of all, the Ontario Civil Liberties Association investigated the whole thing and gave me that award.
Right.
I've spoken at several law schools all across Canada, University of Windsor, University of British Columbia. I was invited to the Law Society of Ontario, told my story. I had a former Chief Justice of a province come up and basically apologize to me. Now it's all over. I've been to jail. I'm trying to convince people that we need independent oversight and external accountability, and that a special investigations unit would be the thing. The law professor, Julie McFarlane at the University of Windsor. She's also the head of the National Self-Represented Litigants Organization. And she spoke, she gave the introduction to my award at the Ontario Civil Liberties Association. And during her introduction, she said that she had looked at everything and the lawyers lied. And and I've had newspaper articles and such. So I'm publicly vindicated, but I'm still convicted and have done my time. No apology has come forward from the lawyers or the Law Society or the corrupt police officer who's now retired in British Columbia.
Wow. How do you get back those 63 days? How are you vindicated for that?
All I can say is it really opened my eyes, first of all, to how many innocent people, truly innocent, not just technically innocent, truly innocent people are in the prisons. There's so many. The other thing I knew is solitary confinement is torture. It is torture. The lights are on all the time, 24/7. They open the little window every 30 minutes or an hour, bang, bang, to see how you're doing.
Yeah.
I saw terrible things. I saw people trying to kill themselves, running against the cell door 1,000 times, and then they'd fall down unconscious, and then they'd do it again. I saw people eating their own feces.
Wow.
I saw all sorts of things from my little cell window. And, we shut down the mental hospitals, sanatoriums back in the 70s. We said, oh, we're going to put them in community care. No, we just put them on the street. And right now, what I saw, solitary confinement, half of them are there, they have no business being on the street in society. They'll need care forever. Yes, they're criminals, but they're people, but half of them are mentally ill. So shall we talk about Peter Sloly? Because I could go on forever. Don't want to bore our audience.
Well, I'll be covering a lot more of Peter at the end. This actually isn't boring the audience. This is exactly what we're here for today, Donald. So I would actually like to continue on your story and what you're working on.
Sure.
I would like to bring Chris in for a quick moment here. So Chris, what we're hearing here is a lot of injustice. Police are not doing things right. Lawyers are not doing things right. And, no offense to Donald. Donald has a little bit of means, so he might have been able to have decent representation. What about people that are left with legal aid or no other options and can't even fight, like do recordings of stuff and prepare themselves that way? And they're just even a lot more difficult and stacked against them. It's horrible what happened to Donald, but this also happens to a lot of other people who we'll never hear from. And I'm sure that, in a lot of communities that you're connected with and stuff, you've probably heard a lot of this. Oh, and just on a side note, we still have Jeremy McKenzie in jail without bail in Saskatchewan as we speak right now. So kind of fitting to be having this topic of conversation right now. But anyways, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I think a lot of my work was in that scenario. It didn't matter whether the person was homeless or they just didn't have money or know how to fight. And a lot of my work was getting people prepared to go and see a lawyer, which again was, there's a lot of documentation collection. But the problem that I always found was that gray area in between. It's like this world everyone wants to acknowledge, but they don't really want to believe it exists with regards to the strong arming, the threats, the veiled threats. A lot of the times I would be the messenger for people, and I would go and try and help resolve, how did we get here? How do we move forward? It could be simply as having someone cut off from a local not-for-profit services so they can't get a daily free lunch anymore, right? Some simple things like that, leading all the way up to corruption on boards of directors at not-for-profits and local. There's like an insidious level at municipality. Like there's a group within each city, municipality that kind of play off one another, and they look out for each other, right? And so it's very difficult for somebody who's disenfranchised or doesn't have the monetary or the intellectual capabilities to be able to move forward on things, right? And so they're victimized, re-victimized, and people who are doing the victimization feel comfortable because, like what Mr. Bass was saying there, it's very difficult to get lawyers and other people on board in a situation where they are friends with those. Like even just cutting through the bias and to get any level of fair representation is extremely hard for people. There's a lot of people choose just not to, and for me it was a lot of just stumbling across it, and if people wanted to move, I never told people what to do, but I told them very clearly that you lay out okay, you're going after this person, but they also sit on a board over here with this person, so you've got this in the city, you've got this. People don't realize you've got like a dozen people looking out for each other, and it's to maintain the status quo. And so there needs to be some kind of a separation from it. Even still, when it comes to police, I'm not sure if it's the same in other provinces, but if you want to file a complaint against a police officer, your name's made public.
Oh, wow,
so
really?
I've had numerous situations where I'm not the one who's being harmed by the police officer. And again, most of my experience, 90% of the officers that I had dealt with on the ground, not in a formal PLT, but very similar to those, problem solving and troubleshooting, having to have relationships just for dialogue, for protests, to keep things calm. 90% were good, but those other 5 to 10%, oftentimes they don't feel that they have anyone who's going to come after them. And when you do file a formal complaint, it changes that dynamic. For a member of the community to file a complaint against a local officer, it's not an easy thing to do. And then your name is also made public. And oftentimes when there is justifiable sanctions, the sanctions just end up having the officer relocated up north.
Right. Kind of like
so
moving a priest around when he's in trouble.
It's a musical chairs thing. And so you don't have a system where the public can rely upon going to a system of integrity that doesn't have these agendas from local players that are involved with whatever's going on, as well as the funding that comes from governments and other things. So there's a level of expectation towards the type of service the government's paying for. And often, my time, I've been sitting across the table from people, and it became common when I'm just trying to, hey, here's a solution. Mm-hmm. The tone changed when they realize, okay, now we're going to start creating metadata. Because a lot of the times it's fine. As long as you're talking, it's fine. But as soon as you create a paper trail, their attitude changes with you completely. And having just people sit back, and they cross their arms and they lean back, and that's really going to change things, I think, moving forward, and how we deal with each other. If you decide to go with that route, okay, just let me know. We can do it in public if you're worried, right? But most people don't have that, right? And so there's no way to have faith in a system if the system is already stacked against you. And everyone says, oh yeah, there's 2 tiers. But the people at the very, very bottom have zero options to proceed. I was doing all my work voluntarily because a lot of people don't have the money. And so you have the language stacked against them. You have the Kafka-esque is what it is. Mm-hmm. There's so many different delay, deny, distract situations on any advocacy, whether it's human rights or whether it's local discrimination or just access to services. There is a system not designed to help the public, and every time you cross a threshold, the game just expands because now you're dealing with a whole bunch of other egos that have an agenda, and all you're trying to do is get somebody a free lunch, get them lunch for the day or access to mental health services in a community. But the person who's in charge of those services, isn't exactly running the not-for-profit by their designated mandate. So I suppose most of my work was doing that. It's just trying to help people understand what the options are. But once you get in the game, it's almost like you need a training program in how to deal with the obstructionism that you face. And when you try and any kind of justice that doesn't align with the political ideology of the day.
Cool. So Donald, he laid it out perfectly. The resources, services, it's all very limited, very difficult. And it's really every time you make a little headway, it just gets harder. So Donald, what are you doing now for pushing forward to try and establish a civilian commission of some sort? What are the challenges? Like, where are you going now? What is your mission right now to try and see that happen?
Okay, pre-COVID, we were going to do a cross-Canada tour. We had it all lined up, libraries and people, meeting with people in each province. And it was all lined up, and then that just died. So we're hoping to get that going for next summer. And that would mean a series of trips and appearances, not just myself, but other people, including people from the legal community who support it. And, it's interesting. We have many who were retired. They're now retired, and they were lawyers and even some judges who absolutely are on board with having a special investigation unit for lawyers. But to try and get someone actually practicing right now to come up and say that they want that, that's a very difficult task. Many people in private have said, yeah, that's a great idea. It's a great idea, but I can't support you. I just can't support you in public. People are afraid. It's more than a club. It's more than a club. There's money at stake. Someone earlier on asked me, what were the motives for the lawyers that would do that to me? And I saw that go across the screen there. Well, the motives were, it was about the civil case that we eventually won in Florida. And don't forget, we got a judgment of $270 million. But that was all about an estate, primarily centered in the country of Barbados, that was worth over $1 billion US. Oh,
wow.
And for that kind of money, to win that kind of money, the lawyers proved that they would fabricate evidence, lie to the court, bribe police, and the Law Society proved that they would look the other way. Just like there was a few years ago, there was a series in the Toronto Star. Broken Trust was the name of the series. And they showed, and my numbers might be a little off here, but I believe I'm correct, that there was over 209 cases that they looked into where lawyers committed criminal offenses against their own clients. This is in Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
And of those 209 cases where lawyers committed criminal offenses, primarily theft of funds and trust funds, but other things too, I think over 5 or 6 were dealt with by the Law Society in any substantive way. Everything else was, oh, we'll pay the money back and you forget about it, okay?
Wow. And what do we do then? Can we do a civil one where we just make lawsuits, make a group go together and start suing people? What do we do? And we're using a system that's corrupt to do it.
Come on, I had videotapes, or I'm sorry, I had audio tapes of lawyers committing perjury, obstruct justice, fabrication of evidence, bribery of police. And with that kind of evidence, they controlled the press. One of the people involved, or one of the lawyers that was involved in the case, but I want to make it clear, he was not one of the lawyers that fabricated evidence, but he knew about it. He knew about it, and he was the go-to lawyer for Canada's media, Toronto Star, Toronto Sun, CBC, CTV, when they had charter challenges, including in front of the Supreme Court. And he was the go-to guy. So the media weren't interested in my case. He's a judge now.
Yeah, and we've heard similar things from Brian Peckford himself too. The media is even interested in what he's working on. So we all know that Donald's 100% telling the truth. The media will pick and choose what to cover. My goodness. So today, do you have an organization that you're putting together? Do you have some allies who are working with you? Are there some lawyers who are getting behind you to kind of see what they can do? Where are you at on your effort other than setting up a tour for next year?
Sure. There's no formal organization. Not sure that's necessary. We'll see what happens. Certainly, some organizations have expressed an interest, and I'm not going to name them now, but you can probably guess. Have expressed an interest. Some of those organizations might carry through, but there's a few of those organizations that are primarily staffed with lawyers and run by lawyers.
Right.
I'm not going to name them, but come on.
Yeah. And people may.
Yeah.
No, go
ahead.
I was going to say people aren't aware that judges, you have to be a lawyer. There's no other way to become a judge. The prerequisite is lawyer. So for justices, that's not the case. Justices could be many different professions, but a judge, an actual judge that will make it to Supreme Court, Superior Court, Appeals Court, Federal Court, the prerequisite is lawyer. So it is a club. And if you're not in it, you're not in it. So we're not for bigger government, and we're certainly not for federalism or things like that. But how do you manage provincial law societies? How do you add oversight to that? Would a national one do it? Civil-based? Coordination with the government? What are you thinking?
Well, I think in Ontario, we have an independent agency called the Special Investigations Unit for Police.
Correct.
And the way they do it, look, they do it the best they can. You've got to have some police there, but they have civilians also. And if the complaint is against someone in Ottawa, well, then no former Ottawa police officers are allowed to be on that investigative team. And that's just the way to do it. Very serious. And it's staffed with qualified people who have, been in homicide. But once again, if the shooting is someone in Windsor and you used to work in Windsor, you're not going to be a part of that case. It's not the perfect situation, but it sure beats the police investigating everything themselves and saying things are fine.
No, I agree with that. Who would make it up? Will we have lawyers in there? Will it be civil? Work with like liberty unions or liberty associations?
Well, I think you would. I think it would have to be totally independent from the law society, and it would need lawyers. Yes, it would, and it would probably need a very eminent person, running it. Maybe even a former judge. I don't know. It would have to be. You're dealing with lawyers. People have to know the law in each province because it's different in each province.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why a national team wouldn't work. But it could also be staffed with former police officers and other professional investigators, forensics people, civilians. There's many forensic document examiners out there who have never worked for the police before, and some of them are pretty darn good. Same with digital evidence, because you're dealing with serious cases here, as mine was, and sometimes even more. So sure, you can put together these teams. It would require a change in the provincial legislation. And, I don't know if Premier Doug Ford would be agreeable to that, or even his Attorney General and Solicitor General, because, of course, both of them are lawyers.
Right. Chris, what do you think about this? First, it's a little bit shocking to hear that the system is as bad, but I knew about it. But maybe you didn't see it as close, that the actual law society and judges and stuff like that can be on the take. And we don't really have an oversight for the legal side of things. And I think Donald's right. We don't need to necessarily staff up with lawyers, because you're not looking for lawyers who just made an error in law. You're looking for lawyers who created criminal offenses. They actually broke laws. So investigators would be a good one to start with. But what do you think, Chris? Do you think we can do this? Is there something we can build here? Can we get a grassroots movement going where we're upset enough and we can start getting some action?
It's difficult to say as far as, because if people don't pay attention, it's how are you going to draw attention, and the names and the education you're going to bring to the table, or the arguments. I like hearing when you have, because I'm not sure again, the RCMP, if you grew up in that town, you couldn't work in that town. So having those kinds of boundaries set in play, I'd even go further in having people from out of province potentially having sober second thought of review, just to make sure, because it all comes down to ethical practices, right? Even getting ethicists and other, you know, keeping the agendas out is the number one thing in any of those situations. And so how can you create that lens that leads to it? So having an outside group pushing is usually the only way it goes. One of the, I hate even quoting Alinsky, but you know, if you want to promote community organizing, it has to come from outside. It's very easy it's very hard to change a community from the inside. It usually takes someone from the outside coming in. Actually, it might not be even the Alinsky, but you have to have those boundaries. People who are going to come in and just look at the evidence as fact and not allow personal relationships. And so, how do you keep that? How do you build a system of integrity? And that would be by having organizations that have a reputation, have the data, that can create white papers, that can do other things, that can really bring the maturity to the discussion without allowing it to devolve. Because in the end, it's about the best interest of the public. The public wants to have services they can rely on. And as well, too, the RCMP or policing agencies or legal places, it's very difficult when you come into when there's already such a level of distrust. And so if you can maintain your objectivity with a group, it is key. Which is having everybody on the same page, right? It's like walking like the Untouchables kind of thing, right? You need to, well, with that, the first part of the movie, not the last part. You need to be able to have the level of credibility coming to the table with those credentials. At the same time, how do you expose those problems? Because you're dealing, you have to have that conversation with the public first to say, okay, here's where we're at, here's where our faults are. Now, where's our fail-safe? And right now, we don't have one. We don't have anything. That goes with everything we're seeing playing out today. We don't have that lever that can be pulled that just says, hey, wait a second, we need objective eyes to look at this. Was there wrongdoing? And then reestablishing integrity case by case throughout the process. All you need in that situation is one group to point something out, if they've got the right setting, to point something out and be right. And also it not be an issue where the media will shy away from it. Because that's a good too. It's, you can be right about something, but if the media doesn't report about it, so it has to be an issue, very targeted issue as far as what are you going to go after, what are, you know, create a list, put out the whiteboards as far as what is the issue we're going to focus on, where we can check off all the boxes that we need to create that exposure, and then you build from that. And as your momentum goes, people are going to be curious, they're going to want to come on board. Doesn't always have to be lawyers, but you need to have a roster that if something happens and you need legal advice and or to take action, that you have people you can trust that aren't within that system. Usually not the most successful lawyers.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're not qualified. It just means they're not a part of the game and willing to do things, as Donald's mentioned, to get, you know, a means to an end. Too many people are willing to just do that, to make it, you know, put it away, put it on a rug. But we have to stand with integrity and just say, no, this is not in the best interest of the public. Here's the evidence, and just keep hammering and keep pushing with a smile as much as possible, of course, right?
Yeah. And on that note, Donald, in closing, are you confident that we can make some changes? Do you think the entire system needs to go away and come back as a different version? How optimistic are you that going forward, we can actually make the right changes and get something done here so that we can all rebuild the trust back into the legal system, the law societies, lawyers? We don't need complete trust, but we definitely need more trust. Are you optimistic that we can actually do that with some efforts and some?
Well, first of all, we don't need to change the whole system. The fact of the matter is, only a tiny portion of the people are really and truly corrupt, evil, whatever, any profession you're in, okay? What empowers them are people who look the other way.
Yes.
Everybody knew. 138 lawyers knew. The courts knew all about my system. But, you know, I'm just one guy, and nobody cares about innocent people who are convicted. Not just my case. We've had people in jail for 20 years. Oh, my God. 30 years executed. Thousands and thousands and thousands of stories, and nobody gives a damn. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, except you have to begin where you can. So I'm going to get my message out to as many people as I can. and I'm going to get my message out about what the fix should be. And if we have to shame the legal profession into changing what's a fabulous, profitable system for them, okay? I'm sure my friend Chris here will agree with me that it's a system for making money, and it cares not one whit about justice for ordinary people. If it did, then you wouldn't have to wait 5 and 6 years for a minor civil case. And it wouldn't be that just because you're suing a corporation or a corporation wronged you, that they can overwhelm you with $500,000 in legal fees and force you to print something over a weekend that'll cost you $2,400. That happened to me. And this is what it is. It's lawfare. It doesn't care about justice for ordinary people. But we have to start where we can start. We start by telling our stories and just putting one foot in front of each other. I think Chris, you've been at that for a long time.
And I do share some of the optimism too, and I do agree we do not need to rebuild anything. But I'm a little concerned because I too, Donald, I have my own. Actually, 2 days ago, I was a witness to fabricated evidence, so I have to deal with that somehow. And the courts are not helpful. I can tell you that in small claims court, as a defendant, you're guilty until proven innocent, because the assumption there is nobody files false claims, and the truth is they absolutely do. But the assumption amongst the court is nobody files false claims because of the penalty is so high, but the truth is they do. And because of that, it is an uphill battle for innocent defendants. And I'll tell you personally, that's 100% true. And yeah, just a couple of days ago, I'm looking at fabricated evidence, and I got like 3 weeks for trial, and I got to try and deal with this. Yeah, it's not fun. But Donald, I do agree with you. There is room for optimism. Did you ever talk or try to reach out to the Attorney General of Ontario or Solicitor General or anything like that? Did you try and reach out to them?
The answer is they both know about me, as does the Law Society, and as does Malcolm Mercer, who's in charge now of the Law Society Tribunal. And by the way, he attended one of my lectures down at the University of Windsor, and I think he's a pretty decent guy, pretty ethical. I do. But nobody got up and banged the drum and said, hey, Donald spent 63 days in solitary confinement. The legal profession should apologize to him. Nobody did that. That's fine.
Yeah, and you've moved on. An apology would be great because it would be vindication. But I think you know what you faced, and I think you know why there isn't an apology.
Sure, but I get to name all the corrupt lawyers and the corrupt police officer and the corrupt judge on my website. I'm not going to, throw their names out here, but it's all there along with the evidence and everything. And ordinary people know that when you call in public a lawyer or a judge corrupt and they can't do anything about it.
It's true.
Well, it's true.
Yeah, they would defamation. They would have a whole bunch of things against you so quick because you posted it. But truth is a defense to defamation. So they'd have to leave you alone because you'd have to prove it, and then they'll be coming out again on them. So yeah, they'd have to leave you alone.
By all means. I've got a section on my website. So sue me.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a link.
Sue me, please. Here's the name of my lawyer. Let's get those tapes and those transcripts before the court. Let's get a subpoena to the corrupt police officer and the lawyers. By the way, I was not allowed to cross-examine the very witnesses that the court relied upon with their false evidence to convict and send me away. I was not allowed to cross-examine them until I put in that, $500,000.
Wow. And they wanted a security, or were they going to pay the other side? Was it
they're in prior to my coming back to Canada, in that secret trial, there had been incredibly large costs award to the lawyers who fabricated the evidence.
Well, it's expensive to fabricate evidence. You should know that.
Well, I don't know, but the way that they had of totally derailing, having to give me an appeal, was to say that I had to pay that into a trust account, because my appeal was frivolous and vexatious. And no, we're not going to listen to those tapes. They've been excluded from evidence. So it was just the club protecting other club members.
Well, I'm glad you've been vindicated. You sound great. You're working hard. I think if you do a tour, you'll have a lot of people showing up, especially if you show up in Alberta. I'd love to go check it out. Do you want to let people know kind of when to expect to hear some stuff from you about that tour and come see you?
Well, we're hoping July and August, and probably do a stop in each province. We'll see. You can bet you'll know when we get a little more planned. Don't forget, only just a few months ago or even weeks ago, are we now even able to fly and talk to people, and who knows what they're going to try and pull this winter. But
yeah, we're going to find out.
There we are.
Yeah, you may get something happen soon because his testimony is coming up, and I'm sure he wants to distract for a little bit there. We may get something soon. Well, Donald, everybody go ahead and subscribe and follow Donald. I don't know if you have a YouTube channel, do you?
I do. And
you do?
Well, it's sort of dormant. It's all my stories. But if you go to my website, donaldbest.ca, you'll find all the links. And I have a Twitter feed at donaldbestca, and you can get all of my work there. But once again, my story it's a compelling story, but gosh, it's only one of thousands, and that's the message. So we really have to make some changes. Hopefully we'll be able to, but it's tough to get people interested in just one story until you realize that there are millions of Canadians who really don't have access to any justice at all, whether they've been wronged or whether they've been arrested, whether there's false evidence, false accusations. They really have no recourse because of the way our justice system is set up to favor those with cash.
Yeah, and that is a dirty little secret. If you got money and you got time, you'll win no matter what the case is. And usually it's true. I think we're getting some audio. Go ahead, Chris.
I was successful in helping. A lot of the times was getting lawyers to get all the stuff ready for human rights tribunal, and the people didn't have money. But I smoked some amazing salmon in the end. Right? If you remove the money and you just look at the human side and the human whole, to me, it's never been hard to step up. Oftentimes, when you're dealing with people that have been wrong like that, it's just having someone believe you, because you've been spinning for so long, and you think you have systems that when there are things that go wrong, they're designed to help you as a citizen. You think that, and you find out quickly that nobody really cares unless you have a group of people in the community that can stand. And it's very difficult to get people to stand up for one person, like Donald's saying. But when you look at the deepness of the ramifications that can come from that, we have to step up.
Well, maybe Donald's story will inspire a bunch of people to become whistleblowers and tell the truth. One of the things Donald mentioned, and I completely agree with, is people are too scared to come forward when stuff like this happens. There should be an anonymous way. We went through the Me Too movement to really clean up house on other issues. We need the public to speak up and tell the truth as soon as it happens. Don't be afraid. You gotta find an outlet to get the truth out. And then Donald, would you kind of concur with that? There's too many people are silent when things like that happen to them. Planted evidence and should they be coming out more?
Well, there are different ways of coming out, and I can tell you, it's tough being a whistleblower. It's tough standing up for integrity. When we were coppers and we stood up and we did search warrants and arrested other police officers at their home, they trashed cars. They did what they could. This is the reality of being a whistleblower or taking action. But if a lawyer had come forward and stood up at the Law Society and said, we're not going to let this happen. Just one bencher had done that.
That would have been enough. to
They
solve
wouldn't have
one.
been able to move forward with me. And you can see the letters on my website. You can see the letters that I wrote to the Law Society, excuse me, and the response that I got. And you know, there it is. It stands forever as a testimony to the corruption of that organization.
Sorry, I got a little distracted there. They're going to be doing the stream soon. I got a meeting in 2 minutes. I'm trying to coordinate. But no, don't leave yet. The stream's not up yet.
Okay.
I'll bring the window. No. But in closing, Donald, how can people kind of protect themselves? You recorded yourself with 2 recorders. You did some things like that. Would you recommend that people go ahead? This is a single party recording country. So if you're on the recording and you know it's being recorded, it's legal. You can record whatever you want as long as you're a party on it and it's legal. Would you recommend people start doing stuff like that and preparing themselves? Because if it was not but for your recording,
Absolutely.
you would have been done, right? If you didn't have that
Even with-
recording, you would have been done.
Even with my recording, it was done, wasn't I?
Yeah. Good point.
The answer is yes, and we can do a whole show about that, and I'll show you different devices. Always, yes, all the time. Apple iPhone.
Well, if you'd like to see that, say make a comment, and we'll get Donald on again. Thank you very much, Donald. You have yourself a great day, and thank you, Chris. Take care, bud.
Talk to you guys soon. Thanks again.
say both in her interview summary as well as in her evidence that Superintendent Riom was removed for personal reasons. He needed a rest or some rest days. So she did not say anything about his removal being connected to the former chief. I just wanted that to be clarified on the record.
Okay.
Now, Chief Sloly, just before the lunch break, we spoke about a number of issues that I also wanted to clarify so that there's no misunderstanding. First of all, I asked you about the date when you found out that Superintendent Riom was replaced by Superintendent Dunlop. And I believe you said that was on the 5th of February. Now, if I could take you to the document, I want to see if that would refresh your memory. OPS 30s14484. So if we go to page 2. So it appears that on the 3rd of February, These are, again, notes to yourself. On the 3rd of February at around, well, in the morning, you attended a meeting with both deputies on teams with Superintendent Dunlop. What was your understanding as of the 3rd about Superintendent Dunlop's role if he was not the event commander?
Thank you. On the whole, sir, I wasn't sure what his role was. I had understood that Staff Sergeant Mike Stoll would be the primary presenter of the analysis that came out of that meeting on the 1st, a range of 3 options. I've described them, but not necessarily accurately as to what they would come back with, and a preferred option, including the implications of resources, et cetera, et cetera. On the 3rd, if that's the Thursday, that would be the Thursday, there were 2, yes, there were 2 meetings, one at 10:30, and then another one, I think, maybe around 12 o'clock, where I was waiting for Mike Stoll to give that presentation. I think the notes indicate that he wasn't available, the presentation wasn't on what I had asked for, and I was saying, look, I just want that presentation that I'd asked for. So there are 2, I would call, aborted attempts to provide that. On the Thursday morning, the first one around 10:30, the next one around 12 o'clock or so, if my mind is accurate. Finally, the 3rd attempt, which occurs on the afternoon, I think, of the 5th, the Saturday, I get the 3 options. I get their preferred option at that point. So I'm still not sure, even at this time, why Superintendent Dunlop is involved in the presentation and what his role in it is. My recollection, I stand to be corrected, is he wasn't introduced as the interim event commander, the event commander. That's my recollection. And my confusion is based on that point.
Okay. The other thing that we spoke about was with respect to the Coventry incident, and we were attempting to draw some lessons from that event. One of the issue you identified was the fact that Staff Sergeant John Ferguson went outside the incident command system when he sought guidance from Deputy Chief Bell. Now, if Staff Sergeant Ferguson if he had concerns about the direction that he was getting from the event commander, Mark Pedersen, Superintendent Pedersen at that time, who should he have gone to?
While it was confusing, again, I don't want to characterize it as he did the wrong thing. I just want to be clear about that, John Ferguson. There would have been options. John could have gone to the incident commander, which at this time should have been Russ Lucas. He could have gone to the event commander and attempted to further explain. And if that wasn't happening, he could have gone to the major event commander in that case, major incident commander in that case would have been Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. So there were options for him to engage. I understand it seems to have been he was doing his best to get people engaged around something he thought was important.
But just so we understand, Superintendent Pedersen was Inspector Lucas's superior. If he was challenging a decision by Superintendent Pedersen, wouldn't it be problematic for him to go to somebody who reported to Superintendent Pedersen?
Challenging, but still appropriate. There is an incident command chain of command, and then there's an organizational chain of command. So at any point when there's a disagreement in the chain of command, if done professionally, if done timely, and if done seeking a constructive outcome, not for rumor mongering, not for undermining, not for any other personal agenda, you can engage that chain of command in trying to reach some sort of a better outcome. I think that would be appropriate.
Now, I understand from Inspector Lucas's interview summary that he thought by that time, around 5th or 6th of February, his role had diminished to more akin to an operations chief at a tactical level. So if Staff Sergeant John Ferguson had issues about the operations, is it not arguable that he shouldn't have gone to Inspector Lucas?
And again, I want to be careful. I perceive that through information that's been presented at the testimony myself. I wasn't aware of that. So it's new information for me that Inspector Lucas's perspective on his changed role is new information for me. If that was materially the case, if that was known to everybody, and if it was known to John Ferguson, yes, he would then have another challenge of who could he turn to. I would accept that. But this is all new information to me too. So it's just conjecture at this point to try to answer your question, sir.
And I appreciate that you're doing the best you can. We're also trying to understand what lessons to draw from it, and we just don't want to draw the wrong lessons. So the other option that you identified was for Staff Sergeant John Ferguson to perhaps approach Deputy Chief Ferguson, because she was by then the major incident commander. But wasn't that also problematic because they're married?
At some risk to go into the realm of conflict of interest and relationships and organization, I mean, that there is that challenge. But in the frame of the Ottawa Police Service at that time, there wasn't any breach of policy. And so it would have been appropriate if he felt it had, again, constructive, objective, not unprofessional, not undermining, not self-seeking, to have sought the intervention of, or at least to provided his information to the major incident commander. I do also recognize, if I understand the context as to what happened, this is sort of a real-time unfolding event. It seems to me, again, I may be wrong, it seems to me that there wasn't an opportunity for Staff Sergeant Ferguson to wait for a briefing cycle to raise the concern when all the people would have been around the table. And then that would have allowed Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, or even Superintendent Patterson, to reconsider. It seemed like he was trying to get a real-time decision in the midst of an operation. So the third option would have been to wait for a briefing cycle, raise it as part of the briefing cycle to try to deconflict it and make it better going forward. I don't think it was appropriate in that circumstance.
Right. So because there are some uncertainties about the circumstances, we shouldn't be too quick, perhaps, to
I certainly can't be quick to judge or to in any way attribute blame. But I think, Commissioner, goes back again, these are the still need to be developed areas of consistent across the board understanding of incident command systems within the operation of a policing service that clearly here in the Ottawa Police Service and other jurisdictions, we need to get to a higher level. There are examples of excellence across the country. I think we need to try to raise all boats in the harbor as high as we can, sir.
Thank you. So let's move to a new topic. You've told us earlier that the Ottawa Police Service was badly in need of external help. You needed more resources to resolve the situation on the ground. I want to take you to a document. This is OPS 30-14454. So you see that the document is dated January 31st. So this is the first Monday after the arrival of the convoy. And looks like it's a meeting with the RCMP and the OPP. You were there. If we go down the page, you see the notation, can't safely remove them unless we have hundreds of officers to maintain risk. And then if we go down further, no way we can come by, not sure what's that word, 4 more days without something help, lots of help. Was that and then the next line says now transitioned into an occupation. Does this reflect the thinking at the time on or about the 31st that the OPS will need hundreds of officers in order to safely remove the protesters?
Yes, sir.
And then if we go to the next page, we need, sorry, go down a bit. Oh, sorry, go down. Oh, go up, sorry. We need resources. And what is that next word?
It looks like communications.
Saying together, join together at 3 p.m., question mark. Do you recall these discussions at that meeting?
Yes, I mean, specific lines not as clear, but I recall the meeting with Commissioner Lucky and I believe Commissioner Creek. I don't know who else would have been on the call.
And if we go down the page a little, there's a comment from Trish. Maybe go to the next page. Here, looking for boots on the ground. What did you understand her to mean?
Those would be your sort of general duty officers, traffic direction, taking a traffic point along the red zone, patrol, just general duty officers that could be utilized in a variety of different ways.
So do you understand the request at that time was for general duty officers from the RCMP and the OPP?
Well, she outlines.
And then the other.
Yeah, that's the running list that she was asked to sort of, come up with on the spot. I think it's actually a pretty reasonable list based on what we knew at that time and where we were.
And how did the commissioners, Carrick and Lucky, answered?
Well,
we scroll down. From Commissioner Carrick, will facilitate all of your requests and get embedded in the command structure.
Yes.
So you had a commitment from Commissioner Carrick as of the 31st that they would do all they could to assist, and they were willing to embed in the OPS command structure. And then Commissioner Lucky from the RCMP, why did negotiations fall through last night at 8 p.m.? What was that about? What negotiations?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she's referencing.
And then if we go further down, there's a comment attributed to you. Reach out to, you see?
Gatineau and Sûreté de Quebec.
Right. So you extended the ask to Gatineau and Sûreté as well.
Yep.
Do you know what kind of help at this time the OPP and the RCMP were offering? We know what you asked for, but do you remember what they were committed to providing?
If I understand the question, they had already had resources in the theater. Again, I stand to be corrected by other information that might come up. RCMP, I believe, had 3 what they call troops, public order units, in the National Capital Region. They were not under our incident command system control, but they were available in an emergency, and they had certainly a range of important duties to manage. I believe at that point we still had OPP public order units. Again, not, if I understand correctly, not under our incident command, supporting parliamentary protection services, but again in the theater, general area of the theater. Within what I would say within the incident command system deployment, there were general duty officers from the OPP, somewhere in the range of 30, 40, 50, again, stand to be corrected on numbers, as well as a range of other municipal police service agencies' contributions, London Police, Durham Region Police. I think Toronto might have been up at that point. Most of those were public order unit officers, though, as opposed to general duty officers. That's my recollection around the January 31st.
Okay. If I could take you to the next document, which is an email that you sent to Commissioner Carrick, dated February the 2nd. The document number is OPP 401576. So this was sent February the 2nd. On the first line, you see that you wrote, "I'm seeking your assistance in providing resources to assist the Ottawa Police with our operational plan." The subsequent bullets mentioned 50 to 60 uniformed officers, PLT and POU supports, as well as incident command supports. And then the next lines talks about a tactical dispatcher. So were these the nature of the request?
Yes, so those have been, I'm assuming that that would have been a refined list of requests that I'd received from Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, who she would have received it through her incident command, chain of command.
Now, in testimony yesterday from Commissioner Karique, he was asked about a formal request and the implications of a formal request under the Police Services Act, Section 9, subsection 6. Just to be clear, your request here, was that the kind of formal request under the Police Services Act?
I may not be understanding the question, sir, sorry.
So it may help if we take you to the Act. COM 50819. You're familiar with the provision I'm referring to, right?
I'm not that familiar with
Okay,
it.
so let's go to the Act and look at it together. So this is the Police Services Act. If we could go to page 12. So under request of Chief of Police in emergency, this is section 9, subsection 6. A municipal chief of police who is...
Sorry, I'm just not seeing it on my screen. Am I missing?
Oh, at the top.
Oh,
see, oh,
okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, I missed it.
Do you see the heading?
Yep.
Request of Chief of Police in emergency? Invoked.
So I thank
Maybe
you.
it's a screen.
I'm aware of the language in the Act, but I wasn't in my mind referencing this. If it happens to fit it, that's fine.
But that's my question. When you wrote the letter, you were not having in mind this section
No,
under the Police
I was
Services
simply
Act.
sending a communication to another chief or commissioner asking for resources.
What do you understand to be the difference of requests made formally under subsection 9.6 or the kind of informal request that you appear to have sent?
I will say I've never in my policing career relied on this section, so I don't have other than what's written on the page, this would seem to be, if we needed more officers, we could ask or resources, we could ask the OPP. But I mean, if this is intended to, and again, I'm not aware of what's underneath it, if this means we can't manage, we can't adequately, effectively continue to be the police of jurisdiction. Can you come and do this for us? I wouldn't interpret that way, and that was certainly not the intent of me sending that letter to OPP Commissioner Karique to ask for those resources.
Well, that is where I'm going, because perhaps it is open to interpretation, but certainly one interpretation is that the OPP had the ability to step in and take the lead.
I believe there's certain conditions that would have to be met. They couldn't just arbitrarily make that decision.
And that's why I'm asking you, if a request is made under this section, would you have been comfortable to let the OPP take more of a lead role under this section?
If I felt the conditions in Ottawa required that level of intervention from the OPP or any other police service, I would obviously be making that request and therefore be very comfortable with it, subject to all the usual discussions as to how that would transpire. But I was not making that request.
You were not making that request. And I guess my question is, given the situation that you found the OPS to be in shortly after what you call the paradigm shift, after the first weekend, isn't that something that should have been done logically?
Not at all, sir.
Why not?
We were 3 days, 72 hours into a situation. I don't think anybody in Canada at that time really understood what was going on. And I think it would have been irresponsible and unnecessary to burden another police service with that level of request without having any real understanding. So I just don't think there's, listen, you could talk to other police chiefs and they may have their opinions, but as of the 31st or the 2nd when I sent that letter, that was not a situation that I was considering at all. That's not a situation that anybody had raised to me, either within the Ottawa Police Service or from the Police Services Board. It's just not in the realm of considerations.
Did the situation in Ottawa escalate at some point to a stage where you would have considered that appropriate?
Not during my tenure, sir, no.
So in your view, up until mid-February, February the 15th was your last day as the chief, the situation was not desperate enough in Ottawa for the chief to be requesting that kind of assistance from the OPP?
That's correct, sir.
What would be the downside to the OPP stepping in when they had the resources and if they were willing to help?
The OPP never had the resources necessary, sir. They could coordinate the resources and they did a good job of that, but the OPP on its own could not have come in and with its totality of its complement provided the full level of some 2,200 officers that were required.
Well, they alone might not have been enough. As we know, during the final days, both the OPP and the RCMP stepped in, but certainly the OPP had more resources than the OPS had at the time.
The quantity of resources, while being a factor, would not be, even in my humble opinion, a significantly weighted factor for such a decision as for a chief of police in any jurisdiction to request through Section 9 of the Act for another police service to come in and run its police service.
But in addition to quantity, they also seem to have the right expertise, such as as we'll come to talk about it, the group led by Chief Party, the Integrated Planning Group. They had the expertise, they had the capacity, they were willing to help, they were offering help. Why not?
There's a lot of things they had, and they offered those things, and we utilized them as quickly and as effectively as we could. And ultimately, through to my end of my tenure and beyond that, there was a very successful outcome. But you've asked me before, did the circumstances in Ottawa rise to the occasion of what I now understand to be the function of Section 9? No, they didn't, sir.
Right. So this is the letter, sorry, if we can take this off, the Police Services Act. You remember we looked at an email, this one, that was your request. I want to take you to another email that you sent on the 4th. So this request was sent on the 2nd. On the 4th of February, we have another email, OPP 401582. That's right. This is the part I want to take you to. You address this email to Commissioner Carrick.
Sorry, what's the date of this, please? Sorry.
The 4th of February.
Yeah, thank you.
So you addressed this email to Commissioner Carrick. You said, once again, let me express my appreciation for the significant and ongoing support that you and your OPP team have provided to the OPS over the course of the demonstrations. It would appear from this reply that you received the additional resources that you requested?
The short answer is yes. I don't know if we got everything that we asked for and when we got it, but again, at this point, I have no concerns whatsoever. I think this is more just, I'm actually seeing some of the most well-turned out OPP officers and vehicles operating in and around my sphere, and they really just look good. They were like the cavalry coming over the hill, and they were just really well turned out, really professional group of officers. So I'm just complimenting Chief to Commissioner, the quality of his people.
Mm-hmm. On the 2nd of February, when you sent the request to the OPP, I believe you also sent a request to the RCMP. Let's take a look at pb.nsc.can.401743. So this is actually, this is your reply. February 2nd. Thank you, Commissioner Lucky. If we go further down, that's right, we see an email from her to you. And at the bottom paragraph, sorry, let's go up a bit. The paragraph that starts with at present. At present, all of our public order units are actively deployed, and I'm not in a position to be able to redirect any teams to Ottawa. Do you have a memory of what you were asking for and what this response was meant to address?
Sorry, just again, the date is this February
The 2nd.
2nd. So this again, this will be around the time that we are pivoting the plan. We know we're going to need, this is the day after the February 1st Canada meeting. We know we're going to need a substantive amount of POU, short-term and long-term. And so this was the request that I sent out to the RCMP for POU at least. I don't know if there were other things that we asked. And it seems that the substantive response here is, you know, our POU units are deployed. You can't get them. Reasonable. I'm not challenging back. They're having their own resource challenges, and they're exploring the possibility of the other 50 resources. I'm assuming they're police officers, but there might have been a variety of different knowledge, skills, and abilities that we were asking for.
So these are examples of the kind of early request following the paradigm shift and the kind of responses you got.
Yes, sir.
On the 6th of February, I understand that you told the mayor and Chair Deans that you needed 1,800 additional resources. Am I correct?
It's 1,790 odd, but yes, I think the number 1,800 has become the most functionally used number.
Let's go to an OPS document 3014454. Page 98. So there's a reference here, 1,800 additional members that came from other services.
Sorry, the date of this again, sir? Sorry.
Can we scroll up?
Okay.
February 6th.
Thank you.
5:10 p.m. So am I correct that that the number 1,800 was communicated as early as the 6th of February?
Yes. So again, just context-wise, there was an emergency board meeting held on February 5th. During that meeting in the public session, I received a direction from the chair of the board to produce a list of all the resources that we thought we would need to, my words, safely, successfully, lawfully, and the events in Ottawa. I needed explicit understanding from the chair. Did she need that on the spot, or could I and my team take that away and then provide a more thoughtful and full response? And she said, yes. The team had asked for me to try to turn that around in 24 hours. And I think by this time, which is almost 24 hours later, we had a substantive list that was drawn up. And it wasn't just police resources. This also included discussions around what other things could the city help us with, increased bylaw fines, other potential supports from the city and civil society. I think we were looking at the insurance industry, whether they could help us to address some of the issues around the trucks and vehicles. So that's the background to, I think, this meeting.
How did you derive the 1,800 number from?
Again, without the benefit of notes, but at some point after the board meeting, there would have been a request at two levels within the incident command system for their planners to identify the number, types of resources, and associate that to the overall operational plan and the relative sections, sub-plan sections. Then across the organization, I asked each of the functional command areas. So that would again include Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson in her functional role, Deputy Chief Bell in his functional role, and Chief Administration Officer Dunker in her functional role to identify supports. The reason for the two sort of coordinated requests, we needed a certain level of capability, resource capability, predictability within the incident command structure to work under that structure to achieve the goals of ending the events in Ottawa. But we were still struggling with staffing for our police of jurisdiction responsibilities. And I don't know if at this time we'd finished the negotiation with the Ottawa Police Association for the shift schedule change, but we were struggling on both ends, staffing to a level beyond just maintaining the red zone through the incident command piece, and staffing to maintain our contractual obligations and member health and wellness requirements in the general police services to the rest of the million residents in the city. The sum total of those 1,790 odd resources reflects all of the different aspects that we were looking for, and they were broken down short-term, mid-term, longer-term. The bulk of the resources, I would suggest, were more short-term. A significant amount was mid-term, and then another amount would have been long-term. That would have been assisting in prosecutions after the fact, case management, crime analysts to pull all that together. But the bulk of that request really was in the days and weeks as opposed to the months and years portions of some of it.
Now, I understand that later that day, on the 6th of February, there was a command team meeting where you asked your team about the resource needs.
Later on the 6th?
On the 6th.
Okay.
Does that accord with your recollection?
Again, just so many different meetings. Like, if you could show it to me, I might have a recollection.
And the commission has heard evidence from Superintendent Abrams that he was present and overheard some of the things that you said to your team. Well, not overheard. He was there. He was invited to attend. And the next day, he wrote to his superiors, including Chris Harkins, among others, about what he observed on the 6th. So can we go to that email? If only I have the document number. OPP 401546.
Just for clarity, sir, just while the document's being searched, my understanding, again, stand to be corrected, I had a meeting with my command team on the afternoon of the 5th after the board meeting was over, where I was interrupted for part of the meeting, had to leave to go out for a phone call and come back. And it was in that meeting I said, look, we've just gotten direction from the chair. We need to produce this over the next day. Start thinking about what you need. This is a big lift that we're going to have to do. Then on the 6th, after my team had worked through the night, through the day, the number of 1,790 odd was broken out into various functions. So if Superintendent Abrams' recollection of that comment, it should have been in my memory on the 5th, not on the 6th. But I stand to be corrected.
I could be off on the dates. But the date of the email is not in question. The date of the email is the 7th, as you can see on the screen. And it was on the 7th that Superintendent Abrams wrote to his superiors, including Deputy Commissioner Harkins. And this is what he wrote. Deputy, I did not want to mention this on the call with the group, but I feel it important for you to have this information. On my call with OPS Command last night, Chief Sloly asked his people to send him their resource needs. They told him that they need 250 members a day to run things. Chief Sloly told them that if they need 100, he will ask for 200. If they need 200, he will ask for 400. He seemed very comfortable asking for twice what he really needed. He looks at it that if the other partner police agencies can't meet the ask, can meet the asked number, then Ottawa may still get more than they really need. Was a very strange call to be a part of. Hearing the commissioner say that he may ask for 1,000 members, I felt you should be aware of the above. So that's what he wrote about his observation the night before when he attended the meeting with the OPS command. What do you have to say to this?
It's a very strange interpretation by Superintendent Abrams. What I can tell you was that at one of the meetings that I recall on the 5th, maybe it was the 6th, but what I recall on the 5th, I said to my folks, up until now, I've been getting requests that I would call incremental, what we need to get through this day or this weekend. What we need to do and what the board chair has asked us to do is what do we need to get to a safe, complete, successful, sustainable end to the events happening here in Ottawa. This could take weeks. So I need you not to think incremental. I don't want you just to think in a short-term cycle of planning. I need you to think exponential, short, medium, and long-term. It's in that context. I don't know if I gave the exact, if they say 100, 200, but don't let your thinking be incremental. You have to be able to consider the full range of resources. We're not going to get to be able to make this request again. So think about everything you might need: a special constable, a crime analyst, a computer dispatcher, someone who can do open source social media, whatever you don't have right now to meaningfully contribute to the end of these set of events, or to not be able to continue delivering our basic police services. This is the time to put that resource request into this. So I was not in any way trying to put any other police service in a situation where they would need to give us things that we did not need. If it was interpreted that way by Superintendent Abrams as a guest on that meeting, that's unfortunate. If it was reported that way to the commissioner, that's very unfortunate.
Now, we've heard from other witnesses, we've asked other witnesses the question, what should go first, the plan or the request? Is it the number that drive the resources, or sorry, the plan, or the other way around? What's your view on that?
You'll very rarely hear me agree to an or. I'm always an and person. So it isn't one or the other, particularly in fluid events that literally up until the day of the 29th, no one really knew what was coming. The plan will always need to make adjustments in real time sometimes. But at any point where you have to make a commitment to some portion of the plan, you need to have some relative assurance of the predictability of the resources available. So these are not consecutive exercises. They are almost inevitably concurrent exercises. A lot of my concern about how this whole issue has been portrayed is it's been portrayed as one or the other, and the preferred one seems to be plan before resources, consecutive. In this instance, in real-time events, whether they be natural disasters or unplanned protests or protests that are so fluid in the making that you don't have the benefit of months or even weeks of advanced planning, you're literally making resource requests in real time as the threat assessment or the context of the circumstances change. We saw that play out in the pre-arrival plan. You asked the question earlier on. As the warnings increased, did your resource requests increase? Yes, they did. Not because we stopped everything and wrote a perfect plan for the next resource request. We continued with the planning process while we continued with the intelligence process, while we continued with the resource request process. And quite frankly, that has been the way that I have seen the Toronto Police Service work in all my time there. That has been the way that the Toronto Police Service supported many other jurisdictions. That is the way that my experience with the Ottawa Police Service was during my time as chief. I had never once before in my entire career been asked to provide a fully detailed plan with sub-plans laid out and timing and exact details and logistics as to where people were going to sleep, what uniforms they should bring, before we sent out a request in good faith to good police partners and said, we got something big, it's happening right now, or it's happening 2 days from now, This is our best guess of what we need. There might need to fine tune that. Can you help us, yes or no?
Now, a moment earlier, I think you clarify that it was on the evening of the 5th that your team started working on the numbers.
It's my recollection, but again, if my dates are off, I stand to be corrected.
I don't know which dates may or may not be off. I just wanted to bring to your attention what is in your summary and give you a chance to correct anything if necessary. Can we go to the former chief's summary at page 31, please? So
Can
you
we
see-
just, I'm seeing, sorry, I'll let you finish, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It looks like it was my mistake, but just to refresh my memory, can we go to the 5th? Is there any reference of the board meeting on the 5th of February?
Well, here's the thing. The reference is in the previous page and this page to the 6th and the 7th. I don't think there's a reference to the 5th, but you saw an earlier email dated the 6th where you had the 1800 number, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get some clarification in terms of when your team worked on the number in order for it to be available on the 6th.
My recollection, sorry to interrupt you, sir. I shouldn't talk over you, sorry. My recollection was that we started those discussions immediately after the conclusion of the board meeting on the 5th. Now, that might have been the command team and my immediate chief staff might have started that discussion. And then on the 6th, the incident command team and other command areas were briefed and then involved. So that there might be some of a bit of a bleed over from my recollection, me actioning these things on the 5th to whatever the meeting was on the 6th that Superintendent Abrams was participating in.
So depending on your best recollection, it could be that the date in the summary is in error, in which case I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct it if necessary.
I'm not suggesting it's an error. I just recall having discussions with people in my organization about the staffing numbers immediately after the board meeting where I'd been given that instruction from the board chair. I wouldn't have waited until the next day to start having people engage in the exercise of the planning exercise around getting that number.
Moments, indulgence. Okay. Now this number, the 1800 number, was publicly announced at some point, was it not?
I believe, yes, it was, sir.
Do you remember the date? Or should we go by the summary?
It looks like there was, it was announced at emergency council meeting, I believe.
Right. So if we go to page 32 of the summary, Chief Sloly publicly announced the request for 1,800 police resources during a special city council meeting on February the 7th. Is that what you remember?
Yes, sir.
This was not his normal course of action, but the Freedom Convoy was unprecedented. Specifically, Ms. Deans asked Chief Sloly in a public OPSB, that's Ottawa Police Services Board, meeting to provide a detailed report on the level of resources required. Could you explain the circumstances in which you made the public announcement?
Yes, so it definitely was not the normal process. There were a series of communications from the end of the board meeting on the 5th through the 6th into the 7th as to what role the board and the city could play in supporting the police service to get the needed resources. The substantive outflow of all of that was a desire by the chair and the mayor. They arrived at that through some level of discourse to have a joint letter to the other two levels of government to seek their direct support in securing those resources.
Now, in the ordinary course, would it be the practice for the request to go from chief to chief, from one police service to another, and not through these political channels?
In the ordinary course, yes.
And was that not sufficient in these circumstances?
These were extraordinary circumstances. And so, and there was a increasing and significant desire would be I think, not quite the right word, for the board to be seen as actively supporting the service in one of its few ways that they can, which is securing resources for adequate and effective policing. Again, for context, the start of the February 5th board meeting, the chair in her opening comments talked extensively about whether or not the circumstances in Ottawa would allow the Ottawa Police Service to be able to provide adequate, effective policing. The transition from her opening statements to me was a question directly to me, Chief. I'm not quoting exactly, but as close as I can, Chief, do you have the resources necessary, the ability to provide adequate and effective policing in the city? And then there was a substantive period of that board meeting spent on that topic. The sum total of that was the request, the direct request from the chair for the list of resources that we would need. This is not ordinary, but I do believe it falls somewhere within the realm of the Police Service Act for the board to make sure that we had the resources necessary to provide adequate and effective policing. And I believe this is one of the ways in which, again, former chair deans may choose to frame it differently, but I interpret it as a genuine effort to exercise some level of their mandate to support getting those resources. There was then the additional layer of whether the chair would sign this alone or the mayor would join in signing. I wasn't very much involved in that, so I can't really speak to it.
Now, there are those who are concerned about the public announcement of this larger number of requests. For example, there may be legitimate concerns that this announcement exposed the OPS's vulnerability to the convoy participants.
I presume someone could come to that conclusion on their own. I'm not sure why that would be so enlightening, because I think almost every public statement that I made after January 29th, I talked about how desperately we needed resources and how we were seeking resources and asking for resources. I think in the middle of the February 5th board meeting, the topic of resources came up. And in fact, in the middle of that board meeting, I received a communication from the RCMP saying that 250 officers were arriving, and I literally made that announcement on the board meeting. So nobody should have been surprised, I think reasonably surprised, on the 7th that we were significantly in need of resources and that we were going to be asking for a lot of resources.
And to those who hold the view that this announcement was made outside the proper channels and invited inappropriate political influence into the intra-police resourcing discussions, what do you have to say in addition to what you've already said about the context of these?
And thank you. Again, listen, I think there would be as many opinions in this room or all the rooms across Canada on any one of the aspects that took place here. So I'm not in any way going to try to suggest that no one should ever hold that opinion, including another police leader. But I suspect they would have the same problem about previous political announcements around staffing numbers that took place the week before.
Now, another criticism that could be leveled against this public announcement is, especially in light of what we've heard from other police witnesses about the lack of an adequate plan at the time this announcement was made. Was it really appropriate to make this kind of public announcement when OPS didn't seem to have the kind of plan sufficient to deploy this large number of resources, even if it were given then?
Again, I can appreciate concerns raised certainly throughout this process and in discourses well beyond these walls. This again is not a practice that I've experienced in my policing career, where there would be a requirement for detailed, completed plans submitted and then analyzed prior to any substantive release of resources. It wasn't in my experience around planned events like the G8, G20, and it certainly wasn't my experience in unplanned or highly fluid and contentious events like the one that we experienced here. If this had become a new standard and a new expectation in policing, I was not aware of it. And I had at that point been a chief of police for over 2 years. Secondly, we did have a plan. It was an ongoing, evolving plan. I would by no stretch of imagination suggest to anyone, the commissioner or anyone else, that it was an excellent plan. It was a robust plan, given that we were still pivoting from what we had experienced just a week before. Canada was still trying to figure out what was going on across the country, just as we were trying to figure out exactly what was going on in the city. And we had been literally using every resource possible just to get through hour by hour, day by day operations and the planning for those operations. There was no additional capacity to be able to produce such a level of standard plan while we so desperately needed those resources. I think, unfortunately, it became a misinformed issue around an unrealistic expectation. And unfortunately, that caused a lot of concern across the board, inside our organization and clearly outside of our organization.
Now, this commission has heard evidence from both Superintendent Bernier of the OPS and Superintendent Abrams from the OPP that officers from the OPP already in Ottawa were not receiving adequate instructions for them to be properly integrated or deployed in Ottawa. If there were officers in Ottawa who were not being effectively used, then one may ask, what's the point of sending more?
Well, from what I've heard and what I've seen and what I knew at the time, yes, there were occasions where officers were not optimally deployed. Can I tell you, I have never been involved in any police operation where we have brought in resources from across our own city or brought in resources from outside of our city in 2 police services, including my time in Kosovo, where there was suboptimal deployment and utilization of resources. What tends to happen is the incident commander almost exclusively will be from the police's jurisdiction, will utilize the resources that they know best and use the most frequently, and then go and tap into the other resources. Inevitably, that means that the external resources will be underutilized. It is in no way surprising for me to have heard that at points during the entire 3 weeks that I was involved in this, that there might have been officers from some police department that didn't get their briefing at the right time and may have even spent the better part of the day not doing the things that they thought they were going to be doing. I'd experienced that many, many times myself.
Now, the last criticism that could have been made that I can think of, and that we've heard from some witnesses, is that between the 3rd and the 10th of February, the OPS was using RCMP and OPP officers simply to relieve OPS officers who were exhausted and not as part of a plan to end the occupation. What do you have to say to that?
That's probably very true, sir. Our officers were exhausted, frozen right through. They needed relief, and there was no other place to get relief from. And that's part of the reason why the very first request on the 31st of January that Trish Ferguson announces to the RCMP commissioner and the OPP commissioner is to send us some general duty officers. Our people are asleep on their feet or they're frozen to their post. I'm not surprised. That is not an optimal situation, but that's the reality of what was going on.
Okay. Now, I'd like to take you to a new topic. We've been talking about your request for resources, but before we leave that topic, actually, now that it's clear to you as of the 7th, the 6th or the 7th, that Ottawa would need at least 1,800 officers in order to effectively resolve the convoy events. Why is it still not a good time to resort to sections 9(6) of the Police Services Act.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a second go round on this. The concept of a measured approach, I think it's been talked about usually in terms of PLT and secondarily in terms of use of force. A measured approach is, we need more resources, let's ask for it. We need help with the planning for those resources, let's get that. We might need to integrate our operations to a greater degree than we have ever considered before. Let's work on that. Okay, so we're getting more resources. We are stepping up integration. Our planning now is getting to a much greater level of efficacy. Now we're going to consider unified command. That is a measured approach of stepping up. I think it would be irresponsible, as I said before, and I'm sticking to that. I think it would be unprofessional and unwarranted to go from, wow, we just had a really bad weekend, let's get the OPP to come and police our jurisdiction, to, we just had a really bad weekend. Let's figure out how we need to get better. Let's start to use everything we possibly can. And let's be as clear as we can, but as quick as we can in requesting the things that we can reasonably anticipate we'll need in the short, medium, and long term. Let's be very open to, as we have always been in Ottawa, even during my time, to integration. Nothing was off the table. I think I probably said that statement 453 times. Everything's on the table, including greater integration and including unification. And ultimately, through greater integration, ultimate unification, and some 2,200 officers, the Ottawa Police Service, as police of jurisdiction, and the amazing supports we received from across the country, were able to safely and successfully end the events here in Ottawa.
Perhaps this raises a more general question of how should we deal with multi-jurisdictional event that requires external support. You've mentioned that Ottawa is the police of jurisdiction, but the reality is that you're asking these external agencies, the OPP or RCMP, to supply tremendous resources that at the time Ottawa did not seem capable of effectively deploying. You've acknowledged that there were issues with officers already present, but for different reasons.
Just on that point, I just want to be clear, and I think it was, I understand somebody clarified this before. There were instances where clearly that was happening. I believe Superintendent Abrams was a direct conduit to Deputy Chief Bell, organization to organization. He raised it. I believe it was received well and it was actioned. I don't recall that being a continuous problem or a problem on scale. I will not deny that it happened sporadically and particularly in the early parts, but it's my understanding it wasn't a daily occurrence on scale where hundreds of officers were sitting around being unutilized or underutilized. I just want to make that clear for the public record.
Yeah.
And again, that level of underutilization is something that I've experienced in my entire 3 decades in policing. That was not a unique situation to the events here in Ottawa.
I do not wish to exaggerate the problem in Ottawa, but surely you won't deny that OPS was struggling. That's what we've heard from all of the other witnesses.
I think I've said that repeatedly myself, sir.
And OPS was struggling on many different levels. It needed to develop a plan, but it was struggling to the point where it was finding it difficult to have the expert planners to make that plan. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the OPS officers were tired, exhausted. They needed external agencies' help just to maintain a regular level of policing. That's the reality at the time.
We needed external police agencies' help primarily for the incident command system to address the crisis happening in the downtown core. We needed less help for the policing of the rest of the city. We still needed help there, but we were nowhere near by comparison.
So again, I think my question is, wouldn't it be very simple to let a bigger organization like the OPP or RCMP to have a greater capacity to help? They wanted to help.
I'm not sure they wanted what you're suggesting, Section 9. I never received any suggestion from Commissioners Creek or lucky that they wanted to come in here and bring the necessary lift of 2,000 plus officers and have them on the ground here for days, if not weeks on end. I stand to be corrected if there's information out there that's different from that. Here's the challenge. Then you're going to have to get 3 levels of government to invest differently in 3 levels of policing. I don't know how the formula would work, but if we're to go down the what if scenario that you're asking me to entertain, and please, if the commissioner doesn't have time for this or you want to move on, just let me know. But here's scenario number 1. Take a percentage of every municipal police service, just say 10%, fold that up into the OPP, because every single year, some event is going to come to some municipal police service where they don't have enough resources. So automatically, the OPP will get 10% cut of every police service because when, not if, they will be required under the new components of Section 9 to come and take over policing for a day, a week, a month. They have the lift to be able to do that. I don't think any mayor or any regional authority is going to go for that. And I don't even think the province would want that responsibility. Now, just layer in that on top of the RCMP, with how stretched they are with contract policing, national policing, Indigenous policing, force protection internationally. There's probably 8 functions that not one of them are staffed adequately. Now, are you going to take a 10% cut from the provincial police services to allow the RCMP to do that? And now you come to the National Capital Region where there are 6 police services operating in here at any given day. How do you divide the pie there? I understand the intellectual desire to explore that. The practical and financial side, I'm not sure merits the effort. I think what we need to do is get standards across the board, really clarify how and when we work together in integrated and or unified, clarify the gaps between strategic, operational, and tactical, and how that fits into police of jurisdiction, adequate and effective. That's going to be a lot cheaper and probably a lot faster. And it can be iterated over the course of time from lessons learned from experience to experience. You're talking about a major structural change, legislative change that would take years to hammer out and then years to get to a point of efficacy.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go back to what happened on around the time that Chief Party led his group, the Integrated Planning Group, to Ottawa. He arrived on the 8th and he had a meeting with your command team on both the 8th and the 9th. I want to get your best recollection of the meeting you had with them in the afternoon on the 9th.
Okay, well, I think it was around 12 o'clock. Again, for context, if I get the dates wrong, I believe somewhere around the 6th or the 7th, there was a communication between myself and Commissioner Creek where we had talked about a significant increase in integration. I forget who raised it, whether he did or I did, but we were very quickly in agreement that that would be very helpful and that we would need then to bring in senior folks that had experience and expertise and that type of thing. He referenced Carson Party almost immediately. That name, I believe, came up in our first conversation, and I welcomed him and anybody else that he could send to support that. And to his word, I think within 24 hours, we were contacted. 24 hours after that, there was an initial meeting out at the RCMP headquarters. That was a meeting, unfortunately, and I realize I'm going really fast, so I'm slowing myself down now. That was a meeting, unfortunately, that because of the distance to travel to and the Teams meetings problems that we had, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was only able to get a portion of her incident command staff on there. While there was somewhat of a productive discussion, it didn't get to the level where there was any substantive move forward. There was an agreement to have another meeting on the 9th of February, right? On the 9th of February. And there was additional efforts during that period to continue to improve and evolve that plan, a substantive lift that day. I referenced earlier on that I got involved in that lift to try to elevate the plan to as great a degree as we possibly could for these partner agencies coming in. I believe around 12 o'clock, 12:30, Chief Superintendent Party, Superintendent Abrams, RCMP Superintendent Liu, and I forget there were other members, but those were the 3 primary members of the team arrived at our headquarters. We'll take a pause there, but that was the context to the start of that meeting. I had my command team and my incident command team there as well.
So I'm glad you paused there because before we get to the actual meeting with the Integrated Planning Group, do I understand correctly that that morning, the morning of the 9th, you had another meeting with your the OPS command team.
Mhm.
Can you tell us more about that meeting first?
And we debriefed from what happened the previous night, look to see where we could, again, continue to evolve the plan in advance of this next meeting and put every effort into that so that, again, we could have the best product available. It was clear to me that the arrival of this team was not only to support what were the ongoing efforts here, but they needed to assess where we were with our ongoing efforts here, specifically assess the plan.
Now, let me take you to some notes. These are notes written by Deputy Chief Ferguson, I believe. OPS 30-14479. And I want to take you to page 66. So you see from the top there that this is Wednesday, February the 9th. If we go to, what time did you say the meeting was? You don't remember?
I see a note here, 7:10. I don't know if that's accurate, but that would seem about right. It was relatively early in the morning.
So this is the day after the group arrived, and your attendance was delayed the day before, and then the next morning we have this meeting. Do you remember Mission Hydra?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the name.
Ancient Greek civilization, an old myth about a multi-headed monster. When you cut off one head, it would grow back.
And was there a reason why this is called Mission Hydra?
A bit of creative license on my part, but the idea was we were struggling to take a section of the red zone or a Confederation park and then hold it while we continued on. And so that was a constant challenge as our officers made efforts to secure portions of the theater, particularly in and around the red zone, that the challenge was as much to take the portion and then to hold the portion. So the concept of the Hydra, if you can cut off the head and cauterize it, it can't grow back.
Mm-hmm.
If you can take a piece of ground and hold it, people can't come back. We can then focus on a smaller theater with more resources. Smaller theater, more resources, smaller theater, more resources. That's the concept behind the.
Right. Now, I understand from the testimony of Deputy Chief Ferguson that the day before, on the 8th, when your command team met with the Integrated Planning Group, she presented a strategic concept of operations plan with 8 points, with a mission statement that included elements of engagement by the PLT and so on. And part of the discussion at this morning meeting on the 9th is a new version with a different mission statement. And there's a reference here that this was a very aggressive posture, language throughout the whole briefing and mission statement. I'm not sure the next word, as asked if anyone needed clarification. Chief laid out his plan, omitted negotiation, and when I brought it up, he reacted angrily, saying, "We are not negotiating." Then said, "It's implicit." I advise, is it all CIC mission statements? Our CIC mission statements always has explicitly stated in the mission statement. And then the next comment, I believe, is attributed to you. If it doesn't reduce the size of the footprint, that is not a good negotiation. Do you remember this exchange?
These are Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's recollection of that. I would not in any way characterize what took place in that meeting to reflect what I'm interpreting in language here. So again, without the chance to hear these concerns and understand, we had a very healthy discussion, yes, around whether the term negotiation should be explicit in, I believe, the mission statement. But other than that, not really sure as to why she has interpreted things the way that she's chosen to do so.
So let's hear it from your perspective. You've told us about this as well, I believe, during our interviews. If I could take you to your interview summary at page 36. So we go to the section under discussions. That's right. Chief Sloly recalled that on February the 9th, he held a special meeting with Deputy Chief Bell, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, OPS General Counsel Christian Hunold, CAO Dunker, and Inspector Kevin Maloney. This meeting took place after an internal OPS planning meeting, but before the February 9th, 12:10 p.m. meeting with Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu. His intent was to emphasize that the entire command team was signed off on the February 9th plan. At the meeting, he stated that he would crush anyone who undermined the plan. Chief Sloly recognizes that it was an unfortunate choice of words, but public safety, member health, wellness, and safety, and the successful conclusion of the local convoy events were all at a critical juncture, and this required absolute command commitment to supporting the implementation of the updated plan. He restated the need for unity within the command to support the updated plan, including the level of integration and the acquisition of the needed resources to safely and successfully end the event in Ottawa. There were to be no major changes to the plan, the concept of operations, the elevated integration, and the senior ICS assignments without discussion about the need for such a change. Does this reflect your recollection of what happened?
Yes, sir. It's my statement.
So there appears to be an emphasis of committing to this plan unless there were significant changes that would have justified a different course. Why this emphasis?
We had the challenge of the previous week where senior people were swapped out without any communication, where we had delays around the development of a significant portion of the plan, that being the public order plan. This was a reminder to folks about the problems that we encountered last week. We are now bringing in a significant amount of resources, a significant level of integration, and we simply cannot have a individual make a change that could affect the strategic intent of what we were trying to accomplish at this point. We needed to have, on the positive side, we needed to have a full commitment across the command team that we had reached a position now that we could move forward with. There were still going to be evolutions of the plan and sub-plans and as resources became available, but that the base of the week and change of pivoting from where we were into this new position, particularly with the request of resources and integration, this required a very firm and full commitment from the command team going forward.
Now, you acknowledge that the word choice, crush, was unfortunate.
Absolutely, sir.
But you meant to convey an emphasis that no one should deviate from the plan lightly.
Lightly, at the strategic level, no major changes in the plan, no major changes in the concept of operations, the elevated integration with RCMP and OPP, and the senior ICS assignments, major incident commander, event commander, incident commander, without discussion first. Probably the only thing I forgot to add in there, unless there were exigent circumstances. And again, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, exigent circumstances is always implicit in any one of these circumstances.
Is this consistent with the incident command system where the operational level commander required a certain degree to adapt and to respond to quickly changing circumstances?
That's the concept of exigent circumstances, sir. That would not fit within what I was relaying to these folks here.
So would your colleagues have come away from this meeting understanding that if there were to be changes, that it would require some kind of an approval from the chief?
Not at all, sir. At the operational level, no. Again, I'm very clear. No major changes to the plan, no major changes to the concept of operations, not objectives, not subplans, not operational decisions made during the course of the day. The elevated integration. I wasn't going to have a superintendent, an inspector, a staff sergeant, or a deputy chief tell the OPP and the RCMP, you know what, we don't need that integration. Never mind what Sloly says. So this was me being very clear at the strategic level of where we were. No major changes outside of exigent circumstances for these areas.
So we'll come back to this very shortly, but just to clarify this point, I may take you to the notes taken at this meeting by the legal services by Ms. Hunnode. If we go to OPS 3014454, please, page 130. So this appears to be the same meeting. Do you want to scroll up and take a look at the date?
Thank you. February 9th.
Okay, so we go back to page 130. The point I want to draw your attention to is the second arrows from the top. No changes to plan unless chief approves.
Yes.
So that was the question I put to you. Would someone walk away from this meeting thinking that there were to be no changes to the plan unless the chief approves?
Again, to be explicit, no changes to the architecture of the plan. But that is not me saying you can't have a tactical change, you can't have an operational change unless I approve it. It would be, even if I wanted that, it would be impossible for me to validate, approve, or not approve every single aspect of any potential change to the plan. It would just be impossible. I would never have said that. And I can't see any experienced person in that room taking such a literal interpretation and walking out, particularly after being in this theater for almost a week and a half. And if they had that interpretation, with the maturity and the rank in that room, I would have expected them to raise clarification.
Now, it was at this meeting as well that we've heard from other witnesses that you discussed politics. If I could take you to page, maybe later on in this page actually, or maybe the next page, I'm not sure. Go down a little more. Do you see the comment from Trish? I want us to limit politics.
Yes, sir.
And the comment just before that, I suppose was attributed to you, Tom Carrick probably, is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional ask resources.
Yes, sir.
What is your recollection of the discussion?
Just that. And it was made it clear to them that the folks that have arrived here have come with clear instructions from their command to assess the level of our planning, the adequacy of the resource requests that we made, and then to, assuming that we could come to that arrangement of integration, to then move forward on building that out. But they were coming to assess where we were.
Now, so there was a reference to the Deputy Chief Ferguson asking to limit the discussion of politics. Her own notes, now these are notes taken by the legal services. Her own notes are more explicit. If we could go to OPS 3014479 at page 67. We go down. Okay, talked about the plan. So keep going. See the dash? Talked about the plan. Not sure the talked about the plan for
Briefing?
briefing the embedded cell of planners and commanders. And he spoke of a type of conspiracy that is happening at provincial and federal levels. And this team is being handled by their political masters and promoted the idea that they are not really here to help. Can you help us understand who are these political masters and what was the conspiracy theory?
Yeah, first of all, these are Tricia's, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's words. I won't challenge her emotions or interpretation around it, but they're not the conversation that I was leading at this point. I had a very clear discussion about two elements. We are going to be assessed on the quality of our planning and the relevance to the resource requests. And if we cannot provide enough substantive justification for what we're looking for, we're likely not going to get the level of help that we need. Secondarily, I did talk about the politics that are happening in and around this entire event. By this time, it is a national event with global coverage. By this time, I had had several interactions with all three levels of government and the board. That was clear to me that there was increasing, intense, and in some cases, I believe, undeserved and unhelpful political pressures happening to the Ottawa Police Service. Pressures that could affect our ability to secure the resources. So I was letting them be aware, giving them situational awareness, and allowing a conversation to happen in a very tight room with my command team so they could have as much understanding before they went in front of the group of external agencies to have that conversation. I didn't want there to be any surprises, and I wanted them to be as fully informed as possible. An example would be the day before this, there was a public motion put forward by a significant number of city councillors asking for the Ottawa Police Service to be removed of police's jurisdiction for the purposes of the incident command. So these were very live, real-time issues. There were others that they were less aware of. So I tried to give them indications as to what was going on without delving down into the unfortunate details of it. It's in that context that I think Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson may have thought it was a conspiracy theory. These were very real experiences that I was aware of, and I was trying to bring my command team to a level of awareness so they could appreciate the challenges that we would have to show a unified approach around this going forward. And if we didn't have a unified approach, these type of politics could very quickly divide and conquer us.
Were you concerned that these officers coming from the OPP or RCMP may not come with a pure motive to help, but rather were acting on behalf of whoever was sending them for other politically related reasons?
If you're asking whether Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu were there for political reasons, no. I think they were genuinely assigned and they came with genuine hearts to offer the help that they could, to understand what was going on and offer the help they could. But I'm very much aware of the politics that comes to play on the heads of chiefs of police and commissioners. And I'm very much aware of a number of issues that my colleagues at that rank were facing.
Now, you were the one who was asking for help, and when they came, was there any reluctance on your part to share the information within the OPS in order to help them help you?
Not whatsoever, sir.
Did you have any issues of trust in relation to working with them cooperatively to resolve the situation in Ottawa?
Trust, no, but I was very explicit on 2 points. Integration means that the Ottawa Police Service remains police of jurisdiction, and the Ottawa Police Service remains in control of the incident command system, and that the resources I'm asking for are to be under the control of the incident command system. Those are the only 3 caveats. If they couldn't agree to those 3 caveats, we'd probably have to go back to the drawing board in some other way to get the resources and achieve another type of integration. Those were the 3 caveats. It's not a matter of trust. It's simply a matter of the baseline aspects, the red line aspects of our ability to move forward under an integrated model.
Your command team has told us that they perceive an issue on your part of not willing to let go of control. to a concern to hold on to, by way of this police of jurisdiction concept, to hold on to some kind of control. Do you agree with that?
Not at all.
Do you know what they are talking about?
No, I don't, sir.
What was it that was so important? Why is it so important to you that Ottawa remain the police of jurisdiction? What's the significance of that? What does that mean?
It's in the Police Services Act, sir. We are the police of jurisdiction.
But don't different police services often work cooperatively to figure out how to solve a problem? Isn't that what's ultimately?
And we did that every single day of my time in office. Joint Forces operations. I invited in the RCMP to do internal criminal conduct investigations. We did that every single day. That is a very, very different thing from we are no longer the police of jurisdiction in the nation's capital for 1 million people. The Ottawa Police Service will no longer be the police service here, even though we've been so for a century and change. That is a very different concept of operations.
But if it makes sense for like a major case investigation for, let's say a crime is committed in Toronto, but the expertise required to successfully solve the case necessitates a combination of expertise from Toronto Police, Peel Police, and York Regional Police. Isn't there some protocol that the lead would not necessarily be the police of jurisdiction? It would depend on the circumstances, what makes the most sense.
I can think of examples where, yes, a lead investigator would come out. The lead investigator in the criminal conduct investigation was from the RCMP. But professional standards were still under my control as a police chief in the police of jurisdiction. The decision to lay charges or not lay charges from a police act were still under Part 5 for me as a chief of police. But if I'd abdicated that role and responsibility, then it would have to be the RCMP lead investigator to decide on the totality of the circumstances around that case. So yes, hundreds of times, probably thousands of times, I've integrated police services for a wide variety of things. Administrative, HR, human rights, operations, guns and gangs. I have no trouble whatsoever with that concept. In my time in policing, I'd be careful here. I can't think of a single time in my 30 years in policing where a police service said, we're done. Somebody else come do this for us. I stand to be corrected, but I can't recall a single occasion of that happening.
But why would it be a matter of someone else doing it for us? Wouldn't it be a true matter of collaboration? They would still count on the local expertise, but maybe this is a question for the policy round discussions. I don't know.
Potentially, sir.
But in any event, at this meeting on February the 9th, if I take you to the notes, OPS 3014454. So we're returning to the legal services notes. If we go to page 136. If we go down, so this is still the 9th, I believe. Yesterday provided them the org chart of command. What more do you need to implement our plan? Implement or build into our plan. Need to know what resources we will get here in Ottawa. That was attributed to you, and the OPP responded, strategic decision because of rest of provinces. Do you remember what this was about?
Yes, sir.
Explain to us, please.
I think a very healthy discussion. Look, we have a local need here, but we now have a national set of events. I think by the 9th, Windsor might have been starting to kick it up around that time. Toronto had just got through their Queen's Park piece. I think much of the prairie provinces had one or more things going on. Coots was still very alive. So yeah, this is a healthy discussion around, look, we know we need a lot of resources, but we also know you got a lot of other resource demands happening. Around this time, I believe there was a steady, almost daily call of all chiefs that were facilitated by the OPP, and they had already, I think, established 2 levels of resource integration, one on public order units explicitly, and another one on general resource requests. So we were already in a provincial national theater where we are trading off resource requests against risks on a scale that I'd never experienced, and I'm not aware of any police chief of my generation that says they experienced something similar. So that's the context of the discussion taking place here.
If we go scroll further down, OPP said we stated 1,200 OPP staff over. It's hard to read. Sorry, it's actually the below quote that I'm interested in. Can build a plan without a plan. And the chief said, fine, build a plan and get us the people.
I know what was taking place here. I don't think these notes are particularly accurate at this point. I suspect there's a lot of back and forth and people are talking fast as I am now. And there's a little bit of catch-up time here. So I will build off these notes, not incorrect.
Yes,
but
tell us what you remember.
They're not accurate. So first there was a discussion, I forget who raised it. It might've been Superintendent Abrams, but I'm not 100% sure, around how many staff had been sent over. And again, I said, well, there was that miscommunication from the Solicitor General that left the impression that 1,500 officers from the OPP or from across the province were here in Ottawa on a daily basis. And I, again, explained the challenges that public trust and confidence challenges that caused us. That then pivoted out of that discussion into, again, I don't know who from the OPP would have led this, but I don't think this is an accurate statement, but it probably captures the theme. Can't build a plan without a plan. This is the chicken and egg discussion. Should you have a plan first before you get the resources? And I'm saying we are planning and we know we need a level of resources. We can fine tune the plan. I need a commitment of resources. So that's the gist of the discussions that are taking place probably in rapid fire, and the scribe is, in this case, Christiane, is doing her best to keep up.
Now, you do recognize these notes are from the OPS counsel, Ms. Hunt?
Yes, I just referenced Christiane,
Because didn't you ask her, if we go to page 43, so I'm going back in time, page 43 is her notes on February the 3rd. As you can see here, do you see the bullet where she notated that he asked if I've been taking notes. I told him I'm acting like a scribe and capturing everything. So it appears that you've asked her to take notes, and she's been doing her best to take notes, almost like a scribe, and trying to capture everything. But you don't believe that these notes are, or at least the part that we referenced.
Sorry, if I've led that impression, Christiane, is many things wonderful and an excellent general counsel. She, for a period of days, offered to and took on this role of being a scribe. We were just so thin on resources. She offered to do that until she could free up Vicky Nelson, I believe is her name. I'm not suggesting that the effort on the 9th was an insufficient effort. That was a very dynamic meeting, and there was a lot of points being made, and she was doing her best to capture them. I'm only saying they're not actual quotes that I can attribute, and she hasn't attributed the people. So she's done her best, just not able to say who said what exactly when.
Mm-hmm.
The notes that she provided were incredibly helpful for me.
Now, in the interest of time, I think I'm going to skip ahead, but the last point I do want to put to you, because in fairness to you, Chief Party in his will say has said that the overall tone of this meeting was somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. Chief Sloly was very clearly under tremendous pressure to act and was very suspicious of levels of commitments from police agencies. He went as far as to advise us that he had sources in the ministry office that his requests were not being supported, and essentially they wanted him to fail. There was disagreement on this point from our team. I just want to give you the opportunity to respond to those comments.
All of them, sir?
You can, would it help if I could
if you could put it up? I
Yes.
just can't. There was a lot of things you just said there, so
Of course.
thank you.
Let's go to OPP 50792. And if we can go to page 4, please. So do you see the bullet that starts with the overall tone?
Yeah, it was a tense meeting at times. We certainly got into very contentious discussions, like the discussion. Sorry, I'm going to slow myself down. We got into contentious discussions, like the discussion around the Solicitor General release of the 1700 number. I could see if during those points, Chief Superintendent Party, who I believe was selected appropriately and sent quickly and came with the view of supporting, I suspect that would be the same for Superintendent Liu representing the RCMP. They were not aware of and had not been involved in these events. I suspect they weren't even following all the events and certainly not the political aspects of it. They were operational people coming in to provide an operational support. In that context, I could understand why Chief Superintendent Barty might describe some aspects of it as disrespectful. Get the right words here.
Oh, do we?
Somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. I needed to be very clear on behalf of my service and my city and the state of public safety that we're in, that we needed the resources, that we needed them as quickly as possible. They needed to be predictable, sustainable resources, and not, as we had experienced so far, through nobody's fault. But we can send you this, but if an event comes to us, we got to pull them back. Without any predictability of resources, I don't want to get back into the plan first versus the resource request, but absent the predictability of resources, planning for something that you can't resource becomes a waste of time. And we had no time to waste, and we had no resources to waste. So again, I come back, it's an and, not an or. The rest of this, I don't know if you want me to go through bullet point by bullet point and comment.
Yes, there are so many things I would like to get your thoughts on, but we do not have all the time that we want.
Suffice it to say, we discussed the political pressure aspects, and that is always an uncomfortable conversation to have between police services.
Right. Now, if I could take you to a different topic, and this relates to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I want to ask you, before the 14th of February, did you ever form the view that additional powers that could be granted under the Emergencies Act could help OPS resolve the convoy events?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry, I may have just missed it. I apologize.
Right. So the Emergencies Act was invoked on the 14th of February.
Yes, sir.
Before that date, did you ever think about whether the powers under the Emergencies Act might be helpful for the OPS to resolve the convoy events?
Before that date, I never thought about the Emergencies Act. I think I might have been made aware of it over that weekend. My challenge, literally up until my last day in office, wasn't additional legislation or injunctions, it was resources. In fact, there was a period of time where we were hoping there wouldn't be any injunctions or emergency declarations because they would give us more powers and we didn't have any resources to implement those powers, and then we would be accused again of not doing our jobs we're not using powers available to us. So for a significant portion of my time in office, discussions around injunctions, discussions around emergency declarations were, maybe that's something that we actually don't want at this point. I was never consulted explicitly on the Emergency Measures Act that was put into place on February 14th.
If I could take you to the OPS document 3014566. It appears that these are notes of a meeting that occurred on February the 14th at around 10 a.m. So if we go to page 2, if we go to the section under the redaction, do you see a note that Lucky did not get Prime Minister briefed on the plan? Prime Minister will be enacting the Emergency Measures Act. And then we go to the very bottom of the page. There's a notation that Chief grateful for every tool we get in the tool belt, but need the resources. Do you remember this discussion?
I remember the discussion. I can't remember word for word. And certainly that last line would be basically summarizing what I just tried to tell you. Tools are great. If we don't have the resources to use them, there could be problems with that.
So was Commissioner Lucky the first to inform you that the federal government would be declaring an emergency?
I don't have an independent recollection. This appears to be the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay.
And it certainly wouldn't have been anything more than a day before if there was any other discussion on it.
Now, later that day, I understand that you spoke with Chair Deans about the Emergencies Act. Do you remember that?
I don't have an independent recollection. If you could take me to a meeting note or something.
So yeah, I'll take you to OPS 3014566. At page 6. Sorry, if we go back up a little. I'm trying to see. Okay, so the last bullet. You have a municipal state of emergency, then a provincial, and now a federal. I have already said that we need more than just the OPS. Was that something you said during that meeting?
That would be in line with the sort of type of discussions that I can go back to there may not be a policing solution to this. This would be in line with that line of discussion. We have 3 levels of states of emergency. This is obviously more than just the OPS.
Now, you said also in your interview summary that you participated in several phone calls with Federal Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart, and Commissioner Lucky before the federal government declared an emergency, and that you made it clear on these calls that the number one thing that the OPS needed were more police officers.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I know I need to answer.
Did the federal declaration of emergency help OPS obtain more resources?
I can't tell you that because I resigned office within 24 hours.
I'd like to show you an email exchange between Commissioner Lucky and Mr. Mike Jones, who was Chief of Staff to Minister Mendocino. The document number is pb.nsc.can.403256. So the context in this email, Commissioner Lucky enumerates a few emergency measures that she believes would be useful, but then added that she's of the view that, well, I'll let you read it. We go down She gave a few examples of additional tools, but then if we go further down, she said, that said, I'm of the view that we have not yet exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know what she's referring to, sir.
The available tools, if you want to, well, she explains in this paragraph, there are instances where charges could be laid under existing authorities for various criminal code offenses occurring right now in the context of the protest. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act, just enacted, will also help in providing additional deterrent tools to our existing toolbox.
Again, she may be relating to elements of Coots, Alberta, or other parts that they're involved in. I don't know if she's explicitly talking about the theater that I was involved in. It's hard to tell what she thinks could be done. These are certainly elements that we were doing in Ottawa. Where we couldn't arrest, we were getting information to lay charges after the fact. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act had just been announced on the Friday. We were still looking. I don't know if by this time on the Monday that we'd even had a substantial briefing from our legal team as to what those powers were and whether or not our incident command team had considered how to roll them into the ongoing evolution of the plans. I can't disagree with the position of the commissioner, but I can't say that it applies entirely to the circumstances that I was dealing with.
At that time, did you have a view on whether we have exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation?
We meaning the Ottawa Police Service?
That's right.
Again, I come back to it, sir. We didn't have the resources to fully effectively utilize the private injunction and the elements of the Ontario, the Provincial Emergencies Act at this point. So I can't tell you that I would even have an opinion on that, other than we were just trying to get resources.
Okay, now let's go back and talk a bit about, we began today's discussion.
I do recall, just as an example, I forget which day it was. It could have been the Saturday or the Sunday. It feels like it was the Sunday. One of those tri-level calls that you referenced with Rob Stewart and Commissioner Lucky. It was the only time that Ministers Mendocino and Blair were on the call, and I joined it late for some reason. I had multiple competing demands. And there was a question asked, maybe it goes to what Commissioner Lucky was talking here about existing legislation, but a question was asked of me by Minister Blair. Have you considered doing bylaw enforcement, which I thought was a strange question. And I said, yes, we've been doing bylaw enforcement from the very beginning. And then he asked the second question, well, have you considered towing trucks? And I said, yes, we've been towing trucks from the very beginning, but we don't have sufficient officers to do full enforcement, and we don't have sufficient trucks to do extensive towing. Maybe that has something to do with this, we haven't exhausted all the tools comment, but that's the only context that I can think of.
Okay. Now, we began our discussions today with questions about the Ottawa Police Service at the time the convoy arrived. And now we're well into February. I want to come back to the question of your confidence in the OPS team. On the day before your resignation, on the 14th of February, we have this communication, your communication with Chair Deans. If I could find the reference. Can we go to OPS 3014566? Page 6. So this is a call on February the 14th. So if we scroll down a little, When asked by Chair if any of my orders were disobeyed during the demonstration, Chief advised there have been major issues with senior leadership team members, but he has not had time to do an investigation on what has been going on here. The best and the worst of us have been strained. That is why there has been tense meetings and why some have not demonstrated their best efforts. Like everyone, I have been at my best and I have not been at my best. Can you explain what you meant?
There was a discussion in there with the chair around the quality of support that I was receiving inside the organization and my own sense of where we were at the leadership level. A reasonable question from the chair of the Police Services Board at the direct employee level that the board has with myself, and in this case only Deputy Chief Bell, because Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was not an employee of the board. And I gave my best answer to her. There were some challenges. I mean, I actually think these notes capture it well. There would be elements of some of those leadership challenges that would need to be reviewed in an after-action report. Again, I didn't have a chance to ever conduct that. And I had made decisions on the fly in the midst of this very fluid situation to address conduct issues and park them, or address them and move on from them completely. But I also gave the caveat that there had been incredible levels of stress and fatigue, and that clearly no one, including myself, could claim that they were always operating at their best.
How did that lack of trust affect the leadership of the OPS during the convoy events? In the sense, did it make you more likely to step in and provide directions because you could not trust others to lead at the strategic or operational levels?
No. It's an important question you're asking, and it's not an easy question to answer. So please, if you can give me some leeway here. There was a significant trust issue. That's the only significant trust issue that I was aware of, and I thought had a material impact on the events that transpired over those weeks, was the switching out of Superintendent Rion for Superintendent Dunlap. And we've been through that, so I won't go back to it. When I realized what had happened, as close as I can, good discipline should be in the small d discipline, should be applied as quickly to the event. I immediately called a meeting with the two command officers. I asked them a straight question, and to their credit, they gave me straight answers. I wasn't happy with the answers, meaning I was disappointed that they had chosen to go that route, and I expressed that immediately and clearly. And then I counseled them immediately, and I told them what good behavior would look like going forward. And then I moved on from it. And as I said earlier on, they both in their own ways worked back towards demonstrating trust and capability. What I was asked here was overall, what's happening? And I related that circumstance, but there were other elements of a lack of cohesion within the team. People making assumptions. We've heard already elements of people taking a rumor and assuming it's truth, and how that impacted a range of issues, from PLT to whether or not there was a plan, to whether or not the plan had been approved. So those were issues that I was dealing with on an ongoing basis. They were difficult issues to deal with. They took time and energy away from everybody involved, including me. And in some cases, they caused confusion. So those are the types of things I was trying to relate to the chair, but I was also trying to relate the context in which we had found ourselves. Unprecedented, uncharted, unrelenting pressures inside the organization and outside the organization, to not leave her with the impression that we were having some sort of a mass internal revolt. That was my understanding at that time. And that's what I tried to relay as honestly and as fully to the chair at that time.
Now, there are two other events I want to cover. So you had this conversation with Chair Deans on the 14th. I want to ask you about the 13th, as well as on the 15th. So let's start with the 13th. I'm skipping ahead. I jumped a few things because in the interest of time, we've heard from the other witnesses, including Chief Party and Superintendent Bernier that Superintendent Bernier was working closely with the integrated planning group as of the 12th, and by the 13th, they have signed off on a plan, and we've seen the plan. There's an email that was exchanged on or around the 13th that I'd like to take you to so as to clarify what your understanding was as to the evolving plan that you described. Can I take you to OPP 401547? So if we go to the very bottom of the chain, this email chain originated from you to Deputy Chief Ferguson. You asked her to please send you the latest version of the operations plan that you approved on Wednesday, February 9th. That was the day when you met with the integrated planning group that we talked about. And then you also asked to please advise if the plan has received official approvals, signatures, etc., as there seems to be some concerns about this from the RCMP. If we go up one level, so Deputy Chief Ferguson replied to you saying, in checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the integrated planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer that it be completed and signed off, and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. As for version 3.0, Ottawa Truck Demo 22, 9th of February, I think she attached that as per your request. So we've heard from both Deputy Ferguson and from Superintendent Bernier. Superintendent Bernier was very clear that to him, the 3.0 and the February 13th plan were very different plans. So I just want to get your comment on that.
They were very different plans in that they were significantly more evolved. The 13th was significantly more evolved than the 9th plan, but they were the same continuity of iterations from the pre-plan that we had on January 28th.
So if we go one level up the email chain, you reply to Deputy Ferguson, thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of this delay as I had approved the plan last Wednesday. By last Wednesday, that would have been the 9th. And I put this question to both Chief Party and Superintendent Bernier, I believe, and they disagree that you had approved any plan the previous Wednesday, in part because there was no plan to approve the previous Wednesday.
And again, I understand the perspective of Chief Superintendent Party that he did not consider what we had presented to him as a plan. I disagree with that assessment. It may not have been to his standard or the OPP's standard, but it was the plan evolved since January 28th through several iterations, some of which we've seen here today, that was signed off by Inspector Lucas and Superintendent Riom and continued through until the next signature blocks appeared on the February 13th version of the same plan. I can appreciate Chief Superintendent Party might not have known of the iterations that preceded it. He might not have understood our business processes and policies, and he might have assumed that this was a brand new plan. I'm also aware of an email from Superintendent Liu of the RCMP that shares my impression that the February 9th plan was being used by the integrated planning team to build on. And that is entirely my understanding. That is why when I sent the email to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, send me the latest version, I wasn't talking about the February 9th plan. What was the latest iteration that had developed since then? I just need to see, is there a new org chart? Have you got an updated mission statement? Have you got a better sense of objectives you want to, are there sub-plans that I should be looking at? I just needed an update. And I was having phone calls on a daily basis with Commissioners Carrick and Lucky, in which there was these constant questions of, have you signed off on it? And I would respond, I don't sign off on the plans. Well, we heard it's with you. It's not with me. I haven't even been briefed on it yet. Well, we've heard it's you that have to approve it. I don't approve the plans. And I have to tell you, we went around and around on that. And this is me trying to finally just say, Trish, whatever's the latest version, send it to me. If it's been signed off, please send it to me quickly so I can forward it to Kariq and to Lucky, Commissioners Kariq and Lucky. And that's exactly what I did at the end, I think somewhere around 9 o'clock that night. I said, here it is. You can see the signatures on it. It's Bernier, it's Lou, sorry, I should use your rank. Superintendent Lou, Chief Superintendent Party, and Acting Superintendent Bernier. It's signed off. It's done. I never had to approve it. There's no signature line. It's being implemented. I think there were still questions after that. I cannot to this day understand why there are still questions about whether or not the plan was approved and signed off. It had been approved. It had been signed off.
Finally, I'd like to take you to the events of the 15th of February. That was the day you resigned. At the time of your resignation, did you think that the OPS was well positioned to end the occupation?
I think we were well positioned. I wouldn't say that we had reached a position of certainty, but we were well positioned. We had, at that point, a significant level of integration. We had received significant levels of resources, including expertise, including experienced leaders of the quality of Chief Superintendent Party, Superintendent Liu, and others. I think at that time, we actually had the strongest of the different iterations of incident command teams, with Acting Superintendent Bernier as the event commander. I think at that point, he had a deputy commander in OPP Inspector Springer. Both of them seemed to have a very good rapport, and Inspector Springer, I believe, was one of the most experienced and trained incident commanders, if not in the province, across the country. And there really seemed to be a sense of structure to what they were doing. And they were building in positions that, in my experience as an incident commander and the roles I played in Toronto Police, were very useful for us. And I could see how they were being applied here. So my sense was we had a strong and increasingly stronger plan, a strong and increasingly stronger level of integration, and finally, demonstrably, a greater level of resources coming in. But it was that last area that I still felt that there were challenges in getting those resources. And it's in that particular aspect that played probably the biggest role in my decision to resign my office.
We've heard from other witnesses that after your resignation, things appear to move quicker. Do you have any idea why that might be the case?
We had a very strong integrated team. We had very strong leaders in that team. There was clarity around the plan. I suspect, yes, when there's a leadership change, there's always a sense of there's a change. And that change alone, as you've seen in decisions to replace a hockey coach mid-season or whatever, the team plays well for 3 or 4 games and the old challenges that hadn't been addressed yet come back pretty quickly after. So I don't in any way challenge the notion that a change created a change. But I do note that the level of resources flowing in was incredible at that point, and that within 3 or 4 days, there was sufficient resources on the ground to execute successfully the operations that have already been described in this court.
When you attended your interview with us, you told us that the primary reason for your resignation was consideration of public safety.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you meant.
Well, I think I started off my testimony here today, Commissioner, with my thoughts on public safety being one of, if not the number one reason, public trust being, if not one of the number one reason for public safety. I gave lengthy descriptions throughout the course of the day here around the impact of public trust in the first day, that Saturday. The public's opinion, opinion of 3 levels of government, opinions of civil society leaders that I think unfairly and unnecessarily laid the blame of this thing on the Ottawa Police Service. We did our very best for as long as we could. We sought the resources and the help that we could, and we integrated and implemented those resources ultimately successfully. But on the morning of February 15th, it was clear to me that the trust factor in Ottawa Police Service was still headed in the wrong direction. And the only person that could take that pressure off the Ottawa Police Service was me, and I made that decision to resign from office, to get the resources on the ground, to support the safety of our communities, and quite frankly, to support the safety, the health and wellness of our own members and our partner agencies that were at that point in the theater.
Now, when we began our examination this morning, I took you to your CV. Can we bring up the CV again? It's document number COM 50759. So at the top of your CV, there's a motto: others before self, compassion for all. Why is that on your CV?
It's just how I was raised. It's who I am. Everything else after that's just what I did.
Thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions. My colleague, Ms. Rodriguez, will have more after the break if you see this as an appropriate time.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back to complete the examination by Commission Counsel.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
There's dead air. Sorry, folks. All right. Life off grid. I have we're charging up our HVAC. All right. Give me a second. All right. Well, I'm sad. I'm disappointed. Just give me a second to catch myself. I had to run across the yard. I didn't want to give you dead air. Whew. So welcome, Roger. You're populating our chat greatly here. Let's go through some of this. But folks, yeah, he's blaming everybody but himself. He's taking. Did he cry at the end? I was listening to it, but it sounded like he was crying about his motto from his resume. I didn't see, but it sounded like it. Sorry, just give me a second. Whew. But that's a long examination in chief, isn't it? We had a day and a half, or the full morning and the half of the afternoon. So it's going to be a long day. I'm most likely not going to finish today. They were talking yesterday about potentially being on Saturday. That's looking more likely now. Sorry, just catching my breath again. All right, so, well, we did hear the Emergency Act wasn't needed. He didn't know about it until, well, he said he didn't even know about it at all. But then we saw some notes where he was told the morning of. Do you know exactly when he resigned on the 14th? Because we know about him getting a phone call from Deans, Commissioner or Councillor Dean, who was the chair of the Ottawa Police Services, who called him on the 13th to tell him about a CBC article that's coming out. I'm sure there's more to it than that. And then he resigned the next day on the 14th. But do you know when on the 14th he resigned? Was it in the afternoon or so? Because it looks like he was at that meeting in the morning of the 14th. But maybe he had a lot going on in his mind. He didn't pay attention. But it looks like they were told that the PM was bringing the Emergency Act down. It didn't say when, it just said it was. Now, we did get leaks on, I think it was the day of or the day before, that it was possibly coming. At least on the day of, because we got some news tips that he was going to announce it. That's what the press release was for. The press conference was for. So we found that out on the 14th. But when did he quit? Holy, you guys are great. Lots of comments here. Okay, so yeah. So Dean's was the one on the call for third. So yeah, Clay. So it looks like there's a few things that were pressuring Sloly to quit. And it was internal. So we had that article about his, working with people. Apparently it was difficult. He would yell. There's a lot of stuff about his attitude. And then getting pressure from the board to maybe take a check, kind of implying maybe they might do Section 9 of the Police Services Act, because the police board itself has that power. The police board itself can contact and execute or invoke that portion of the Police Services Act. So maybe he was seeing that was coming. He heard about the article coming out, and he also got a call from Commissioner Thomas Carrick from the OPP, because we heard his testimony yesterday where he was very clear. And by the way, you guys can see the difference in the two witnesses from yesterday and today. It's completely different. But he testified yesterday that there was concerns, not to the point where they were going to invoke it, but there was enough concerns to start the conversation with Sloly to see what was going on. Because the OPP, of course, were getting their own reports from their own people, PLT team and all that stuff, and it just wasn't going good. And now that we've heard the testimony today, yeah, that's completely correct. So Commissioner Carrick he contacted Sloly and basically set the meeting up to have the conversation about whether Article 9 or Section 9 was going to be used. I think it's Article 9. Anyways, Section or Article 9 was going to be contemplated. And I guess Sloly, saw the writing on the wall or something, and maybe even agreed. And as we heard there at the end, he wanted to take the distraction away and step away and do it for the city and the people. And we saw that clip coming. We knew that clip was coming. So we have an article from CBC coming out. We have the police board deans talking to him and kind of implying it's time to go. And we also had OPP reaching out to start the conversation about Section or Article 9. And it also wasn't going well. It wasn't going well at all, even from his perspective. And what we used to think, or at least what I used to think, was he was being isolated a bit by the intelligence and not being passed it by Bell. Turns out that doesn't seem to be the case at all. He delegated intelligence to Bell, and he didn't read the briefs and summaries and reports. He didn't read the Hayden reports. He didn't do anything. And he skims his emails. I think those are all very bad characteristics, especially for a leader, especially during an emergency or an event or a protest or anything abnormal. You should be very abreast of the information because you need that in order to make your decisions. So I'm very disappointed to hear how he did his office, his clerical, his email, his reports. He delegated everything to people. And he relied upon briefs a lot. So he's the brief chief. That's unfortunate. Two things that come to mind is if there was a real attack or there was a real charge on Ottawa, I guess we would all learn another language by now because we would have lost. According to these guys, they were so unprepared that it's not even funny. And then the second thing that I think about is, well, what if the police force and all those were more organized and they were able to, work better with the convoy organizers and facilitate the protest properly? Could we have had a much different outcome on the protests? And I believe the answer is probably yes. I believe it is yes. I reached out to Tom Mazzaro during all of that to ask him that question. So let me just pull up the question here. So I asked him, it says, "Hi, Tom, did you ever consider that the OPS would have been so disorganized? This is incredible testimony from Sloly." And then he says, "Yes, I suspect the police were a mess, but not to this level." So good on you, Tom, for seeing a little bit of what the police force really was kind of like. But yeah, we're all really surprised that it was really that bad. I know I am. I'm also disappointed. He was a deputy police chief for Toronto. He was exposed to a whole whack there, a whole bunch of stuff there. He could have had an amazing education and experience as a police chief in the Toronto, but it doesn't seem like he learned enough. Hey, Roger. Yeah, we know who the convoy lawyer is. It's Brendan Miller, and it's Bathsheba. She's awesome. She's doing a great job too. You'll know who they are. You'll see Peter Sloly squirm a lot when they come up. Actually, I think he's going to be squirming the most from OPS. I think OPS is going to be hitting him hard. So we'll be waiting for the OPS lawyer. I really don't think we're going to see most of them today, though. It's going to go late. They had the leaks. Yeah, I still don't know who the leaks were. There were leaks. Oh, yeah, that was my comment. Of course, I still don't know who it is. Yeah, I know he had so many excuses, right? He wasn't sleeping. He was getting up at 2 or 3. He even talked about the events outside of Ottawa, like Coots and Windsor was bothering him. And I don't know, did he think they were the center of the world where everything eventually would end up in Ottawa? Dude, you had plenty to worry about inside your own city. Have everything else worrying you. And he was also talking about national. One thing I did notice about his testimony that I put a note in is he was getting information from the feds. So he did admit to that. The feds were providing intel to him. And we haven't heard much at all from anybody about federal intelligence and what it said. We've gotten a lot of the hidden reports from the OPP. We have seen other OPS information and communications. We've heard the government of Canada talk about some stuff, but so far nobody shared with us the details from the federal intelligence other than it was inferior to the OPP hidden reports. And yeah, I think there's a few of us here that kind of see the writing on the wall now. It looks like there's going to be a recommendation coming out to create a national intelligence command structure, police force even. There's a lot of talk even from Chief Sloly here about amendments to Section 9 of the Police Services Act, or Article 9. That's very scary when you hear that. And I guarantee you the OPP commissioner wouldn't be fine with that either, because that's what Paul Champ was trying to get him to commit to. Let's make some changes to Article 9 so that the police can be taken over without their consent. Because right now, the mechanisms are if the police chief asks for it, or the police board asks for it, or the Crown Attorney asks for it, or the Civilian Commission for Police Oversight. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a civilian oversight in Ontario for the police. They can call for it. So those are the 4 different ways that Article or Section 9 can happen. And all that really means is the OPP or another police force can come in and assume command and assume the roles. They don't get rid of the police force or the police. They just assume command. They come in and take over all the command of it, which would be why you would need them in there, because something has broken down there. Yes, he's probably okay. So I'm just kind of catching up here, Roger. These are some of the older ones. Hold on. Interesting. Here we go. Sorry, Prairie. Am I off grid? Yes, I am off grid. I am off grid. Sorry about the interruption there. But yeah, I have to deal with our HVAC. Winter is coming. We have to charge it. Hey, Kelly. The fuel truck you spoke of taking from Coventry Road without warrant was stolen with snipers on it. I was there in Salisbury. Yeah, Stunt. Oh, welcome back, Stunt. Welcome back. So I guess you're at work and maybe you found a way to chat with us. Yeah, I really, really, really want to get you on the show so we can talk about a lot of this stuff. We can do a whole recording and stuff. Anyways, Stunt, hit me up on Twitter. I followed you, and we'll connect on DMs there, and we'll get this going. Because there's a lot you have, a lot of information you have. I want to share that. Was in the kind of trailer and convoy. Yeah. So sorry, Stunt, you got a lot of messages here. I'm going to kind of, wow, there's a lot. Let me save this for an interview, okay, Stunt? Because you got so much here that it's not doing you any justice just throwing it up in chats like this. So let's get you on the show. It could be pretty soon if you want. Truckers might bring this up. Yeah, Denise, so Stunt is bringing up a lot of good stuff. Do keep in mind that this isn't an inquiry on what the actions of the convoy was, or convoy protesters, so they don't have to do a lot of defending and stuff. This is an inquiry on whether or not the Emergencies Act was justified. We already have that answer. It wasn't. So going forward, I think all that's going to happen is the government is going to be trying to paint such a big, scary boogeyman picture that they're going to point to that as something that the public doesn't know. I can't see anything else. I can't see anything else coming up because they still haven't brought it up. So we'll see. But yeah, Stunt, you got a lot here. Yes, we're the bad guys, right? No, you're not. You're the good guys. And Denise, thank you for engaging in lots of good conversation here. Wow, good job. So they're easy to prove that they're liars. Yeah, good job, Stunt. You're paying a close attention. Okay, now let's talk about this one a little bit. C11. Yeah, Denise. Gosh. All this talk about central command, central intelligence stuff, some sort of framework to take over local police forces, and C11. Okay, and if you're not so familiar with it, we covered that a couple days ago a little bit. It's going to basically require me to stay away from subjects, add certain subjects, and if I don't comply, I'll just simply be deleted. I won't be around for long. And that's online. I mean, like, this is not to off me, but and they've highlighted pretty quickly which ones that they think are hate speech, and political and anti-government is on there. Political conversations and anti-government's on there. So yeah, that's going to suck. But it's on the second reading. We'll have to pay attention to it. C11.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
They're back. They're in my ear. And this time the mute is not off. You guys can hear it this time. Hey, Donald, some great chats there too. Hey, welcome, Ellen. I think you're new.
Maybe I'll take another couple of minutes in the circumstance.
What is he doing? Oh my. Okay, that scared me. Oh my. Oh no, that's scary.
La commission levée pour quelques minutes. The commission in recess for a few minutes.
When there's nobody even around him. Well, that was a bit of a surprise to see. Did he just tell us his politics right there? All right. I'm pretty sure the government is going to get all the recommendations they want, and they're going to be totalitarian. This is all kind of just don't waste a good emergency, right? Or crisis. Don't waste a good crisis. Donald, you called this one a while ago. Clay, I think you called this one a while ago. A couple of you definitely called this a while ago. This looks like a power grab coming here. This is nowhere near over. As a matter of fact, there are people from all over Canada here at 800 acre. Dude, Stunt, I hope there's some sort of part deux, and this time finish it. I can't call for anything clearly, and I want to be careful about that. But we know how we can do this properly. Don't really need the trucks. You can bus people in. I'd like to see how this goes, because yeah. Ottawa area. Is this up in Van Cleek Hill? Is that Van Cleek Hill they're Stunt? I'd love to hear more about it. Yeah, me too, Prairie. So yeah, Stunt, let's hook this up. There's a few of us that want to hear more about what's going on, and we'd like to. Fuel funds and fun. Cool. Well, bring bouncy castles. Maybe we should get nothing but bouncy castles in Wellington, because they're so dangerous, right? They use the same playbook as we did. Yeah, Ellen, you're bang on. I'm glad that you're here. Thank you for joining us. I hope you come back each time too. We're a pretty cool group. Lots of conversation. It goes each way, and we do our best to not have dead air. Oh my gosh, the timing for me the last 2 days has been fantastic, but we're still here. We've gotten through it. We're dedicated. We got passion. We're going to keep getting this information out. I can tell you right now that the summary at the end of today, unless there's a lot in the cross, is not going to be very big. All we just listened to today was a lot of covering butt, scapegoating, finger pointing. It's incredible how much information he didn't have that was at his fingertips. I think we've seen the end of his career. I can't imagine any other police force wanting him. All right, there's the audio. Make sure you're not muted.
The commission is reconvened.
You can hear
La
it?
commission reprend.
Okay, please enjoy Clay, Ellen, Stunt, everybody. Please enjoy Prairie. Enjoy.
Okay, you okay to continue? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sloly. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
For the record, it's Natalia Rodriguez for the commission.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to pick up where my colleague, Mr. Au, left off with your resignation. Can I ask, was it your decision to resign?
It was ultimately my decision. There was a lot of factors that went into it. Yes.
Did the board ask you to resign?
There were significant pressures. It's clearly to me, it was clear to me that the board, specifically Chair Deans, had lost confidence in my position, and that was a factor in my decision.
Now, I believe Chair Deans told us when she was here last week that she did not lose confidence in you, but you're saying you felt that she had lost confidence in you.
From statements made and yes, the totality of the circumstances, yes.
Okay, and did the board, anyone at the board or the chair express that they had lost confidence in you?
On the evening of February 14th, I received a phone call from the board chair, essentially asking what I consider resignation.
Okay, so I assume you're familiar, and maybe I shouldn't assume, are you familiar with the evidence that she gave on that exchange last week?
I'm aware of some of it, but I'd be happy to receive more context or information around it.
Well, maybe you can tell us how it transpired from your perspective.
21 days into an event of the size and nature that we were dealing with, and 9:30 at night at the end of, I don't know how many hours of days of in that day I worked, to get a phone call from your chair discussing rumors and then pivoting into, have you thought about resigning conversation, for me is a pretty clear indication that I no longer had the confidence of the chair, and by the chair, the board of the Ottawa Police Services.
And as she tells it, at that time, you told her that you would not resign, but then the next morning you called her to say that you had reconsidered. Is that accurate from your perspective?
I told her that I put my heart and soul into this organization, the mandate that she had given me, and that I'd be seeing this thing through. And that at 9:30 at night, it was a very inappropriate conversation to be having with me. I wasn't going to be giving it any more consideration.
And so what made you change your mind?
The almost 11 hours worth of continuing to manage the situation in this city on behalf of the Ottawa Police Services.
And did anyone within the city of Ottawa or the government of Ontario or the government of Canada express to you that you should resign?
I'm a little bit, I realize I'm not supposed to be referencing other people's testimony or evidence presented already, but I am aware of a very alarming text, apparently from Brenda Lucky, Commissioner Lucky, to Commissioner Carrique. I wasn't aware of it before my decision, but I am now aware of it now. So I don't know how to relate that into this situation. So,
Well, it's more about, did anybody tell you, did anybody put pressure on you or suggest to you that you should resign? That at the time, obviously you would have been aware of that if somebody had said that to you.
thank you. That's more helpful for me. I had direct experiences with officials at 3 levels of government. I had direct experiences with 3 levels of government over the course of the time that these events that left me with a clear sense that I had little to no support from elements at those 3 levels.
In all 3 levels?
Yes.
Are you aware of any political pressure on the board to seek your resignation?
Municipal, yes, definitely. There was a motion passed. Motion presented. I don't think it was passed. So Clearly, yes. I don't remember if any of the board members, 3 councillors that were on the board, voted in support of that motion to remove the Ottawa Police as police of jurisdiction. But there was certainly, I'm aware at the municipal level, significant pressure on the board for that to take place.
My understanding is that motion didn't make it to the floor. There was not a vote on that motion.
Still a clear indication.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go back to the beginning, if I may, and just go through some of the events kind of from the municipal/board lens, if you will. So I want to talk a little bit about pre-arrival intelligence, and you talked about that with my colleague, Mr. Au. And I want to just talk about what information was relayed to the board with respect to what could be expected before the convoy arrived. Now, Mr. Superintendent Abrams of the OPP confirmed in his evidence that on the 27th, there was an intersect call. And on that call, OPS confirmed that their planning was on the basis of assuming 3,000 trucks coming into the downtown. You're aware of that, right?
Yes,
and I believe Interim Chief Bell indicated in his witness summary that as the convoy drew closer, they were expecting 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles to arrive in Ottawa.
I don't remember the 3,000 to 4,000 number. My memory is around 3,000, but I don't think at this point it matters.
Sure. And then I believe Inspector Lucas in his evidence confirmed that by January 26th, the OPS was expecting about 10,000 people on the 29th on that side.
I did hear that from Inspector Lucas.
Yes. And so now I want to just, having that context, turn to what the board understood would be the situation on the 26th when there was that board meeting. And my understanding is that the January 26th board meeting was the only pre-arrival, pre-convoy meeting that dealt with the convoy. Is that your understanding?
Sorry for interrupting. It was a specifically called meeting for the purpose of the convoy. I have a recollection, I stand to be corrected. Our regular January meeting was, I think, the week before, and there was some discussion at that level, but by no means was it a briefing, and I wouldn't expect the board to have sufficient information to even form substantive questions. But I just recall there might have been some mention of it at that previous regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. My understanding is it wasn't discussed in any level of detail, but you can agree with me then that this would have been the briefing meeting in which substantively the details would have been discussed.
Yes.
Okay, so if we can turn of that meeting, OPB 401257, and these are the minutes of that meeting. And I want to take you to page 5. So now this is the portion where, and we can scroll up actually, because we'll just to note that there are no kind of numbers that we can see there being given. If we can keep going up. So these are, yeah. In any event, there's no actual numbers that are provided, but there's a question from one of the councillors at page 5 regarding the numbers. So I'll just take you to page 5 there. Councillor Brockington. And then the question was raised regarding whether the service had an idea of how many people and vehicles were expected. The service noted that although the information is in flux, the truck movement began on the West Coast and had swelled and shrunk as it has traveled. The service was also monitoring other groups expected to participate in demonstrations over the weekend. The service was anticipating in the 1,000 to 2,000 person range. However, they indicated that it could change even with an hour. So by this time, there was a plan in place assuming 3,000 trucks entering the downtown core. Why wasn't that information given to the board?
These minutes are not verbatim minutes. I would prefer to look at a more detailed record. These are all taped. They're available on YouTube channels. These minutes of meetings were never intended to be verbatim minutes. So I'm not suggesting the number wasn't given, but I can't tell you whether or not it was. So that's my challenge with trying to refer to these as scribe notes or detailed minutes of what was discussed in the meeting. They're substantive summary points as opposed to what we've been using as scribe notes.
Right, but I mean, the question is kind of very directly put. How many people in vehicles are expected? And the answer appears to be 1,000 to 2,000 people.
I don't know who gave that answer, ma'am. I don't know whether it was in relation to a direct question here. There was some context missing. I just don't know.
Okay, but you were present at this meeting.
I was, yes.
Okay. And so by this time, you would have known that that was the expectation, or that was what the plan was based on, 3,000 vehicles, right?
Again, just to be clear,
Yeah.
I don't think anybody had a fixed number. That 3,000 vehicles was, I believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, an estimate that Inspector Lucas, through his traffic team and his planners, felt that could be accommodated. But that doesn't mean we were going to get exactly 3,000 vehicles. We could have got 5, we could have got 1. He was looking at an upper range that he could accommodate, but that wasn't a prediction of the number of vehicles that were expected to arrive 72 hours later.
Okay. But in terms of numbers, this was the only pre-arrival briefing, so there were no other updates that were provided to the board about the number of people or vehicles expected.
No, this was a formal board meeting, but I had been in regular daily contact with the board. There were calls that took place this week where the board chair was on with the mayor and team. So there was a number of other discussions, communications, formal meetings that took place in this time frame where questions around what we had, what was coming, were we ready, what messaging should we be providing, are you getting enough support from the city? There's a range of other meetings and communications. This was just the only formal board meeting,
right,
where there was specifically for these events.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2. If we look at the first paragraph, they indicated, I'm just looking in the second line there, they indicated that there was a coordination of intelligence between agencies, and the service noted expecting that the Freedom Convoy would arrive in Ottawa as early as Thursday and likely remain through Sunday. Their destination remained Parliament Hill. Questions regarding counter-protests and other protest groups was expressed. So this was the information that was provided in terms of the expected stay of the convoy, right?
Yes.
Okay. But at this point, there was at least some indication from intelligence that there was the possibility that they could stay longer, right? Through the Hendon reports and other.
There was a possibility that some smaller group could stay longer, as opposed to everybody arriving was going to be staying longer.
Okay. And my understanding was that there was no in-camera portion to this meeting.
I honestly, at this point, can't remember. Take your word for it.
So I guess my question is that the OPS had much more detailed information about what was expected by this point in time. So my question is, why not share that with the board? As you know, they are tasked with oversight and assisting in helping to prepare for these types of events.
We answer the questions given to us by the board in the public meeting, and the board has the opportunity to move the meeting into in-camera if they choose. I can't control their decision on an in-camera meeting, nor do I control the questions they ask in the public session.
Right. So we did ask Councillor Deans about this, and she testified that she didn't know to ask for an in-camera portion because she wasn't aware that there was additional information that could have been provided in camera.
I will accept that that was her explanation, but as the board chair and a very experienced board chair on multiple boards, she would have known that that was an option.
Okay. And so I understand you're saying there were other updates with the chair, but in terms of the board as a body, this was the one briefing that they received, and there were no updated briefings before the arrival of the convoy as more information became available, right?
Nor would there have been time, quite frankly. I would have gone to a board meeting if directed to do so, but that would have probably not been the most optimal use of our time, given the circumstances that were unfolding.
Okay. Now, I want to speak about the injunction that you suggested to the city, or you had a call with the solicitor David White on January 30th about the possibility of seeking an injunction. Ultimately, we know that the city did seek an injunction and was successful, but by that time it was quite further along in the events, and the injunction was not actually ever used as an enforcement tool. And we're trying to understand why that's the case. So you recall you had a call with Mr. White on January 30th about the possibility of the city seeking an injunction, right?
And again, just by way of context, my recollection, again, stand to be corrected, was that we had, within the Ottawa Police Service, we had discussed a range of options as mitigating factors, risk-reducing factors, and injunction was one of them. This was before the arrival of the trucks in the pre-planning phase. Once the events unfolded, as I've described earlier on the Saturday, there was an attempt to step that up. And I believe that is the call that you're referencing.
Yes. And so what exactly were you seeking from him?
We were seeking to now ask the city to get involved. It would be a city injunction, not an Ottawa Police Service injunction. We had now just seen what had landed in our city. And so we had a much better understanding of what we were facing, different from the sort of blue skying of, well, let's consider an injunction before. And so now we're having a real discussion about the real problem that is unfolding in our city and asking the city to start to put their minds clearly to the possibility of an injunction. But we were not at this point strongly recommending or anything. We were just keeping all of our options on the table and trying to engage the fullest range of city supports that we could.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what the injunction would be for? An injunction for what?
Could be a range of different things. And again, it would be the city's injunction. It would be their decision to decide what to put into its injunction. We were giving them some base level ideas from a policing perspective, but we would not be the only perspective necessary for them to make a decision and to include clauses within that injunction.
Okay. And you felt that that would fit within OPS's overall plan to have an injunction from the city?
At that point, we were doing the pivot on the plan and we were just looking at all the options that we could.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that at that time, there were enforcement opportunities that were not being taken because of lack of resources and potentially the concern that it might incite the crowd, if I will.
I'd maybe just rephrase. Officers always have the discretion as to whether or how to use enforcement actions. And certainly the crowd dynamics made it very difficult for them to do that. I know you phrased it, there were enforcement actions not being taken. Officers were applying their discretion around enforcement, inciting other public safety issues, and officer safety issues would have been part of that discretion.
Right. But I think we can agree that enforcement was not being consistently done on every occasion for various reasons, including lack of resources, potential safety concerns, et cetera, right?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So at that time, there were multiple bylaw, Highway Traffic Act violations. So I'm trying to understand what more, considering that there were violations happening that were not being enforced, what would the injunction then add to that?
Well, it could have added a range of different things. Again, it's not an area of expertise that I have. There could have been heightened fines. There could have been new bylaws passed. There could have been through an injunction, maybe there would be some way to engage other elements like insurance bureaus, hotels. Again, it's not an area of expertise. I'm not a lawyer. I don't believe I've actually been involved in the drafting and carrying through of an injunction all the way. I would have relied almost entirely on my legal services team to have those conversations, and they would have been entirely informed by the needs of the incident command group.
Fair enough. So I'll take you to OTT 30-29695. And this is an email from David White, city solicitor, to Steve Kanalakis, who's the city manager. And this was after his discussion with you, Mr. White's call with you. He emailed the city manager, copying others at the city about the discussion that he had just had with you. So that's the context for this email, in case you haven't had the chance to see it before. So he says, I just got off the call with Chief Sloly and his team that is coordinating the OPS response to the protest on the issue of an injunction. So then he says, this is what they're looking for. And then if we go to the second paragraph. Okay, yeah, thank you. Oh, third paragraph, excuse me. I also took the opportunity to explain to the chief that any request for an injunction would need to be founded in public safety concerns. While the OPS's main concern seems to be around noise, traffic impacts, public frustration, based on the idea that the police should be doing something about the protest, mounting costs, air pollution, etc., there does not yet seem to be significant violence associated with the event, nor much in the way of public safety concern. So I just want to pause there for a second. Is that what you told the city solicitor on January 30th, that there was not much of a public safety concern at that point?
Well, thank you. I can't imagine why I would ever say that. I think this is the 30th, this would be the Sunday. I mean, we had seen massive public safety concerns across the downtown core in the red zone. Were well publicized on mainstream media and social media, events of assaults, threatening behavior, hate incidents. I don't know how he would have taken the impression from us that these were just minor bylaw issues, public frustration, and who's going to pay the bill. I suspect all those areas were part of our discussions, but he would only have to look out of his window at City Hall to understand what was happening in our city at this time, a significant public safety event happening in our city.
Okay, so you did not express to him that there were no significant public safety concerns at that time?
I have no recollection of that, and I couldn't believe that I would ever express that.
Okay, and he says according to the police. So do you have any sense where he would have gotten that information from?
Perhaps he talked to other people before or after.
Okay. So there seems to be a bit of a theme of conflicting narratives here about the degree of public safety, especially in the first week and the first weekend. So on the one hand, we have the city being told that, you know, enforcing bylaws and any laws really was too dangerous for public safety issues, that there was the risk of violence, there was the risk of injury and death, and I can take you to some notes where that's indicated. But on the other hand, the city was also told, at least in this email, seems to have been told that there wasn't much in terms of a public safety risk. And we've seen actually from some EOCCG, which is the group that manages the emergency response on a municipal level, that group was putting out updates every day, and they use language such as party-like atmosphere, it's festive. So there seems to be these two competing narratives. Was this a tinderbox waiting to explode, or was this a family-friendly carnival with bouncy castles? And so I wanted to get your perspective on those two narratives.
It was a tinderbox waiting to explode. It was not a family festival.
Okay, thank you. Now, my understanding is that in terms of the discussions of the injunction, the city got to the point where they were looking at potentially seeking an injunction for various things, but they required OPS to provide them information that they can then use to support an application for an injunction. And that was never provided according to the city witnesses that we heard from. Do you have any sense of why that is?
None whatsoever. This had been assigned, I think, again, I may be corrected by documentation, but my recollection is that Christiane, you know, as general counsel would have been lead for this. She would have relied on the supports of the incident command team, as well as other planning capabilities outside of the incident command team within our general organization to be able to address any questions or information requests. I will say, on the spectrum of a million things we needed to get done in real time, this would probably be in the middle to bottom half of it. So it is possible that the city was waiting for updates, but everyone in the organization, my organization, was busy on higher priority items at that point. So that's the best explanation I could give you. But there was certainly no indication that I had that we were disinterested in supporting it. We'd simply passed it over them and washed our hands of it.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand that you were looking to have the city exercise this kind of political influence at different levels of government in order to assist in getting resources, and there were various things you had asked them to look into and to do on that February 6th email where you told them, you know, we need 1,800 officers. I believe in one of the, and actually maybe we should go to it, OTT 3018172.
Just while that's coming up, Commissioner, may I have your indulgence for a second, sir? I don't know what the procedure around this is. I was asked a question earlier on, and I was giving an answer and I changed midway through my answer, and it may have sounded like a complete phrase. It was a change of phrase. Can I just correct the record with your indulgence?
Absolutely. We're just trying to get to the bottom of things. So
Thank
no,
you.
there's no,
And if I get
there's
this
a
wrong,
problem,
ma'am,
and in fact, if by the later in the day, there's something comes to you, please interrupt and put it forward.
thank you, Commissioner. If I get the question wrong or the context, please correct me. I believe you asked me a question, to what extent did I believe that the three levels of government had lost confidence or trust in me? And I believe part of my response was, I felt that all three levels had expressed very low. What I was about to say was very, and then I changed to low. It came across, I believe, as very low. I just want that corrected for the record if that's,
So the answer was very
no, it was low.
low.
But I had experienced incidents where there was clearly some low level of lack of confidence in the organization
Okay.
from all three levels of government.
So this is the email of February 6th. If we go to the first email of the thread. Right, okay, go up a little bit so we can see who it's from. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, right there. So it's John Steinbach's from the OPS, and it's to Chair Deans and the mayor and others in Ottawa, and you as well. And if we go down, Chair Deans and Mayor Watson, please find below the list of Ottawa Police Service asks to the federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government that was requested yesterday by the board. So as my colleague pointed out, on the 5th of February, you were asked to provide a number of resources that you required, as well as other requirements that you needed in order to bring this to an end. And if we go down, we see that you have some asks there from the city. And I wanted to just briefly ask you about a few of these if we go down. Okay, so here, and actually this is an interesting question because I think we touched on it earlier, but maybe didn't get a clear answer. So it says there, the service requires 1,800 additional staffing and enforcement resources. So this is, I think, the first reference that we see to the 1,800 ask. And this is on February 6th, I believe it's at 4:07 p.m. There's later a meeting that you have with Chair Deans and the mayor in which you provide them that number as well. And then the following day, you send them an email with a chart. You might recall that chart, and that was on February 7th. So the question was, you had been asked by the board to come up with the number of resources that you required to end the protest on February 5th. And on February 6th at 4:30, you send this email. So at what point did you determine the number of additional resources you needed and how? Because my understanding is the meeting that happened later with your command team was after this email was sent in the evening at 7:45
Yeah,
p.m.
and again, my recollection is that as soon as that board meeting ended on the 5th, we turned our attention to start getting the information we need. So I'm not aware of notes and scribe notes that say my executive officer and my EA started to assign things to CAO Dunker. But there is no way that I would have left that board meeting with that request in front of us and the extremely short timelines and simply waited 24 hours later to start to have people thinking about it. So that's just my recollection, and I stand to be corrected if that proves to be wrong.
Okay, so your understanding is that February 5th in the evening, you would have had a meeting.
As soon as that board meeting was over, we would debrief right away, as we would with any board meeting at the end of it. What are the substantive issues that came out? What do we need to do? What are the timelines? And certainly in this meeting, that was the direction that needed our full focus, and it would not have simply waited till the end of the next day to get to.
Okay, yeah, I just don't think we have in our documents a meeting on February 5th in the evening where resource numbers were discussed. So I think that's the question that we're kind of left wondering with. And so if we look at the third bullet point, professional mediation and negotiation capacity, what were you asking for there?
Again, we were trying to think of anything that could assist us. The concept of mediation and negotiation was clearly a live discussion at many levels in the organization and many levels of government. And so any particular advice, supports, expertise that we or the city could bring in could be helpful.
Okay. And so with that in mind, you're asking the city to exercise its political influence and to look into professional mediation even. You're aware on February 6th, it's also the day that the city of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. Do you recall that?
I don't recall it, but I'm not challenging the date of it.
And so according to some of the documents that we've seen and the evidence, the expressed intent of that declaration, or at least one of the reasons for that declaration, was to put pressure on the premier to exercise powers to resolve the situation in Ottawa. Did you ask the mayor to declare a state of emergency?
I was involved in discussions around it. I've been involved in those, had been involved in those discussions in my time in Toronto for a variety of reasons. And literally every time it ever came up in Toronto was, it may get you some money transfer payments. It might get you access to certain resources, but it's not going to give you, the declaration of state of emergency in our context here in the province isn't the same as it is in other jurisdictions in other countries. So it has put my police officer hat on, limited efficacy to support policing operations, and I have limited understanding of how it supports other city functions, but even there, my understanding is it is by no means even close to being a silver bullet.
Sure, but it can exercise some political leverage, can it not?
I can't speak to political leverage. I can only tell you what practically it would provide for a jurisdiction, and in my case, a police of jurisdiction.
Okay, fair enough. So I wanted to just ask about the legal opinion that you had received, in which you said you believe, based on that opinion, that you were not able to block access to trucks entering downtown. Did I get that right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Okay, how would you put it?
We had a legal opinion. Sorry, can you just frame your question again, please?
Sure. My understanding is that pre-convoy, or when the convoy arrived, we saw an opinion in any event that was dated January 28. And I assume you saw it sometime after that.
No, we requested on the 27th. It arrived on the 28th. I don't know the date that I saw it, but it was still in and around that time. And again, the event started on the 27th, went through the 28th, heightened on the 29th, and continued through the 30th. So it arrived in the middle of the event, not prior to the event.
Okay. And that goes to the heart of my question. Councillor Fleury was here some time ago, a few weeks ago now, and he testified that at the pre-convoy briefing with you and the city manager, the mayor, councillors, this was on January 26th, he had specifically asked about maintaining truck routes in the city. And you said to him, in answer to that question on the 26th, that you had a legal opinion that said that the charter prevented you from doing that. That's what he told us. So I want to understand what would have been the basis for your understanding that the charter prevented that on the 26th of January when you didn't receive the legal opinion until the 28th. Was there another legal opinion?
Probably my general counsel. Again, I don't have an independent recollection, but before we go outside for a legal opinion, I would usually run it by my own general counsel.
Okay. And you testified that by the 29th, on the Saturday, I thought I heard you say this morning that the demonstration was an unlawful demonstration. Is that right?
By virtue of the first law broken in and around it.
Okay, and so what did you mean by that? What were the laws broken?
Too many to list.
Can you give me a sense? Like, are we talking criminal code violations? Are we talking
Bylaw,
about?
Provincial Offences Act, Criminal Code, federal statutes, too many to list.
Okay, so bylaw, Highway Traffic Act offenses. Okay. So my question is, with respect to the first weekend, I think it could be assumed that 3,000 vehicles in the downtown core would lead necessarily to Highway Traffic Act and bylaw violations, right?
I'm sorry, just I may have missed your question. That just having 3,000 vehicles would mean that there would be offenses?
Within a limited space would necessarily mean some violations such as blocking traffic, parking illegally.
In the context of a protest, yes, we
Yes.
probably have more than 3,000 vehicles in the downtown core here in Ottawa on any given day.
Right, but I'm talking about, 3,000 tractor trailers and big heavy vehicles coming into the downtown in a space that had been designated for them to be there, right? But they
Well-
weren't designated to be there to be legally parked. Clearly, they were all going to be taking up lanes and preventing traffic, and et cetera.
I think I understand your question. And so I'm trying to be deliberate in my answer. I can't imagine that the PLT would have negotiated, hey, when you come in, you can break our laws. I suspect, and I haven't seen PLT log notes, but when you come in order to not break our laws, in order to maintain the free flow of emergency vehicles, in order to not create as many problems as could happen, we're going to try to get you to do these several things. Park your vehicles here, carpool, ride share downtown. We will designate areas where you can park your trucks. And in designating those areas, it would be the police facilitating that, as opposed to an independent decision by a truck driver or pickup truck driver to violate the law on their own, through their own decision making. That's different from us trying to facilitate a peaceful, lawful protest.
Okay, so then I'm just trying to understand what changed from the moment they arrived to the 29th. What additional violations would have occurred? It seems to me that by the time they arrived, those violations would have already been crystallized.
Again, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'll try to answer it. If I get it wrong, please redirect me. And we've heard some, I think, very helpful. I want to be careful. I'm aware that Inspector Lucas describes a situation where there's sort of a race to Wellington Street, and it seems that that is one of, not the only, but one of the main factors that seems to kind of end the agreed levels of cooperation that had been achieved through a lot of hard work by these PLTs. It then becomes a series of snake-like efforts to move heavy vehicles and lots of vehicles through the downtown core, and the traffic plan that had been set up had to be in real time rearranged. All of that chaos, yes, in all of that, we started to see significant levels of bylaw, Provincial Offences Act violations, not to mention those who were either walking, riding, or in any other conveyance, starting to do a wide array of social disorder, threatening and intimidating behavior, physically and psychologically assaultive behavior, and yes, hate-related behavior, and ultimately criminal code violations, all of which happened in near real time over the morning and early afternoon and throughout the remainder of the time of the events in the city.
So, so if by the 29th it had become an unlawful demonstration, why was access not prevented into the downtown core by the second weekend, the 5th of February, when additional convoys came and joined? By then, surely you would have the authority.
You've touched on one of my frustrations.
Was not my intention.
That is why there's clear documentation of me saying, are we ready to go? Have we thought about all the things we need to do? Have we considered whether we're going to be closing more roads, more highway off-ramps, more bridges, based on what we learned from last weekend and what we've seen in other jurisdictions? And I was really kicking the tires hard on that. And that is why on the third weekend, I issued my only direct order at the operational level: close the interprovincial bridges and close the highways that give direct access to the downtown core. I rescinded that only when the then event commander, Rob Bernier, articulated a substantially robust traffic management plan to address the circumstances that were happening at that time. And it turned out to be a very successful plan. But that remained a significant concern for me and for the organization. There were more roads closed on the second weekend. There were more effective coordination around the interprovincial bridges. There was more assistance for the OPP on monitoring traffic along the King's highways. But I really still had a lot of concerns about that.
Right. The downtown core was never hardened, so to speak.
In the fullest sense, meaning that we blocked off all of the access off-ramps, which I saw as a private citizen? No. To that level of hardening did not exist in the 3 weekends that I was the chief of police for.
Okay. I want to turn to OPS 405665. And these are notes from a command briefing on February 1st. And I'll take you to page 3. And I think you testified today that by the 30th, you had recognized some elements of an occupation as opposed to a demonstration. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it says that first point, if more demonstrators are expected back this weekend, early request for resources is required. Decision on whether this is an occupation needs to be made by tomorrow. Use experienced resources, i.e. Rob Bernier and others, pull from sections. Why did there need to be a decision about how to kind of classify this kind of a demonstration, whether it was an occupation or not? What turned on that?
This is the first time I'm seeing the email. I don't know the context of the meeting. Seems to be Inspector Bryden would be within the Intelligence Directorate. So I don't know the nature of this.
Okay, fair enough. And if we can go to the bottom of page 2. And trying to find my reference. Yeah, just at the bottom. The third line from the bottom, PLTs have done an excellent job in preventing rioting and de-escalation, but overall position and change needs to happen, looking more like an occupation than a negotiated end. If we can just keep going. Too many photos of police with protesters' trucks. Chief would like this addressed. Now this, you also conveyed the sentiment to the mayor and to the councillors on the 31st, explaining that you didn't think that this was okay, photos being taken between police officers and protesters. So I just wanted to ask, Inspector Lucas testified this week that this was part of de-escalation, that this was trust building. It seems like you might have had a different view, so I just wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure where you got the information that I said it was not a good thing at council.
Okay, so I'll take you to OPS 405187. And this is notes of a meeting that you had with the mayor. So update from chief. And if we go to the bottom.
And whose notes are these?
Michael Anderson sent these to John Steinbach's. It's points of the meeting that happened on the 31st, update from mayor to chief. And then you give an update first, and then it looks like the mayor has some things to say after.
Okay.
So if we go to 7, if we go to the page 7. Okay, and I believe there were councillors here at this meeting as well. So at 7F, Councillor Menard says, curious on why certain behaviors are being allowed to continue, not peaceful, need to move on from that language, want services to be maintained and acts of hatred to be addressed. Residents should not feel intimidated, bylaw services should continue. And so F seems to be your answer. I had asked one of the witnesses who was answering these questions, and I believe it was Mr. Kanalakis said that for the most part you would answer these questions. And so the last line there, officers posing in images is unacceptable and are following up.
Again, sorry.
I can give you more context if you like. There's another notation, your last full day in office of February 14, when you also kind of address the same issue. And if it's helpful, I can take you to that. OPS 30-14566. And these are, I believe, your notes. And if we go to 932, Okay, so Chief's morning brief. If you look at the first point, media report 2 times JTF2. Do you know what that reference is, what that is?
Joint Task Force officers.
Okay. We're supporting the demo here in Ottawa, supporting the command and control of it, now being investigated internally. Pat Morris, last night, I assume this means indicated that he was not indicted, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Pat Morris last night indicated we might have a significant issue with police members being involved in demos. So I just wanted to ask about that concept in general.
Yeah.
How did the public was seeing this? The public was pushing back a little bit. And so what is your view on that?
Thank you. The language used around the officers posing in photos are problematic to me. If I was not clear in my language, I'll accept that. I accept and adopt the view as relayed by Inspector Lucas. Officers will often have to do a fist bump or lean in for a selfie just to try to keep the temperature down in the circumstances they're in. That is just the reality of almost any circumstance, any day, not even requiring something of this level, just in order to try to build rapport in a minute, so to keep things at the right level or de-escalate things that could be escalating. And I'll always defer to an officer on that. In the broader sense, I could understand, and maybe that's where my comments were attributed, in the broader sense, these photos that are going viral on social media without proper context could be extremely problematic and were extremely problematic. They were used extensively in the social media disinformation and misinformation campaigns, and unfortunately crept into some of the mainstream media reporting as well. I think it's more in that context that I would be talking about it, as opposed to every single officer I saw in a photograph doing a fist bump or a thumbs up was unacceptable. That's never been my experience. And I would have done the same things and had done the same things throughout my policing career. I wouldn't expect to be sanctioned by a superior officer if they took the time to find out as to why I was doing it.
And do you think this might have contributed to the erosion of the residents' trust in the OPS?
There's no doubt that the photographs of officers, sometimes there weren't even officers in the Ottawa theater that were being passed around on social media saying, look what's happening in Ottawa. So there was just a lot of that going on. And I can understand why the public, without the context that we're sharing here now, would just look at that and say, oh, that's sympathy from the officers to the movement or various movements represented there.
I want to talk now about the role of the board. How would you describe the board's oversight function? What is the scope of their oversight?
Primarily to set the strategic direction of the police of jurisdiction, ensure that the police of jurisdiction has adequate resources to develop, to deliver adequate and effective services, and to hire and manage the chief of police and the two deputy chief positions. Well, in our case, two deputy chief positions.
And what's your understanding of the board's role in a major event?
In the same respect, do they have an oversight body, or does it align to strategic purposes? Are there any policies that come into play? Are there adequate resources? What is the performance of chief in command, and through them, the performance of the organization?
And do they have a role ongoing throughout the duration of a major event?
They have the same role ongoing every single day, regardless of whether there's a major event or not.
Okay. Can I take you to OPS 30-14484? And I'll take you to page 36. And I believe these are some of your notes. We've seen these before, notes about meetings that you often make to yourself. And this one's dated February 5th. Subject line is call from Chair Deans. I understand here she's called you for a board meeting, and you say, I advise that I was fully focused on the major demonstration and all other operational priorities. I can refuse a board direction. I assume that means can't?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. I can't refuse a board direction for a meeting, but I stated that it would put my ability to lead the service in this critical operation in jeopardy and should be delayed until Monday. So was it fair to say that these meetings were distracting you from your operational responsibilities?
Not distracting. I understand the need that the board was trying to fulfill. But every minute, every hour, where one or all of the command and supporting personnel were not focused on managing the events, was less resources that we could put to those events, less leadership that we could provide to support those who were leading those events. So it's there's only a finite amount of time in any day. And on some days, I spent 3-4 hours on board meetings and had my two deputy chiefs there as well. I think in every occasion, we had the full command team there. So I understand it's not a distraction, but it is a demand on time. And it's in that context of demand on time.
And from her testimony last week, we understand that the board started asking for more information and more details of an operational plan to bring an end to the demonstration as of about February 5th. There was some more pressure to provide that information. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
And if I can take you to the meeting minutes of that board meeting on February 5th, OPB 401264. And at page 5, paragraph 2, although the board expressed frustration at the lack of clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration, the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. So what did you understand the board to be requesting in terms of information at this time?
Just what they're asking for, a clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration.
Okay, and you were not able to provide that to the board?
Not on February 5th, ma'am, no.
Okay, and why was that?
Because there was no way to end the demonstration with the resources we had at that time. And we were in the process of pivoting the plan to put that in place.
So there wasn't a fully formed plan
That's right.
that you could
We're
take?
still evolving that plan from the pre-planning piece. We're still trying to gather the resources necessary to move from simply at this point on February 5th, still just holding on to the red zone and not allowing anything else in there, but not really able to do much more than that.
Right. So this meeting did go in camera, and I'm going to take you to the in-camera meeting minutes, OPB 401647. And so at page 2, the fourth paragraph. Sorry, if we can, oh, sorry, yeah, at the bottom, the paragraph at the bottom. The chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. So I just want to marry that with the concept that by February 5th, there was not actually a well kind of conceived, fully formed plan, but the board is being told there is a comprehensive plan. So I just want to give you a chance to reconcile that.
It's not much reconciliation. I mean, there's a comprehensive plan. We've looked at the full range of issues from PLT to POU, enforcement, intelligence gathering, traffic. We are engaging in all sorts of efforts to get resources into the organization. It's comprehensive. It's just not into the detail levels of sub-plans and dates and times when operations will take place, assuming that there are resources available. So comprehensive, it covers the full range of what we need to have in a plan, lacking the details in order to be able to say, a week from now, with these 1,800 resources, we should have the ability to execute a POU plan in the morning of, and by the end of the evening, we should have cleared 75% of the red zone. I couldn't give them that.
Right, but they're asking for a plan that would result in the end of the demonstration. And you're saying, well, there's a comprehensive plan, don't worry.
There's a comprehensive framework. I don't know if plan is the sense that, but that's the reconciliation I can give you.
Okay. Now, Councillor Deans testified that she understood there was an evolving plan, but she was asking for details about a plan to end the demonstration, which was not provided to her.
Because there was no, at that point, there was no plan that we could say this will end the demonstration.
Right. So had there been that plan, or once that plan was developed, my understanding is the board never saw a plan or even a high level or even a summary of the plan. So even by the time it was developed, that was not provided to the board. So I just wanted to ask why that would be.
Well, I can't speak to the final plan that was used in the week of after the 15th of February. So I don't know what was provided or not provided by then interim Chief Bell.
Well, I'm asking about your time, not about
No,
interim Chief Bell.
We never provided the operational plan in its totality in a bound document to the board. Let me be clear about one thing. The Ottawa Police Services Board provided a lot of support to the service and to myself, our executive team, on a range of issues. But there was a challenge around confidentiality on that board. There were clearly documented events where service information, board information, including in-camera discussions, had been leaked by board members to the public. And so there was a concern prior to the arrival and the events of the convoy around the confidential, the ability of the board to keep confidential information confidential.
And how was that being addressed?
I had formal documentation and correspondence with then Chair Deans around those concerns and specifically pointing to those events. It was up to her to investigate and remediate whatever issues. I never got a final update from Chair Deans as to the outcome of those concerns.
Right, but your obligation to provide the board the information they need in terms of to be able to exercise their oversight function, that's irrespective of whatever internal issues the board may be dealing with on its own, right?
It is a factor that came into my consideration as to the level of detail that I could provide on intelligence, threat risk assessments, operational plan, or other operational details.
So is your evidence that the reason that more information on the operational plan was not provided to the board because you had confidentiality concerns about that board specifically?
My evidence is that is one of the factors I had to consider, yes.
Okay, and so what were the other factors?
That I was not going to be handing over an entire detailed operational plan to the board. It's not a practice I'd ever seen done before. It's not one that I'd be comfortable with. And from my knowledge of the Morden report, not one that's required.
Okay, but a summary wasn't provided either, right?
No, we did provide summaries on a regular basis.
In terms of like a document which provides a high level summary?
A document? No. In hours-long board meetings, we all dedicated to this. We were asked repeatedly questions and provided as much information as we possibly could. I can't recall whether or not somebody provided a summary document. That I can't recall.
Okay. Well, Chair Deans testified that at times she did not have the information she needed in order to exercise her oversight function. Does that concern you?
Not at all. Well, it concerns me that she would characterize it that way. I had daily calls, sometimes twice and 3 times daily calls with Chair Deans. We offered the board and they accepted to do ride-alongs. I think 4 of the 7 board members actually participated in ride-alongs that were by my service sergeant major, who actually put them in a police vehicle and drove them throughout the theater in safe ways. They had hours with the service sergeant major to ask any questions that they wanted. I had given explicit instructions to the service sergeant major to answer those questions as fully and honestly as possible. So we went through a variety of means beyond public meetings to ensure that the board could literally see and be in the theater, talk to frontline officers, have direct access to the chief of police on a regular basis, on a daily basis, including the formal board meetings. I can't understand why Chair Deans would say that she did not have the ability to ask questions and receive information in a very timely manner.
Okay, I'll take you to OPS 3011037. And these are again, your notes. These are from February 11. And I'll take you to page 6 of your notes. And if we go to 1301, there, where it says call back from Diane Deans 1301. And then it says expectations for board meeting. Gonna do like we did on Monday, minimum level. Cannot and won't be drawn into what I cannot lawfully provide, i.e. staffing numbers, what the plans are. Need you to be clear and understanding about that. And if we keep going, the response will be as much as we gave you on Monday, cannot go into the confidential. Accusatory language and requests for information that is unlawful for me to provide you will not be provided. She is accusing us of not responding to crimes. We don't respond to Twitter. She needs to report any threats. Was reported to Stephanie Lemieux. Encourage the board to not ask questions which cannot be answered operationally. So I want to ask you a few questions about that. It sounds like that was part of your exchange with Chair Deans on February 11. What did you mean by gonna do like we did on Monday, minimum level? Are you referring to the amount of information that you're gonna give her?
Going to be consistent with what we've been doing all along. We're not going to be changing and deviating from that.
So minimum level.
Well, I don't know what that means. I know these are my scribe notes. We're going to be consistent with what we did on Monday is a substantive theme that I'm trying to relay there.
And when you, just to go up a little bit to the first part of that exchange. So when you say cannot and won't be drawn into what I cannot lawfully provide, i.e. staffing numbers, what the plans are, you're indicating there that the board is not entitled to those, right? Staffing numbers and what the plans are?
Detailed plans, detailed staffing numbers, how many we're going to have on this shift, that shift, in public meetings, in documents. Those are problematic questions.
Why is that?
For all the reasons that have been explained before. This was a unique event, that's for sure. But the types of questions we were getting repeatedly over and over and over again. What is the plan to end this? I'm looking out my window now. I can't see a police officer out there. Unfortunately, these were the types of questions that just couldn't be answered. And we're taking up hours of our time, literally, at these meetings.
And then you say cannot go into the confidential. In camera would have allowed you to go into the confidential.
I don't think I'm referring to in camera there. I cannot go into the confidential elements of what we're doing, I think is what I was trying to say. I would have said in camera.
Right, but my question is, can't you get into confidential matters in camera?
Yes, and I think at the previous meeting, what's the date of this?
February 11th.
Right. At the previous meeting, I think I'd urged them at least 3 or 4 separate times in the February 5th meeting, let's go in camera.
Okay, so you are saying you can give confidential information as long as it's in camera.
I can give more information in camera. I wasn't at that point committing to give everything that I was being asked, but I certainly could give more information in camera.
Okay. And what did you mean, what did you understand to be unlawful for you to provide in terms of information, and what made it unlawful?
That's probably more loose language. I don't know if it would have meant unlawful, but I certainly wouldn't be giving, there are unlawful information around human resources, things, conduct information that wouldn't necessarily be lawful for me to provide, but I'm not sure what the actual reference there is.
In your view, as you sit here today, is there any information that you lawfully cannot provide an oversight board?
I'm sure that there would be something that would be allow for that to happen. I'm not sure I could give a member's blood type or something like that, but there might be some limits on that. But I think in general, we can share the information of the organization.
Generally, the board is entitled to any information
Yes.
they need in order to exercise.
There may be some restrictions that I'm not an expert on privacy or human rights to be able to say that, there's health information that we would have in the records of the Ottawa Police Service that relates to a member's psychological assessment that I could hand over in complete free form to the board.
Right, but I mean, the board, as you know, takes an oath of confidentiality, right?
I know that, and they had
Right.
broken that at least on one occasion during my tenure. So that oath of confidentiality doesn't mean that there aren't problems with the board's ability to maintain its oath of confidentiality.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is that whatever board, the issues the board may have does not alleviate your responsibility to provide information that the
No,
board needs, right?
You're right, but it does cause me to have to be very careful under the conditions that I do it. And this was a national security event.
So you would agree with me then that under the Police Services Act, there's no restriction on the information that can be provided,
Subject
right?
to other acts and legislation, I would agree with you.
Sure. And so right now, there's nothing specifically that you can point me to say it's unlawful for me to provide this type of information, right? Now, my understanding is that during these events, the board did not issue any formal directions to you, as it can sometimes do under the Police Services Act.
It did issue a direction to me to provide the staffing numbers on the February 5th meeting.
Okay, and that was a formal direction from the board? Okay. So aside from that, did the board ever specifically direct you to provide more information as a direction?
I don't recall now.
Okay. Now, had they specifically directed you to provide them with a copy of the plan once it was then formulated, the 3.0 that we hear about, would that have been provided to the board?
If it was a formal direction, I probably would have had to get consultation with my general counsel. And then assuming that there was no prohibition, we probably would have provided what we could, and that would largely be a heavily redacted document.
Okay. Now, we've heard from some councillors that they were concerned that the ability of OPS to police other areas of the city was compromised during the convoy because all of the resources were concentrated in the downtown area. You're aware of those concerns?
Yes.
So I want to take you to the Morden report, COM 50616. And we've talked before about the Morden report, and I know you're very familiar with it. So we'll go to page 37.
Just for clarity, I read it probably 12 years ago, but I am familiar with it.
Okay. And it's the independent review into the events of the G20 for those who may not be familiar. And it's often referred to as the Morden report. It was authored in 2012. And if we go to recommendation 22, the board should review the Toronto Police Service's continuity of service plan for major policing events. Where there is a large event that may impact upon the service's ability to deliver regular policing officers, in this case Toronto, the board should consult with the chief of police concerning how continuity of service can be achieved. The board should be provided with any plans developed by the Toronto Police Service to aid in the consultation. So I wanted to ask whether the board was ever, our board, the Ottawa Police Services Board, was ever provided with plans with respect to the continuity of service in areas outside of the downtown core.
They didn't request any continuity plans, but we would brief them on our ability to maintain business across the rest of the police services across the rest of the municipality while we were dealing with the incident command as well.
Okay, so they didn't receive any plans, but informal briefing explaining what the plan was, essentially. Right? Okay. All right. I want to turn now to negotiations with the city. And I think you're aware, or maybe you can explain whether you were aware, that on February 7th, some protesters asked to meet with the city manager in exchange for facilitating a move from the Rideau and Sussex intersection to Wellington. Were you aware of that at that time?
I was not aware of it. I became aware of some level of PLT related negotiations happening around that location that came up through Superintendent Patterson and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson at a briefing.
So my understanding is that meeting between the city manager and the protester in question was Mr. Marazzo took place on February 8th, but then the move from Rideau and Sussex to Wellington never happened. And according to Superintendent Drummond, who was here on Wednesday, he said that the move had not been approved. And I said by whom, and he indicated that it had not been approved by Superintendent Patterson or by yourself as well. So I just want to understand why that move would not have been approved.
That was Superintendent Patterson's decision. I gave no decision on that.
Okay. And earlier than the 8th, my understanding is there was also a potential move from the Rideau and Sussex again to Wellington that had been negotiated by PLT after the first weekend. So it would have been around the Monday after that first weekend, the 31st. There was a PLT negotiated potential move from Rideau and Sussex to Wellington at that earlier time. And according to Inspector Lucas, he said that that had been negotiated, but that the direction came from you to prevent that move from happening. So I wanted to ask about your.
I gave no directions in regards to PLT actions.
Okay. And were you generally aware that the Parliamentary Protective Service had concerns about moving more trucks onto Wellington after that first weekend?
My recollection of the first time hearing that directly was when, I don't want to get his rank wrong, but Larry Brookson, who is the head of the Parliamentary Protection Services, raised that, I think, on the weekend of the 13th, 14th with me directly.
Okay. And when you first learned of negotiations between the City of Ottawa and protesters, I believe was around the 12th of February. And is it fair to say that you were generally receptive to the mayor's office negotiating with protesters to come up with some sort of negotiated solution?
On one, maybe two singular, two caveats. It cannot direct policing operations, and it cannot run counter to the operational plan that was under the control of the incident command team.
Okay. So on February 12th, my understanding is you received a call from Steve Kanellakis advising you that over the last 24 hours there had been some discussions. And then you had a meeting after that with Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Hanaud to inform them of that call. And my understanding is that Mr. Kanellakis had indicated to you that these discussions were confidential because they were ongoing, they hadn't been finalized yet. And my understanding is that in that subsequent meeting with Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Hanaud, you asked Deputy Chief Bell to also keep that information confidential, right? Did you have any concerns about having to tell him to keep it confidential? And do you see any issues with that? The fact that you asked him to not share that with anybody else?
In hindsight, yes. At the time, I thought it was reasonable.
Okay, and you thought it was reasonable, why?
There were just negotiations that were ongoing. There hadn't been a final outcome. And at this point, it didn't have any major impact on our operations, any impact on our operations.
And since then, your view, you're saying, has changed. So what's your view of that now?
Probably one of those areas I would have wanted to share down one more level into at least to the event commander.
Who would have been Superintendent Bernie at the time, right?
Oh, the date, sorry again, February?
12th.
Yes.
And so with that caveat that you gave us before about wanting to make sure that these negotiations fit within the overall plan, informing Superintendent Bernier on the 12th, or the earliest that you learned about it, would have facilitated ensuring that those negotiations meshed or fit into the overall plan, right?
No, would have given him situational awareness, but I would have told him, you keep working on your plan because this thing may fall apart. We didn't have the time or the effort to be putting a lot of resources into planning for something that hadn't been negotiated and might never happen anyway. So I would have given him for situational awareness, but not to give him more work to be done around it.
Right, but for example, he could have contacted the mayor's office and put some parameters around the negotiations, or?
No, because, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt you, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Please finish your question, because
Oh,
I want to
was-
make sure I answer properly.
That was the question.
I would not have wanted anybody in my organization to then get involved directly in the negotiation between the city and I believe it's Mr. French and the convoy organizers. I didn't want the Ottawa Police Service to be directly involved in that negotiation.
Why is that?
It was a political negotiation.
But again, if it's being done separately from the OPS's plans, there is the potential of conflict, isn't there?
And if there was, I would have defaulted to the OPS plans.
Right, but if something is negotiated without OPS input, can OPS then prevent it from moving forward?
That was the condition I gave to Steve Kanellakis when he had called me.
Okay. So you wanted to ensure then that the city's negotiations was completely independent from the OPS's plan?
Yes.
Okay. despite the fact that this was a police-led operation and the police was the lead agency in the response.
Yes.
And then the February 13 in that morning, you got a call from Steve Kanellakis confirming that there had been an agreement reached, letters would be exchanged, et cetera, right? I believe then at noon, there was a meeting with city officials called by Steve Kanellakis. And the people who were on that call were Steve Kanellakis, yourself, Deputy Chief Bell, and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. And a subsequent meeting then took place to inform a broader group of your team, right? Now, I understand that day, shortly after 1 p.m., you called OPP Commissioner Karik to update him on the negotiations with the city, right?
Yes.
So he knew as of February 13 at around 1 p.m.
I believe that's the timing, yes.
On that call, did he express any concerns to you?
I actually don't have an independent recollection,
Okay.
but I don't recall anything being substantively discussed.
Okay. And Drummond testified, Superintendent Drummond rather, testified that at that subsequent meeting with the broader team was the first time that he learned about those negotiations. And he said everybody on the call was cautiously optimistic. Was that accord with your?
With my general recollection, yes.
Okay. And then after that meeting, you called RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky, and she said she was aware of the negotiations. Did she express any concerns to you at that time?
I don't recall any. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have my notes and I don't have a clear independent recollection.
Okay. And my understanding is significant resources were required to carry out OPS's assistance to implementing that deal.
I don't know. I just wouldn't know the level of lift, but I suspect it would be, we didn't have a lot of resources to spare, so any amount of resources could be considered significant.
Okay. And so if I take you now to just the next day, which is February 14, I want to take you to OPS 30-14566. And these are your notes again, and I'll take you to page 8. And at 16:31, so just to give you some context, the truck started moving at 1 p.m. on this day. It was decided that evening on the 13th, the night before, Superintendent Drummond went and coordinated kind of the details, and the following morning it was to start. It didn't start until 1 p.m. and this is now at 4:30 p.m. that same day. So trucks have been moving for the last 3 hours, give or take. So you have a Teams call with Brookson. So maybe you can explain who Brookson is.
It's Larry Brookson, who is leading the Parliamentary Protection Services. And I apologize, I don't know can't remember his rank or his title.
Yes, and I'm not sure either. So we can go with Mr. Brookson. Okay. He said, trying to understand the meeting to completely fill up Wellington Street. And then you say chief briefed his team, understood that the intersect team would then brief everyone, including PPS. So is it fair to say that you had reached out to the OPP commissioner and to the RCMP commissioner, but you didn't reach out to PPS, and he's essentially calling you out on it and saying, why didn't you let me know? Is that essentially what's happening here?
No, that's not how I took it.
Okay, so maybe just explain that discussion.
He's concerned about not being aware of it, which I can appreciate fully. But I'm explaining that the major incident command, event commander and incident commander would be able to brief all of our partners in the NCR and everybody who was contributing to, at that point, an integrated operation about what was taking place that day. And that my understanding was PPS was part of that intersect team and would have received that briefing. I didn't get the impression that Larry Brookson was calling me out or the Ottawa Police Service out.
Okay, and if we just go down, there's more to the discussion. So again, these are point form notes. It's hard to really get a good sense for what's being kind of conveyed here, but maybe you can review those point form notes and give us a better sense of what transpired in that discussion. And specifically, I want to understand the references to, does city usually direct police on how this goes?
I don't know what that reference is. I looked at that myself. I don't know. It's obviously would be from Larry Brookson,
Okay.
Mr. Brookson.
Yeah.
But again, it's hard to, like you said, it's a back and forth, sort of almost real time attempt to get the full conversation.
And then the note for an administrator to reach out on their own and then permit the vehicles to sardine in on Wellington Street. This was purely political. What was the discussion around that point?
I mean, I remember Mr. Brookson expressing his concern around the politics. And as I've said, there was a lot of politics going on all around this at so many levels. But I don't know who he's referring to as an administrator.
So I just want to confirm that by this time, certainly he's telling you that trucks have moved on to Wellington. So you knew by this time, correct?
I understood by this time. I still to this day have some confusion as to that portion of things, but clearly by this time I would have known that trucks are on Wellington Street.
Okay. And your witness statement says you didn't know, but I think we can agree that you did know. This is probably
Yes.
okay. And then my understanding is at 17:01, so you have this discussion with him. You're not able to give me too much more than what's there, it sounds like, based on your recollection. If we can go to page, is this still page 9? Yeah, 17:01. So it looks like there's a demo briefing call at 5:01. In the second bullet, we see Trish, that's Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. Lots of convo with Carson at NOK. PPS not happy with trucks on Wellington. And at the bottom, it says had to pivot due to new. Do you have any sense? There seems to be some words missing at the end of that. Do you have any sense for what that's referring to?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay. And if we go to page 10, the bullet before the redaction, we need, or right, the first redacted portion, the bullet before, we need some significant legal advice regarding the mayor's position that they can be on Wellington. Can you just explain what that refers to?
I don't know. I apologize.
Okay. Are you able to give us any insight into what was the issue that was concerning?
I mean, it seems to be all a discussion around the relative sequence of the sequence of events that took place throughout the day, the relative efficacy of it, challenges experienced, logistical staffing, there's PLTs referenced there. So it's a general discussion that seems to be going on. I'm not sure who's leading and who's making what points.
So this is the day before you resigned at 5 p.m. So I don't know if that helps to situate you in the timeline of events and if you have a recollection of this meeting. It would have been one of your final meetings.
No, it's just another busy briefing on a very difficult period of time.
And we know that after this meeting, certainly by nightfall on that day, no more trucks were relocated onto Wellington, and that kind of ended the facilitation of trucks onto Wellington. Do you have any sense for why, what was the reason behind OPS no longer supporting the movement of trucks onto Wellington?
I don't. I mean, I've subsequent through disclosure, I've seen things, so I don't know if that makes my opinion valid at this point, but my understanding is, without getting into any more detail than that, is that the event commander made a decision to discontinue the operations. And the only thing I can say to that is that would be entirely within his purview. That was the caveat I gave to City Manager Canalac. I said if at any point the operations around the negotiation cross purposes with the operational plan, that we would default to our operational plan.
Okay, so you can't tell us why?
I don't know.
Okay. So just quickly, last time we spoke in our interview, I asked you about kind of lessons learned. We talked a little bit about that today. You spoke with Mr. Au about that. And I asked you if in your kind of reflections since these events, you had thought about anything you could have done differently as chief of police. And at that time, you mentioned, clarifying your comment about there may not be a policing solution, which I understand you've done that now. But nothing really else came to mind. And so I wanted to ask now, having had the benefit of hearing your former colleagues, going through documents in preparation for your evidence today, whether there is anything else that you would add to that.
Around recommendations going forward or lessons learned in
Reflections on what you may have done differently or what you would do differently next time if you were in the same position. What could you have done differently as chief of police?
I think I did provide some list of recommendations for the commission to consider in my statement. I'll trust that that will be followed up as the commissioner determines. I was about to say we have a board liaison person because we talked about the board quite a bit, but John Steinbach's was the designated board liaison person and had that position before I even arrived as chief. So I'm just thinking through sort of top down from board relationship. Intersect was there. There's a recommendation around funding and investing in Intersect to create more, deconflict some of the problems we've learned. I honestly, the list of recommendations that I've provided are the substantive reviews of what needed to be in a better level to address the structural deficits that I've talked about. And I've tried to provide both national, provincial in terms of Police Act legislation and local in terms of the unique aspects of the NCR region within my recommendations. I can't think of anything else at this point.
So I understand kind of at a systemic level, but I'm asking more on a personal level, something you could have done differently as chief of police. And if nothing comes to mind, that's fine. That's the answer. But I wanted to give you that opportunity.
I think the broadest statement around understanding how to be able to be even more resilient during that level of time. I mean, I think there's a whole new level of science around sleep and wellness that probably executive leaders who face these types of sustained levels of crisis and pressure just need to understand how to develop a level of physical and emotional and psychological resilience to get through these things. How do you, I mean, we talk about wellness for frontline officers and building resilience there. I think that would be probably just a personal lesson learned. There just never is enough sleep. I suspect people on this commission are sleep deprived as well and are not optimal in terms of what they're doing. So, I mean, it's just a human condition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I know from my legal team, and I'm looking at sleepy eyes all around me here. So, I mean, I said it, I think it came up in a comment earlier on when I was talking to Chair Deans, like, we're just human beings. And none of us are supermen or superwomen. And this was a super difficult situation. And mistakes were made, moments were lost, relationships were strained, meetings didn't go the way that they were intended to. Language was not precise enough. Assumptions were made, rumors were passed around. It's just a human condition. Systems are built by human beings. Policies are designed by human beings. Institutions are just human institutions. And I said it before in standing committee. Someone asked, did the Ottawa Police Service failed? Canada was exposed in these events. Our institutions were exposed. Our systems were exposed. And our leaders were exposed. And our frontline members were exposed. Probably worst overall, our communities were exposed. We just got to get it better the next time. I'm fully committed to doing that. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. And you mentioned your recommendations to the commission. I understand you have spoken to some of those, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to highlight some of the other ones that perhaps we haven't had a chance to get to, if that's something you would like to do.
I think I'll leave it with the commission to see those areas, and I'll make myself available, Commissioner, to you and your team at any point to expand on that. I think each one of my recommendations could probably fill another 20 pages or so. But I just think for the time here, I'll leave it there and make myself available to you.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're finishing a little early. I'm not sure if we want to start cross-examination, but I promised we wouldn't. So I'm going to adjourn. I just want to raise if there are any concerns. Of course, as was mentioned, this has been a very a very tight schedule, a lot of documents, a lot of movement. Everybody, in my view, has cooperated very well. But if there's anything that is of concern to the commission, please don't hesitate to raise it either with commission counsel or directly with me, because ultimately, I think we know it's been stressful, but I think we're doing a not bad job. Certainly I'm very impressed with everyone's work so far. So thank you, and have a great weekend.
All right, folks. I am mentally tired listening to that guy. Oh my. Ooh, yeah, he changed his stride right in the middle there and he started to lie. And that bugs me a lot. Hi, Railroaded. Nice to meet you. You got a lot of comments here too. Very nice to meet you. So folks, what do we think? That was a full day of examination in chief. Now I suspect we'll be seeing him Monday because they didn't say anything about Saturday. So that means the convoy witnesses are going to be pushed for this. But if the cross is starting on Monday, then I will be. Holy moly, this should be really good. He was getting aggressive with the committee counselor or council. You can see he was kind of getting abrasive as well. No problem, Railroad. Happy to do it. Recommended friend. Oh wow! You're getting recommendations from Ontario. That's wonderful. Well, hello Ontario and all those people out there. I saw you in my river mirror when I left last year. I did love you for quite some time, like 20 years, but Ford messed things up pretty good. They go on a pinboard nowadays. Still have a jewelry box for the rest of the brass. Good stuff, James. Yeah, you collected the poppies. I see that ever since you were in Air Cadets. I was in Sea Cadets. I was in Sea Cadets in Winnipeg, Manitoba. No water to be found, but yet they had Sea Cadets there, and we had. It was fun. It was fun. I think like 8 people passed out because when you're standing for a long time, you pass out sometimes. But Cadets was a lot of fun. But yeah, James, you're definitely a patriotic person. You love your vets. You love your country. It shows. Glad to have you here, James. You know that. I like you. Yep. Sorry, I went back on a message there. So Railroad, James Lucas, 10-4. And saying you're wearing an old one helps you. It's all good. I'm sure everybody donates and does things in their own way. It's pretty cool. I didn't like seeing it on him just because of his dishonesty. I didn't realize that the campaign started today. So that's kind of kudos. It is almost November, but I didn't like seeing him wear it. That's for honor. It's for honor. He wasn't wearing honor. Okay, James, cool. Love you too, buddy. It's not where it's about more exposed. So yeah, Railroad, stick around and also go through some of the other stuff. It's been pretty exciting. I think Monday is going to be there's going to be yelling. I think we're going to see our first witness start to lose it because I think Brendan's going to get right under his skin. I think OPS is definitely going to get under his skin for sure. There was a lot of dysfunction that he talked about that I don't think they would agree with. There was a lot of command confusion that I don't think the OPS is going to agree with. He forgot a lot of things. He had to change midstream. He had to go back and change the record. We didn't see another witness do that. We didn't see another. We are on witness number. What are we on now? Sloly is witness number 22. So 21 other witnesses, and that even includes the residents and stuff. This is by far the worst one, in my opinion. When it comes to pulling out the truth, he's trying hard to confuse things. He's trying hard to obfuscate. I think he's trying hard to obfuscate because there was a few questions where they're just direct. For example, did you give a plan to the board, the police services board? He said no, and then the question was, well, why not? And then he went on for about 3 minutes saying a whole whack of words that didn't answer the question at all, talking about leaking and confidentiality and concerns about that. And then when she asked again, his answer was, well, we don't normally give them all anyways. I've never seen that before. I'm not a fan of people who say things like, well, I haven't seen it before, or I haven't experienced it before. Therefore, it doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Yeah, unless you've seen everything in the world, my friend, you don't know that. But look, now I'm starting to empathize with Chairwoman Dean's on this one. I at first, like listening to her testimony, I thought she was the instigator and she was the one trying to get rid of Sloly, and for whatever reasons. But now we know. Now we know the reasons. We've just spent one day with him, listening to him talk and obfuscate and be aggressive and do all that stuff. Can you imagine a lot more than that? So I can kind of see where they're coming from here. Oh, I didn't like the way he talked about the protesters. I didn't like how he went from talking about rights to then trampling on them. We had a ton of comments. So just give me a second. Let's see if I can pick up a few of them. Prairie didn't go to Gimli. Didn't you go to Gimli? Who, me? For Sea Cadets? Nope. It was downtown Winnipeg. There was a barracks or something there. But no, I didn't go to Gimli. We did do, and I was young, so maybe I was too young for Gimli stuff. But we did do camping and survivals things. That was kind of neat. Yeah, he certainly comes off very disingenuous, Ellen. No question. And look, if you were around at the beginning today, we started the stream with optimism. Very excited to see Sloly. A lot of us were kind of on his side because it looked like he was being scapegoated, and a lot of people were finger pointing to him, and he was definitely thrown under the bus by almost everyone. Not, I don't want to say thrown under the bus and that they singled him out and threw him under the bus. That's not what I'm saying. But when they were talking about what's going on, planning, problems, communication, PLT not knowing what's going on, all that kind of stuff. Well, all roads lead to the chief. So even though they were doing all that chatting and not necessarily saying chief's fault, all roads lead to the chief. So I was not concerned. I was a little empathetic with the chief, Sloly, because of the way it seemed like everybody was kind of picking on him and blaming him. I see why now. I do see why now. It's hard to get a straight answer out of this guy. He doesn't actually understand well what it takes to have honor and integrity. I'm not saying he's not, okay? So before I go get myself into a lot of trouble, my interpretation of what I heard today was not an honest person. And we've had so many witnesses so far that were very honest. So it's very easy to tell the difference between the two. Just simply changing his answer, that can kind of happen. But I think he inserted a comma or something like that when he wanted to correct it. And when somebody is super concerned with things they said and they're still thinking about things they said while they're still talking, they're constructing a story. That's what they're doing. They're not reiterating the truth, because reiterating the truth doesn't require you to go back and rethink of what you just said or anything like that, because you just tell the truth. So no, he switched gears partway through the first committee counselor, and he's been lying ever since, I think. Yeah, I think, yeah. So yeah, exactly, Ellen. So we talked about that in the first break, that it looked like he was playing both sides. He was appealing and pandering to both sides, because it sounded that way at the beginning. He was all for the protesters, peaceful protesters. People have the right to protest. He's been a part of so many of them, being involved with Toronto, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then he kind of switched to command and planning and intel. He didn't get it. He was complaining that he didn't have the right information, but then he admits to skimming things and just looking at briefs and not the original document. And he relied a lot on the people around him to bring information to him. But then at the same time complained he had no good information. You wonder why there, Chief Sloly? Maybe you should read the plans. Wow. It's amazing how many times he said he didn't read it. He just skimmed, or he doesn't remember. And a couple times he said, for example, the EA, Emergencies Act, he was directly asked, did you know what was coming? And then he said no, he found out when it came down. But yet we saw notes from a meeting he was in, and he was directly told the EA was coming down that day, or at least coming down. So he did know. He did know on the early February 14th that was coming down. So his testimony on the stand that said he didn't know is incorrect. It's incorrect. If you don't know, you say, I don't know. But if you're recalling something that you didn't know, well, then you say what he said, but it wasn't truthful. I also feel bad because for a while there, I was really rooting for him. And he was, in my opinion, being honest for the first half. But now I question even my own thinking around that. I should probably go back and watch some more of his the beginning. He might have been fabricating the entire time. Sock Boy is welcoming Ukrainians. Okay, yeah. They get a year, which includes rent, healthcare, dental, and about. Wow. Okay. Well, geez. Let's change this government. Let's get some new government in there. I'm all for taking care of people, but there's limits to that too. And also, I think the dental program went into effect today, so the NDP got paid off. That little deal for NDP Liberal will last a little bit longer. At least they got their dental. I know some of the Hunk Army, Railroad is behind the stream, but shout out to Stunt Dummy and Hunk Army. Yeah, everybody, freedom fighters, honk. And Stunt Dummy, I just met him today. I barely know him, but he will be doing an interview. It looks like we're going to orchestrate an interview with Stunt Dummy. So Railroaded, if you're a big fan, we will have him on at some point soon. Exactly. Yeah. So Ellen, when you're telling the truth, it's just simple. And we saw that so many times, especially with Commissioner Thomas, what's his name? Creek. He's got such a fun name. I just had it right here. Carrick. Yeah, he was a stellar example of honesty, integrity. There was no searching for stuff, taking waters, doing a cry. There was nothing like that. He kept his eyes straight on the question asker, and when he was given answers, he was engaged the entire time. Nothing but integrity. And what we heard from him was no EA was needed. We had great planning. We knew what we were doing. OPS was dysfunctional. We were there to assist him the entire time. And he was truly surprised that the EA dropped. And then he had to kind of respond to that because they were in the middle of an operation when that happened. So no, very happy with him and not happy with Sloly at all. I assure you, though, the CBC will make him front page cover. He's going to be their golden boy for a while. There's going to be a lot of sound bites that came out of him, especially the cries. They're definitely going to run with all that. And I'm getting attacked a bit on Twitter today. Not in a bad way. Like, I'm not concerned about it, but holy moly, I posted the Emergencies Act was illegal post, and not only did it go viral for me, like anything over 10 is fun. It's in the 800s and something like that. But I've attracted a lot of Justin's little army there. It's interesting, hopefully Elon can clean things up. I'm not trying to get rid of voices I don't like, but you definitely should go check out some of the things that people are putting on there. Oh, and my heart's broken. Growing up in the Toronto area, well, not growing up, I went there for my career, so I spent like 20 years in that area. Dean Blundell was one of my favorite shows. I would listen to him on the radio all the time. I thought he was funny. I thought he was just a good all-around guy to listen to. Yeah, he's a jackass. So he called me crazy and afraid of needles. I don't know why he decided to attack me and do that, but hey, Dean, I was a fan. Grow up, buddy. That wasn't cool. Chewing on. It's a lot of fun, James. This is a lot of fun. I'm getting a lot of stuff. I don't respond negative to them. I try and be positive to them so that they can just walk away. But it's funny. They came out today quite a bit. Do you see? No, I didn't. Ellen, I'm on Twitter, Jason Levine MP. Go ahead and tag me or forward or do something. Or if you follow me, I'll open up the DMs to you. But yeah, I wouldn't mind checking that out. Yeah, just post it and tag me, and then I'll find you and we'll connect. All right, folks, I do have some notes, and what I was thinking about doing was possibly saving them. Okay, there's not a ton because, just frankly, we just listened to this guy lie quite a bit. But I'm definitely going to make sure that we have a lot on the cross, because I think the cross is where we're going to actually start pulling out the nuggets of truth and lies. So we're going to actually be able to put that on the record and kind of keep track of it and then use those as evidence going forward. So I'm not going to keep you all here late tonight. Thank you for joining me. And let me go check the chat. Ellen, you're awesome. I follow you, Elon's post. You will see it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Clay, you've noticed that too. Like something happened. Something happened. He used to be really cool. I don't know, maybe just switch sides or something. Okay, so Ellen, I'm going to look for it. I follow you. Great. Nice to meet you, Ellen. I'll follow you back. And Elon's post. He's going to have a lot of fun this week. All right. So let me say goodbye to you all properly. I actually tried to keep track of all your names today. So I'm going to be big shout out to Clay, Donald, Denise, Mike Carter, the Azaro. I still don't know how to say that. Azaro, Connie, Richie, you're a lot of fun. Prairie, you're a lot of fun too. Ward, what I don't know is staggering. You should personalize a license plate for that one, bud. Stunt Dummy, nice to meet you. James, it's always great to see you show up. Lots of fun, lots of comments. Kelly, you too. I think you came a little bit late today, but you can go back and watch some of the stuff and you'll catch up. It was a lot of clown show. This would be the first time I would say clown show. This was sad to watch. Sandy, nice to see you again. Don Scott, I think you're new. Padge, you popped around a few times. Dale Taylor, I think you're new as well. Nice to meet you. Dwayne, good to see you again. LP, I think you're a new one as well. Catherine, I don't see you. Ellen, you're definitely new. And Railroaded, you're definitely new. Well, thank you. Oh, Light Fire Me, you just popped up. You haven't been chatty today. Did I miss some from you? Light Fire Me is another regular. We do see them in the chat quite a bit. Amazing teardown. Thank you, Light Fire Me. Today we're going to be a little lax. We had 2 hours yesterday, and I suspect we're going to have a lot on Monday. So I'm going to kind of just get ready for that and catch up on the videos. I'm a little bit behind on posting my commentary videos. We need following your journey through digital maze of YouTube. Get ready. We're coming. We love you, honky on me. Great Railroad. Look, all the support we can do for each other is great. Hong Kong all the way. It's my inspiration. Because if they can do it, we all can do it. If they can drive cross country, sit in a truck for 3 weeks, stand there and stand up for us against our oppressive government, the least I can do is do some hours on YouTube and sacrifice some sleep for them. It's my pleasure, to be quite honest with you. Thanks, Jason. Have a great, you too, Clay. Yeah, you have yourself a great weekend. Get some rest. So sorry, it was a busy work day. No problem. Me too. I had to run around the property, take care of some stuff. Also, Monday, I'm going to be on the road. So I'll be starting the stream from a hotel on Monday. I'll have to run for a little bit. I'm a paralegal. I sue people. I do stuff like that. So I have to go, set up a conference. But I'll quickly, deal with it and get back on. So the stream will be up. We'll have that. But you may have a break where I may get my wife to play video or grab a coffee, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Always looking. Thanks, Light Fire Me. It's good to see that you do pop back and you enjoy the stream. There are other streams, but I appreciate you all checking out this one. Switch to live chat. Some comments are hidden otherwise. What does that mean? Switch to live chat. I don't know what that means because I have. I'm using StreamYard to do all this. So Clay, I don't know if there's more you can teach me about that. Some comments are hidden otherwise. Clay, if you can hit me up on YouTube or Twitter or something, maybe give me some direction on that. I'd be happy to make a change on YouTube if it helps you guys. We can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go for sure. And with Brendan as our leader, let's go, Brendan. It's Miller time. We love him. So I'm really looking forward to him on Monday. You're right, Clay. We got this. And I think there might be another protest. I'm feeling it in the air. It feels like it might happen. Toot your horns. I love you, Ellen. You're awesome. We've got a great weekend, Jason. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Thank you, Connie. You too. Hey, Prairie. Peace, everyone. Love to see you all. James, night, folks. See you all next week. Take care and stay sane. We'll try. I may have to listen to some of his testimony again, so I don't know how sane I'll be after that. Up at the top of the screen allows you to drop down and choose live chat. Is that in YouTube itself? So let me go to YouTube on this. Top chat. All chat. Look. I didn't know about that. Okay, so there. I just switched it. And what I'll try and do is remember that on each stream, because I have to go to YouTube to do that, not from this software I'm in. Thank you, Railroaded. I'll do that. Great, Clay. Well, you have yourself a great one. Go ahead, hit me on YouTube. or I mean Twitter. And if you're one of my chatters, try and identify yourself in some way. So I'll go ahead and follow you back, and we can get you into the DM. I have a DM insiders group where daily I send exclusive messages. They don't go on Twitter, but they just go to DMs. So if any of you are interested in joining my little DM insider, go onto Twitter, find me, tweet at me, say I want to be a DM insider or something along those lines, and I'll put you in right away. Looking forward to expanding that group as much as we can. Every morning I'll send out some sort of message. People love them. They are exclusive. I don't put them online anywhere else. So if you want to be part of the insiders, go ahead and do that and let me know, and I'll put you on there. Yep. You guys are all getting along. It'd be great one day if maybe we can all do a video. I would be happy to have you all on as guests at some point. Love you too, Railroaded. Woohoo, we're already learning more together. Exactly. This is what I love about this chat. Good questions, and everybody's contributing. What's your Twitter handle? That's right there. Jason Levine, MP. So my name with my future job, MP. And you'll find me with that. Railroad, awesome channel, eh? Hey, Stunt Dummy, welcome back. Let's get him more views. Yeah, all right. I'm on board with that, Stunt Dummy. I've avoided all of those you pay for stuff, you pay for viewers. I've been approached many times. As soon as you open a YouTube channel, a whole whack of people reach out to you. Nope, 100% organic. Let's do this the right way. I only want people that want to be here. I'm not interested in numbers or making them bigger. I want real people who really want to be here. So Stunt Dummy, any assistance you can give me, very welcome, very appreciated. And if you reach out to me and give me your address, I might send you something, a little bit of a thank you. A couple more hours and be around tonight. Well, if I'm in your shop and everybody's hearing me, you all have a break and you're getting a 10% raise. Have a good day. Hey, shout out to your wife and kids who are obviously missing you. Yeah, Connie, oh, you're a sweetheart. Yeah, there is some sacrificing going on this end. I have a wonderful wife. I have beautiful children. They're very supportive, 100%. They know what this is about, especially my wife. So to all three of you, love you all, lots, and we'll definitely be seeing you more this weekend. But thank you, Connie. It's so true. I am missing my children right now. This is reminding me of the chats during the convoy live stream. Cool. Well, the whole idea is just to get people together, candid talks. Let's chat things out, and let's also go see what's going on with this inquiry. Get the truth out. Let's get those sound bites. Let's try and educate people of what really happened. Because this is not a court. There's not going to be a judgment. It's not going to say, hey, Trudeau was wrong. That's the judgment. That's not what we're going to get out of this. So we're going to also have to try and educate a lot of people around us, because I'm sure the mainstream media is not going to portray this properly. Fuel, funds, and fun. Yeah. And that's the things that they were going after, right? So if you looked at the point number 3 in their priorities, that's exactly what it was. It was fuels, funds, and fun. Fuel, funds, and fun. That's exactly what they targeted. That's sad. It's sad. And just so you know, Stunt Dummy, the fuel one, and I believe the funds one, is a Geneva Convention violation. You're not allowed to mess around with supply routes of protected persons. Let's go. Railroad, maybe there might be some engines revving up. I would suspect maybe at the end of the inquiry, they might have a little bit more legal-minded people and go back, but do it in a way that it's much more difficult for them to portray it incorrectly. Can't have fun in Ottawa. Yep. Nope. That's against the law now, Stunt. It's against the law. Holy Railroad. Oh, wow. You guys are awesome. Hey, if I throw up the link, do you want to join me, Railroad and Stunt, or anybody else? Yeah, let's see what happens with this. If you guys are brave enough and you want to join the stream right now, let me put it in the chat. Okay, there it is. So if you click that link, for the next 20 minutes or so, you'll pop up on my screen. And if you want to be on the screen, I'll push the button. Wait until see what's coming. Stunt, you know something? We should be talking. Awesome. We can get more tonight. Work bell is ringing. Honk, honk, honk. Oh, cool. Is this what it's like always? I don't know if there's a lot of messages here. Did this happen because I turned on all messages? What's this? Haha, 10% raise for the house. You got it, Railroad. Start. Get out your checkbook. Right on. Should be back to normal working hours tomorrow. We'll have time for social media. Cool. I'm still 3 hours behind. Keep rewind. Good stuff. Oh gosh. Yeah. Stunt. Yeah. You're gonna have some Tylenol or something to get through some of this. It was pretty hard. Educate them all. Defund mainstream media. Yeah. So the thing about defunding mainstream media, it's a challenge because we still need media, but what we need to do is disconnect it from the government, and we need to have some way of holding them accountable for misinformation. They need to get back to the truth. So I'm not sure exactly how that looks like, but definitely starting with the media fund, getting rid of that. And if you can't survive in the media landscape, that's the open market. But I'm sure we'll be left with a few good ones after that. That's probably when I have to work late now. Yeah, you got to pay everybody. Sorry, they're stunt. Lots of hearts. So that's pretty cool. Nobody joined, so nobody's clicking that link. Got no mic at the moment. Maybe Stunt does. Fair enough, Railroad did. Fair enough. The government took your voice. That's probably what happened there. Took your mic. Headed back to the shop. Okay, we'll drive safe, Stunt. Make sure you do a couple honks for me and say hi to the team. Cool. Me and a bunch of... So this yes, is that yes because I'm getting a lot more chats now? So maybe. There's a lot. Me and a bunch of times, so I know what is cool. My Discord. So you guys have Discords? It's kind of neat. I haven't gotten into that one yet. Trying to stay not mainstream, but more public, but cool. We just got raises. Railroaded, are you with Stunt Dummy? Are you associated? You know them? We've been looking at going off grid like your family too, just to disconnect. Yeah, so Clay, it was a big life choice, a big change. And then when you're doing streams, you may have to run out and get your generator going. But we are absolutely very blessed to be able to do it. It's a lot of work, but we do sleep well, knowing that very little can interfere with us. So that's kind of cool. And we also like the ability to just take care of ourselves. I am an independent person, not just an independent candidate. I am an independent person, and a true independent person works well in communities and works well in relationships. So yeah, we are very blessed, Clay. And if you're ever in the Edmonton area, hit me up. I'll show you what we've done. No mic is charging. That's cool. That's cool. Railroaded. We'll get your voice another day. And are you on Starlink? The only way, Ellen, it's the only way out here. There's no other service out here. We tried Telus, we tried Rogers, we tried what was the other one? ExploreNet. Yeah, it didn't work for us. The only thing that works for us is Starlink. Oh my God, John Howard Society, just for mega decor for communications with teams for mental health support. That's a very serious subject. Seriously, if they can't, we can. Yes, I'm part of the Honk Army, the Fringe Stunt Dummy. Great Railroad. It's really nice to meet you guys. I was hoping that I would be able to attract you guys because I support you. I totally support you. I think what you guys did was fantastic. I did lose some sleep because I did do donations, but I wasn't one of the unlucky ones that had my account locked. Maybe it's because it was give, set, and go. But anyways, yeah, no, I was with you guys to support you. I think it was fabulous what you did. You changed Canada for the good. I'd love to hear more about your setup, Jason. Do a vid. I plan to. So what we got was one of those, stabilizer handheld things, so we can walk around with our camera, my cell phone. We're very frugal, so we like to use what we got, and we don't really like to buy things. But I did get a stabilizer because I am going to take you around. I'll show you the fish pond, and I'll show you the chickens and our shelter and stuff like that. We don't have a house yet. We got to still dig the hole and put it up. It took a long time to get the permits for that, but we're comfortably happy in our trailer. We got a fifth wheel set up right now. It will be the guest house when the house is up. But Prairie, yeah, I will definitely do some sort of video and show it around. My wife is chicken lady, so she does all the chicken stuff. We got quite the flock. We'll have goats next year for the milk. Anywho, yep, that's what we're doing. So I'll be happy to share that with you, Prairie. Thank you for asking. Perfect. Yeah, I'll do that. Well, it looks like I made it to the end of the chat list. I think I've caught up now. I'm not going to do a big summary. Peter Sloly was dishonest. He was dishonest, and he's clearly trying to save his butt, maybe win a lawsuit or something. 19 live watching. We don't want you to hang up. Oh, okay, railroad it. Okay, well, I can stick around for a bit. I certainly can. Because, yeah, you're right. There are quite a few people here. Let me see what I can do for you for the next little bit. Keep you entertained. Hey, there's a new name. Norman Patterson. Nice to meet you, Norman. Haha. Let's make the man get some family time in for dinner. I'm actually good for about 22 minutes at 5 p.m. my time, and then I would definitely want to hang up on you. All right. Yeah, you'll definitely get me back next week full time. But I could share, actually, if you don't mind, because I do have you, what I will do is show you, and hey, Prairie, you actually will get to see some of my property. I'll show you a little video. I do have a little video that I can share with you about me, what I'm doing. My kids are in it too. Let me share that with you. Just give me a second. You guys are so awesome and you're sticking around. Why not? Let's see what we got here. All right. So here's my channel. Let me just pull it up. Wow, it's a big screen. Okay, so I did a video for my campaign. My kids are in it. A bit further. Oh, and if you want to see some of my personal stuff, because I'm a pilot and I did some of that stuff, private pilot, that's kind of neat. Here we go. So enjoy. Hello, Yellowhead. I am Jason Levine, and I'm running as an independent candidate for our next federal election. And I would like to introduce myself. I now live near Breton, where my wife and I are building our new homestead and schooling our 2 young boys. I am worried that my boys will not grow up in the same Canada that I did. The times are changing, and lately, not always for the better. Before moving back home to the prairies, I was a serial entrepreneur in the Greater Toronto area, learning the law, building businesses, and developing award-winning technology. I would like to take these skills and do my part to help my neighbors, so I'm starting a long road to Ottawa.
I'm Jason Levine. I'm the CEO and Chief Nursing specifically. It's very strong and engaging, and it's exploding. So the talent here is exploding. It's fantastic to see.
Please welcome Sadia Musafar, President and COO, and Jason Levine, Founder and CEO of Black and White Logic, to accept this award.
Thank you to Jason and to Rachel and to
Any device, anywhere, anytime. That's the fantastic part of the cloud.
Jason Levine's Connect to Fans, an internet startup he co-founded, is a great example of a new cloud-based business.
Yellowhead, the last several years we've all been working hard together to get through the tough times. Our federal government has not been doing a great job of listening to us. I am fighting for our farmers, our truckers, the silent majority, the fed up, and all of my marginalized neighbors. I am calling for new protections and reclaiming of rights for all Canadians of all ages. We need independent provinces under a new unified agreement with Canada. And to further protect Canadians for generations to come, we need parliamentary, statute, and regulatory review, rollbacks, and reform. Come join me online at yellowhead.vote. Thank you, Yellowhead. And that's me. That's me, my little tractor, my beautiful kids, young boys. Yes, I homestead, and yes, we homeschool, and yes, we take care of our family every single day. I saw that you guys are giving me a tremendous amount of support. And Norman Patterson, I'm sorry I haven't met you before, but thank you for joining us, and thank you for subbing. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, wow. Railroaded. Annie, I really do want to connect with Albertans. I do want to connect with all the Canadians. My goal is to get the message out that we can make change. We can win elections. We can do this We can make change in different ways. I say we keep every front going until we get the Canada back that we grew up and loved, and we make it the Canada we want to leave for our children. I have 2 young children, and I think that's important, very important. Love you too, Railroaded. You now become a good friend. Hope right there. Thank you. Listen, this is not easy. I'm an independent. The PPC wanted me to join, but after my due diligence, I need to stay independent. It's the toughest road possible, but once we accomplish it, we're going to have the most power possible for Yellowhead, for Alberta, and for Canada. Not having a party whip, not having a party platform, and being able to speak the voice clearly and articulately, what a word to screw up, right? Is important to make sure that our voice is heard properly in the House and we can actually do things. Independents are not a waste of a vote. That's what the party wants you to believe. It's actually the thing that the party fears is true independence. And these are people who are voted in as an independent. This is what the party fears the most, because we would have the power that they have, MP power, to open up the cabinets, look at files, look at things, call committees, do investigations. They really don't want independents in there doing that, because obviously there's a lot to expose, but they can't stop us. So if we can get some independents across Canada supported, get them voted in, we can work together to expose and make the truth, expose the truth, fight the power, and make sure that Canada knows. Ellen, is that for the video? You're awesome. Nice, James. Thank you so much. You are all awesome. Norman, nice to meet you. Wow, look at you all. You're making me feel just kind of special right now. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And it's Friday, so we're going to enjoy ourselves. Speak to your constituents. Absolutely, four. And that's the biggest problem, Railroaded. And let me just explain to you how the whip works. The whip's job is to give the MP all the tools that they need to turn around and whip the people. The entire purpose of the whip is to teach the MP how to follow the party platform, and more importantly, how to convince others that it's the right thing to do. So the whip's job is to teach an MP how to become a whip, to whip the people. So when we go to the MP and say, hey, we need X, Y, Z, they're a little bit more prepared to tell us to go away. That's unfortunate. That's not the way it's supposed to be. And an independent is the only way to do that, because the independent doesn't have party support, and they have to win every vote, earn every vote, maintain every vote, and then prove to them once you've gotten it that it was well placed and do it again. Independents have that tough road. Nobody else does. And I think if we can pull this off, get a few independents, maybe 2 per province, that would be a heck of a start in the 45th Parliament. And Pierre, he's likely going to win. You know, it looks like we're heading conservative. We should also keep him honest and clear the path out of his way as well. The Liberals are going to be very difficult. The Liberals are going to have some accountability on them. And I think an independent can absolutely open those doors and keep them all honest or more accountable than just straight up conservative. I think conservative should team up with independents to give accountability like no other we've seen in Canada. Domesticated Arcavia, really? Hey, who are you? Chase Hold. First time I saw you. Nice. Welcome to the chat. You missed all the fun part of Sloly, but welcome to the chat. Learn to get on Discord. Well, here's the thing, Railroaded. I'm a nerd, so you know it's not going to be a technical issue for me. It's just going to be I have to get to it. So let me see what I do this weekend. Get on Discord and set that up. I've kind of always wanted to. Toe party lines. Yeah, that's what happens with parties. So, and you know, so it's a national party line, right? If you're dealing with the national party, it's a national party line. So it has to be national issues. It has to be stuff that Toronto and Montreal are behind. So that's what makes it very difficult for the West to actually have big issues on the platform for any national party. They kowtow to Ontario and Quebec. We know that. Yep, Clay, 100%. Agreed. It sucks. It sucks. And I really do think that's where democracy goes to die. It dies at the whip and platform level because you don't have an input on the platform. And if you try to have an input on a platform, the whip will get you. Earn the vote, 100%. Even when they offer me, the PPC offer me their base, 15% of my neighbors voted PPC last time. That was second for our region. Conservative, it's a strong Conservative region, but 100%, nobody here is really happy with the Conservatives. Everybody I speak to wants change. And Yellowhead has a history of voting in Reform and Independent. Joe Clark was the PM from Yellowhead, and he has now turned Independent. So we do have a lot of independent minds out here, which is great. And yeah, I just have to reach them. Big, strong, we go railroaded. You're awesome. Earn and respect that vote. It's the only way to do it. And let me just tell you a story. So the PPC, I sat down and I talked to them, and the one of the major deal breakers, as opposed to just the platform and the whip, was they have this thing called the leader clause inside of their candidate contracts, and what that says is at any time, Maxime, or the leader, but it's Maxime right now, can decide to basically take the seat from a candidate. So if I was to build up and go shake hands and really build up support here, at any time he could take the seat. There's a process, but it's not true. Like the process is he challenges for the seat, and then there's a member election. But I can't imagine anybody ever voting against a leader for just some little guy in a riding, because that would split up and destroy the party. Can you imagine a leader vote? He wants to take a seat, but the party itself votes against the leader. Well, that would destroy the party. It would be gone. So for that reason alone, there's no chance I would win that vote. They wouldn't give me an exception to it. So I asked, look, can you at least exclude me from that clause? And then I will go ahead and build up the base. But they said no. Now, my fundamental problem with that, and it's not really that I'd be replaced and then that, it's that when I'm shaking the hands of my neighbors and I'm looking in the eyes of the farmers and the oil workers and everybody else that's around here, and I'm looking in their eyes, and I say to them, I'm here to run for you. Well, I can't do that if I know there's a chance that Maxime can just take it, and then Maxime's the representative. So I couldn't. That's not who I am. I'm not wired that way. I can't pander. I don't look in people's eyes and tell them things that aren't true. So I just simply couldn't do that. For some reason, they didn't understand that. They thought that I was weak for that. But either case, they still offered me the CEO. They still wanted me to be the candidate after I launched my campaign as an independent. So they do recognize that I do have a potential to reach people and connect with people. And that's what I have to keep doing. So I turned my back to them. I said, good luck to you. I do think that there should be some PPCs that win. So there should be some PPC in the next House, but it won't be Yellowhead, because I am going to win. I plan to win this. I think we need a strong representative for Yellowhead. We have a really nice man, homesteader as well. Him and I relate quite well. I've spoken with him a couple times. He's a really nice man, but he is a backbencher. He has no weight. He has no way to push Pierre or anything like that. So I think it's time that we sent somebody with a more independent voice. Explaining politics to a bunch of well, here's the thing, Railroad. What I'm trying to do is get the reputation of somebody who's willing to fight. I'm not paid for this. I'm not on anybody's payroll. I'm not a government employee yet. So I'm doing this all because it's a passion and it's a desire of mine. And I hope that when enough people, come across these videos, I'll make a lot more where I'm interviewing people that they can learn about me that way. It's going to be hard to shake every hand in Yellowhead. From tip to tip, it's 5 hours of driving. So it's a very large riding. So I'm looking to leverage social media and, I'm offering myself up, exposing myself up. And I hope that that's a good way to start connecting to a lot of people. 10-4, let me send you an invite. Cool. Okay. So we'll get into this Discord thing. Thank you, Railroaded. But you're welcome to share it. It's for Hunk Army. Cool. So I'm not sure how you're going to reach me, but if you want my email, it's jason@yellowhead.vote. You can also send me messages through my website at yellowhead.vote, or connect with me on Twitter and let me know it's you. We'll make this happen, Railroaded. Thank you very much. Cool. All right. Well, we're 8 minutes left. I could play one more video for you. It's more personal. Let me see what I got for you. It's more personal. Yeah. I could play a funny one. You'll love it. You'll all love it. So this is genuinely, this is the moment that I saw on TV that gave me the motivation to run for office. This is the exact moment. It happened on, I think it's February 22nd, 2022. Some of you might recognize this moment. And some of you are going to cringe because it's starring your favorite person. But this is genuinely not a lie. This is a 100% the reason why. Railroaded, Jason Yellowhead. Yep, that's me. Yellowhead.vote. That's me. Dang, did someone catch the email? It's all good. It's all good. No, it's all good. If you want to email me, that's fine. All right. So no joke, everybody. This is the reason. This is the moment. This is the moment where I said to myself, okay, I'm going to have to do something more than just be complaining and upset that this is happening. Because what he says here was, it boiled my blood so much that I had no choice. I really had to do something. And this is the only time that Prime Minister said something that I actually agreed with. And you'll see what I mean.
Do you have any regrets as to the way you managed the situation for the last 3 weeks? Some people have criticized you and said you didn't want a dialogue with them. Response: there are always things that need to be reflected on after any crisis or any measures that are taken. I think that we were very clear at each stage that the way to influence political policy and to change things in a democracy is not through unlawful means, occupations that hurt fellow citizens. It's through political action, going to vote, like Canadians did 6 months ago. And also, if you really want to change things, well, run in the next elections. Encourage Canadians to support you so that you can make change. And that's how a democracy works.
Exactly. So he was right about that. And Ellen, you're bang on. And yes, we have the bobblehead in the back, railroaded. That thing's annoying.
And we all knew it was coming, but we hoped it wasn't. And I thought I was going to make it through this, but I'm not. It hurts.
There you go. So you get his little cry at the end, because that's exactly what he's going to feel like when we take over this parliament, when we win this election, and he's gone. He's not going to make it. So I thought I would share that with you. That's kind of my little coming out as a politician video. But genuinely, it was his call to us that said, if you don't basically en français, basically he said, if you don't like what I did here, you think I did the wrong thing here, become a candidate and run against me. So, all right. That's exactly what we need to do. He was absolutely right. That is exactly what we have to do here. And I don't think it's going to be just the Conservative Party as the option to do here. I think Conservative Party has a big role to play, and they're definitely going to do a lot of work in the next House, but they can't be alone. And I don't mean that they need someone to help them with the work. We need independence in there to make sure we just don't get a second version of Trudeau. I don't mean that he would be pushing the woke stuff or anything like that. I just mean what we don't want is a single government who's not even cooperating or working with anybody. And that's what an independent can help do. We can keep them accountable, give them oversight as well, but we can also bridge some of the unity that they can't do simply because they're foes. So anyways, I think Pierre, as much as he's got this agenda to help fix things, somebody's got to keep him honest. So the oversight on him as well. And also to assist him with some of the bridge building and unity that he can't do. So that's you. Okay. Is that you? It's Twitter. So I'll also go follow him there too. Yeah. Do you like how she was just bobbing away? The bobblehead? My goodness. That bothered me when she was doing that in real time too. Jason, wait. Do I speak French? No, I don't speak French. Parlez-vous français? No, not really. I did live in Eastern Ontario for a bit, close to the Quebec border. So that's where I lived before here. I have a French name, and I've always wanted to. But no, I grew up on the prairies, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, very little French there. But I picked up un petit in Ontario just because of the people around me. They need to be kept honest, 100%. And that's why you want somebody in there that even has the power to go into committees and show up at meetings. Like when you're an MP, there's a certain level of power that you have. And I think that's what our side needs, because we don't have it. One of the things I heard a lot about from people I talked to is they've reached out to their MP. Sometimes they get dialogue with them and communicate with them, but no action. Nothing happens. And there's no surprise, because individual MPs in a party have very little power. They have very little power. You know, that's what the whip's for. So yeah, if you want to keep them honest, you have to put in a referee. Can you imagine watching a hockey game and there's no black and white stripes on the ice? Like none? Can you imagine what it would be like? Would it be entertaining? Could you even watch it? Well, that's what we have in our parliament. We have them calling their own fouls, blowing their own whistles, and I don't even think they know how to use a whistle. So let's send some people in there for the purpose of doing that. The sole purpose of an independent is to do that. So let's do it. That's all I got to say to that one. I'll help anybody that's an independent anywhere else across this country who wants to learn how to put up a website, get involved. What do you have to file? What paperwork do you need? Pro bono. I'll help anybody that wants to get in as an independent, start going. There's a little bit to it, but it's doable. Anybody can do it, and they should. I think the more independence that we have available, being supported, the better chance we have at cleaning up some of the house. And no, we don't need to destroy our system and rebuild it in order to fix it. We can definitely fix what we got. Yep, we need to stop paying them. Oh, cool. Railroaded. I have a good MP. Cool. But I think he has to toe the line. Or yeah. See, look, we saw Lightbound, Joel Lightbound of the Liberal Party. He came out and he had a press conference before the EA was voted on, and he was against it. And he flat out said, look, I'm against it. There was, I think, 3 other Liberal MPs kind of hanging around him during that time. All of them voted for it. Not a single one of them voted against it. And that's the party line. That's the whip. That was it. Whip in action. We saw, I think it was Lightbound. We saw him come out, be brave, and we were very surprised. But that was a moment that we thought maybe this dam is cracking. Maybe the Liberal Party does have some conscience in it. And it turns out they do have a little bit, but not enough to stand up because he voted for it. He didn't vote against it. Who's your MP, Ellen? Well, she'll have to almost dox herself. Barrett. Cool. So look, there are some good ones, but so here's something I sent to the Conservative Party. You know, I'm just a peon, so they probably ignored me. But if the Conservative Party decided to modernize their party and get rid of platform whip and encouraged independent thinking on MPs, and instead of having closed meetings for committees to come up with a platform, you have open debate within the party. And you keep your platform fluid so that it changes as the issues change and as the demands change. You can have generalizations about your platform, but you should always keep it fluid by debate through independent MPs. And if they were to do that, I would join them. I would join them. I think if they had independent MPs and they got rid of the platform, got rid of the whip, and used debate and the way it was supposed to be all along, representation, then they would be a modern party and they would kick butt for quite some time. And I also think that would cause all the other parties to follow, Liberal as well, because they would never win another election again if they didn't modernize their party. So if we actually want to change our political system, we kind of want to get one of our parties to grow up and become modern, get rid of some of those old traditional techniques like whipping, and don't be afraid of internal debate and arguments, because that's exactly what we should be doing. We should not be trying to conform every MP to a national platform. Every MP should be bringing their local riding. That's the whole point. So if there's a party that smartens up, maybe we can have a lot more change happen quickly. But I've seen his whip. He's got a new whip. He's got 2 whips, actually. I think he's got a deputy whip as well. So I don't think he got my message. I think he's planning to be pretty traditional, just a younger version of the regular Conservative leader. But that's my take on that one. Sandy Hill County, Grand Prairie, right on, railroaded. You're in Alberta. You're north of me. Well, if you're ever down in this way, you're going through Drayton Valley or Rocky Mountain or anything like that, you're going through there, give me a heads up. Maybe we'll hook up for coffee or something. Docs me, help me expose a corrupt municipality. Sadie County, Sandal Hills County. Okay. So James, so you agreed with that? Maybe the parties could become modern. One of the parties can lead the way, put the voice back into the party. It's supposed to be representation. So that would be one way to do it without a major change at all. And I don't know why they never did that. Why did they turn the parties into a single voice? All right. Well, there's one thing we can change. Hopefully we can convince a party. And maybe, folks, if what we do is in the 45th Parliament, we have a handful of independents go in there. And if the independents show what an independent can do and actually get some stuff done, maybe the party will smarten up and also embrace independent thinking in the party as well, because it's what should be there. It was the PC Party of Canada. It's now what you know, it's who you know, for sure. Yeah, look, I reached out to this is a weird conversation. So I reached out to my guy, Gerald Soroka, and I was new to the area, and my first attempt after seeing that video from Trudeau was to contact the PPC and the CPC parties to see, you're looking for candidates, what are you guys doing? And I had a good chat with Gerald. But he was taken aback because he's never had anybody, and he said this, he never had anybody reach out to him before and offer their professional assistance in some capacity. I'm a tech guy, so I grew up on Commodore VIC-20 and up. I'm a nerd. This is how I do most of my stuff. I also went to law school, so I finished that up for fun. I did that in my 30s. And I'm also an award-winning, stupid innovation guy. So that means I like to disrupt things. I like to look at things differently, and I like to think outside the box. So I think that was a pretty good tool set for the local government. So I reached out to Gerald and explained who I am, what I'm doing, and what I'm passionate about. And he said things like, "Oh, sounds like you'd be a great fit. I think it sounds like it'd be fun." But he had to admit he's never had a phone call like that before, and he had no idea how to integrate or bring me into his fold. Turns out he's not allowed to. They look for political science students fresh out of university or in university, and that's where they do a lot of their recruiting. They don't have an onboarding mechanism for older, experienced people unless they've targeted those people to bring them in. There is no walking off the street to help and join the party. There's no such thing. So basically, they closed the door because of my age and my schooling. I think that will end up being a mistake because I think I had a lot to offer. And if I have to do it through an independent platform or independent candidacy, and then Gerald has to go back to his homestead, well, that's just the way it's going to go. I tried to work directly with them, and they had no onboarding for somebody of my age and my education, which is weird. Don't you want some of the most experienced people you can? Wouldn't you want somebody that has experience building things from nothing? Startups, entrepreneur, law. I have law. I didn't get it, so I'll just become the candidate, and I'll do my best to show everybody who I am and why I'm working hard for them, even before I get a single vote. And yes, the vision of blockchain voting. James, that one will be a fun one. Blockchain, digital. There's challenges around that. There's a lot, and I personally wouldn't trust it, James. I still want paper because blockchain, yeah, you might be able, because what blockchain does well is it shows what it is. You can't really hide stuff. It's an open ledger. But who puts what where? How do you know what? How do you know those votes are what they were voted? It would be I think it would be a security risk to allow the government to head anywhere towards digital voting of some sort. And that's, of course, what the blockchain would be. And what I mean, James, is, yeah, you can maybe look at the blockchain, but you're not going to see people's names because it's for privacy. And you're just going to see what? A vote for a party and then some sort of number. you'll have no way of proving that that's accurate. So that's why we still stick with paper, because we can still recount them by hand physically. I would be uncomfortable with anything that went more digital. And again, I'm a nerd, right? This is how I made my bread and butter. I do Bitcoin mining. I do have a Bitcoin miner. My extra solar power that I don't need goes through the Bitcoin miner and turns into heat and money. So it's not like I'm against this kind of stuff. I just understand it well enough to know that it's so easy to tamper and so hard to prove that it was tampered that it would just become nothing but somebody who's just picking and choosing the leaders and push a button that says populate the blockchain, and boom, everybody thinks the votes were real, but they're not. So I'd be very cautious with that. That would be directly representative for sure. And I don't know why the parties are not up for, member debates. Why aren't they debating the issues? Because right now the way it works is they kind of collect the issues, and then behind a committee they kind of narrow it down to a few issues, and then they do some voting behind closed doors. And I don't even think it involves most of the MPs. That's not representation at all. You have just a small handful of people in each party who are really controlling everything. That's not representation. All the ways for your investigation, the county has refused. Yeah, what do you think about Danielle Smith? Do you think she's going to help their railroaded? Do you think she's saying a lot of the right things? We will be honest with that. But she didn't get rid of Henshaw. She didn't get rid of some other people. She didn't replace people. What do you think of Danielle Smith? I'm very optimistic. I really like what she says, but I got to see it happen. Yeah, I know, James. Stuff is, you talk about maybe the parties for sure, especially Conservative Party. They're very traditional. I was kind of given that introduction to how traditional they are, and it's kind of surprising. It's time to modernize, folks. Be a lawyer when I grow up. Move. Yeah, well, I did that. 38 years old. I applied, got in, and then I finished just before my 40th, and I wrote the Law Society exam on my 40th birthday, February 14th, 2017. 40 years. There, I just gave my whole birth year. But yeah, February 14th, 2017, my 40th birthday, I wrote the exam and passed. So that, by the way, if you ever want to go back to stuff, second career, all that kind of stuff, do it. Do it. If you can, do it. Yeah, 100% railroaded. So here's something I talk about a lot. People say, hey, we hate our government. Government's corrupt, yada, yada. No, it's not. The government is made up of your local people, your neighbors. It's the leaders, 100% the leaders. It's not the people who work. So I don't like to say the government sucks because, well, I will hopefully be one of them. But it's not the actual workers. It's the leaders. The leaders do coercion, they do pressure, they do leverage, they do a whole bunch of things to get people to do what they want. And I've personally seen it. I'm not sure if you got that out of my video, but I worked for the United Counties of SD&G, which is Eastern Ontario county level. So we took care of 6 municipalities. So I actually understand from the inside how government works. A lot of it's really good. So I'll report back to you. A lot of it's really good. Some of the people are fantastic, but we have unelected leaders that sit in a position for a long time, and they wield a lot of power, and there's very little oversight for the unelected part of our government. And it's also very difficult to fight any wrongdoings that's going on there. Something that I think if I can get into the House, we should be looking at how we have oversight for the unelected federal, or actually just government employees in general. Because some of those leaders, they're there for a long time and they're not elected. Not after the GoFundMe fiasco. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Ellen, but Go Fraud Me. Yeah, so GoFundMe, those are, yeah, that was silly. We do have, in this inquiry, we do have some representatives from crowdfunding. So, and I haven't heard a question from them yet. So they might be saving that for Government of Canada stuff, but they do have standing. So there are some representatives from crowdfunding at this inquiry in Dominion. Yep, and Elaine or Ellen, the things they did with the bank, Did you guys know that the only reason they lifted the freezing of the bank accounts, but they stopped doing that, was the banks themselves, the pressure from the banks because people were taking their money out. So if anything like that happens again, do a bank run. It worked. The banks caused the Minister of Finance, Freeland, to reverse her actions and then do a press conference about it because the banks threatened her. Not sure what the threat was, but they had enough squawking that she did change it. Go fraud me. Yeah. Give, Send, Go came in and stepped up, right? But they also had trouble. But they were good. They did their best to try and fight against Ontario on that one. Need blockchain for we the people to cast votes. Yeah, but Norman, we got to talk about that one a little bit more, because how do you verify? How do you verify? How do you know that your vote was cast on the blockchain correctly? The blockchain being open and easy to see is cool. I like that transparency portion of it. But how does it get on the blockchain, and how are you going to validate it? Because of privacy, you're not going to have names. So I'm not sure how you can confirm that the blockchain is correct. Paper ballots you can, because you can recount them. I like what she is saying. Yeah, me too. So, look, she's saying all the right things. Most definitely. She's saying all the right things. Sovereignty isn't separation. Sovereignty is just going to the Constitution. Sections 91, 92 outline the powers that our governments have, federal, provincial. Neither one of them have been following it. So even though Danielle says we got to end overreach from the federal government, there's also provincial government overreach. And just one topic there would be property rights, guns. We're supposed to have all those rights. Even a province shouldn't be taking them away from us. But let's start with the federal. If we got to start somewhere, let's start with federal, and then we'll work on the provincial overreach. And there's also a lot of people here in Alberta fighting on that as well. Save Democracy actually was one of our interviews yesterday. So if you check out my stream from yesterday, go about the halfway point, you'll see that there's an interview there with Save Democracy. He is a smart dude. He is not a pushover. He is very articulate. And he certainly challenged me on the whole idea of being an independent in this environment. So if you want to kind of see a little bit of a give back and forth there about that, it's worth it. I think I held my position quite well, because I did teach him a few things about how independence would work. And if you really want to get to know me, the first 30 minutes of yesterday's stream is all about what brought me here. We've got the best chance of cutting the weakest link from our province with Smith. I hope so. And she's standing for the jab. Yep, she spoke very loud about that one. And she's also railroaded. She's also supposed to change the Alberta Human Rights Code to include health. So health will be a protected class. So you're not allowed to ask or discriminate based on health. And so that would include vaccination status. So, and she said within 3 months. So we'll see by Christmas or early next year whether or not she did do that. And that will be a good indication to see if she is going to follow through with her stuff. But railroaded, my favorite part from her so far is laughing about the WEF's partnership with the Alberta Health Services, and it has to end immediately. I couldn't agree more. That's a quick thing she can fix up, but let's see if she does it. It's still on their website that they're partners, so we'll have to see this. Wait, did you just say your birthday? Yeah, my birthday is Valentine's Day. And you grad from law school when you were 40? I did. 40th birthday. No, I didn't graduate. I passed the law exam on my 40th birthday. I graduated just before that. Please repeat, because I want to live with you. You say, yeah, no, so railroaded. Yeah. About 38 years old, I decided to go back to law school. I sold a business, some technology stuff. I took that as an opportunity to go ahead and get that education. It was a paralegal course, so it was a 2-year course. Paralegals in Ontario are licensed and regulated. It's the only jurisdiction that does that, which means they're not assistants. Paralegals are actual practicing licensees under the Law Society. We're also an officer of the court, so just like a lawyer, we're the officer of court as well. But yeah, I did that, and I did an accelerated version of it, so I finished it in just under a year. Those were some long days, more sacrificing by my family. But yeah, I got it because I didn't ever want to be intimidated by the law again. I had some shady people crossed my paths. When you build a business and you have some success, things and weird people come around. So that happened. But I didn't want to ever be intimidated by the law again, pushed around in any way, shape, or form. So I went and got the education for that purpose. I did practice for a couple of years to see what it was like. I had a real problem with ruining people's days because I was actually quite good at it, and that means the other side would lose. I'm not saying I had so much empathy that I couldn't do my job. It's just when you're in that job, you're guaranteed to upset somebody, either your client because you lost or the other side because you won. And, you know, some people can handle that quite well. I just had trouble with it. And then the biggest eye opener for me, which was really sad, was to seeing how the police officers lie. I witnessed it myself on the stand. It was weird. It was weird to see why a police officer would lie about things that have nothing to do with him. But they do. So I was really discouraged by that. But it did bring up a great conversation today with Donald Best and Chris about the legal system, access to it, how it's not good for people who don't have resources, and how we can maybe start fixing that. So these are all things I'm passionate about as well. Access to justice is important. And I saw firsthand it's too hard. It's too hard to get justice. Yep, the banks were terrified. They certainly were. Yep, yep. As soon as the people started withdrawing money, their numbers on their sheets, and everything's going down. And you know that the banks, if their deposits go too low, they can collapse really quick because they don't have the proper amount of actual deposits to offset the assets and the loans that they have and stuff. So they can't drop below a certain point or they're in deep trouble. People, yes, that's right. Yep. And they had to go figure out. Yep. Unring that bell. Yeah, no, look, I'm in with the credit union. I'll never go with a chartered bank again. I pulled all my business and yep, I dropped one of the major banks like a hot rock. Credit union ever since. Credit unions are a little bit more protected because they're provincially regulated and provincially managed. They're not chartered, so they're not federal. But yeah, so I would recommend a credit union. ATB's where I'm at. I ring the bell, you just kind of ring it. Yeah. And it's funny, Bell is the interim police chief too. So Steve Bell was a witness on Monday, and we kind of use that slogan as well, unring the bell or ring the bell, because he was just, yeah, he was a good witness. It was fun to watch him. Well, look, here's the thing, Norman, but private then is even worse because, well, then how do you validate it? Like, that's my real question, Norman, and I'd love to speak more about this with you. So maybe we can connect and have an actual discussion about this face-to-face or virtual. But my only concern is how do you validate it? How do you check if it's accurate? Because at least with paper, you can recount them. So how do you do this with digital? I'm all open to having that discussion, but that's my biggest concern because I know how easy it would be to fabricate the blockchain and put it out there and tell people it's fine, but it's not. You just created it. So I'd love to talk to you more, Norman, about some of your ideas and how that can work, because it looks like you've looked into it. But yeah, and by the way, Norman, a digital ID would be a requirement. So if you're not for digital ID, it's going to be tough to do a blockchain without one. If you want to talk about section 123 of the criminal code, let's go. Start municipal, corrupt leaders resign and they're in control of our lands. Yeah, and by the way, I looked up, I think it is 123, the corruption of officials, bribery of officials. Just so you all know, the NDP Liberal deal that they have is technically against the criminal code, 100%. You cannot, as an MP, you cannot vouch and sell your vote. That's corruption, 100%. It's verbatim in the law. You cannot do that. They did. So that's exactly what the deal was. I'm going to sell you my vote for dental and for this other stuff that we want, because that's exactly what they did. If there's any no confidence vote, the vote is already sold. They're going to vote a certain way. That's the sale. So that is bribery of an official. There is a criminal code for that. I looked it up just the other day. And it's 100% a violation of it. You read it, 100%. But it's the government who has to bring it against themselves. So this is why I'm kind of frustrated by being a civilian, because I want to do something, but there's nothing we can do. So Let's wake up Yellowhead. Let's find a few more independents across this country who want to make a change, and let's all get behind them. Thanks for sharing. Wish you success. Thank you, Norman. And I would like to talk to you more about the blockchain voting, because I want to kind of hear what you've got in mind too, because, you know, I'm open to more things, and maybe you have some ideas I didn't consider yet. But my biggest concern is once you're digital, I know that it can be manipulated. Stunt dummy. Yeah. Stunt dummy is awesome. Not sure what that's for. I think it's for stunt dummy. Railroad. Universe has brought you to my life. Cool. I guess you're talking to stunt dummy there, possibly. And therefore, my family, friends, and neighbors, and my social media. Oh my God. Norman Peters' birthday is on the same day. The 1 year anniversary. Yeah, I know I sucked too. February 14th, they invoked the EA, and like I yelled at the screen. I'm like, you bugger. Yeah, you made my birthday a date now, and it's Valentine's Day. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it for lovers. But yeah, there you go. Thanks a lot, Trudeau. Cash is king. You got it, Elaine. Ellen. Why do I keep calling you Elaine? Ellen. Municipal corruption. Okay, yeah. There's also criminal codes for federal. So I could pull that up. It's on my Twitter. Yeah, no thanks to digital ID. Yeah, that's a challenge, right? So if you're going to go with blockchain, and by the way, this dental program likely will create the digital ID program, because the dental program is going federal, not provincial, where all health is supposed to be. And because it's federal, they're going to want an ID. So if you want to access that program, the dental program, you're going to need that national ID. So you see how this works? You bring in a social program that people want, but in order to get it, you just need a piece of ID. And because it's a federal program, it's going to be a federal piece of ID. And there's your digital ID. You're now in the program. So brush your teeth. Stay out of that program. RICMP is paid by... Yeah, in Alberta, for sure, that's the case right now, too. I'd like to see provincial police. I would like to have the APP, Alberta Provincial Police. I'd like to see them go and take a photocopier machine to Ontario and copy the OPP. They have done an excellent job during this inquiry. I'm proud of them. I do not want to see the OPP replicated on a federal level. I'd rather see the OPP replicated on the provincial levels. And I would rather see every province get their own provincial police and work together on that level. I do not want a federal police outside of the RCMP or CSIS, or I do not want a new one that has the power to take over local police forces. And this is what we've been talking about, folks. This is what they've been talking about, and it's acquired quite a bit. Not sure what you're referring to, the railroad. That might be the bribery stuff. Yeah, and if that's the case, yeah, it is 100% black and white. It's written right there. And they absolutely did that. And they also went on TV and get a press announcement around it. And they also call it the NDP Liberal Partnership. MPs cannot pre-vote, commit a vote, and certainly cannot accept compensation or consideration for one. And accepting a social program because that's what your base wants is exactly that. And by the way, I guess technically under the law, as soon as one of them used that dental program, they're now part of the crime. So anyways, we'll see where that goes. I don't think much will happen in this parliament. It's a criminal offense if the RCMP won't investigate, then we don't need to. Yeah, the RCMP was a tough one, right? They're supposed to do that. They're supposed to investigate. What do you do? Who do you please? How do you please the police? It's a tough one. Yeah, Clay, definitely no to digital ID. You know, and the biggest problem there, I think some of you've recognized this, the biggest problem for that one is going to be being turned off. It would be too easy to just, you know, wipe you off as an identity, no bank account, no nothing. It's just gone. And if I know all of you believe and know that can happen because it happened during this convoy, the bank accounts were froze. But for all those that think that that stuff isn't possible, it is, and it will happen. It certainly will happen, especially with Bill C-11, the social media, the social online stuff. That's going to be ugly because then you won't be allowed to even go on YouTube and talk. We'll see where we go with that. Starlink, they don't like to play with the government, so we'll see what happens with that. We keep you way more than 13 minutes. Well, I'm having so much fun. And yeah, the 13 streams were for you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Railroad. Well, anyway, it's time for us. One for all and all for. Yeah, the Musketeers. Let's do this, Railroad. Railroad. I'll be looking for you on Twitter and stuff. Yeah, we're down to 12. Still 13 watching. Yeah, but I am going to wrap up, I think, in 3 minutes here, so that I can get on with my evening and enjoy the rest of my day. But I do thank you all very much. Reminder, I will be on the road on Monday, but the stream will be up on 9 o'clock. You may not have me for part of the day as I run to a court to deal with business, but I'll be there. The stream will be up, and it's going to be slowly. We were expecting the convoy to start next week, but it's going to be slowly, and it's going to be slowly cross. So let's hope he shows up. He doesn't go AWOL right now. If he goes running away for this weekend and doesn't come back, that would be weird. But yeah, it'll be slowly. It looks like all day Monday. The 31st, 13 is the other favorite number combo. I'll buy a house on. Cool. I'm looking forward to meeting you, Railroaded. Maybe we'll get a chat going too. Thanks for your interest. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ellen. Very nice to have you. I hope you come back on Monday. This isn't typically what we do at the end. Typically, we go through all my notes for the day, but we didn't finish on this witness, and I kind of want to just summarize an entire witness. So expect a big one on Monday. But Ellen, thank you very much for joining us. I do appreciate it. And I'll stop calling you Elaine. All righty. Take care, all. Take care, Clay. Have yourself a great weekend. Get some of that free vitamin D, that organic vitamin D, and enjoy that sun. Yep, what you don't know is staggering. God bless you all. You all have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Stick to freedom. Honk, honk. And let's do this. Subbed and liked. See you next weekend. Thank you all. Oh, Bright Wheel, you're new too. Welcome, Bright Wheel. Nice to meet you. And please join us on Monday. I'll spend some more time with you. Take care, Prairie. Peace out. All right, all. Bye. God bless.